Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting for Calaveras County for the 12th of September. Do we have enough seats here? Before we get started, are we out in the lobby? Okay, great. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Give a couple of moments to let everybody get seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get going, I want to remind everybody that we kind of like to have our last two rows on each side, or last row, reserved for staff. They'll be coming in and out during the day making presentations, if you will. We have an area over here for our press. That's where if you're a member of the press, you can be seated over there. Having said that, is there any announcements from the board or staff?
Do you want me to read it? So, announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public. So just so you know, for those of you who may be waiting, if it's for public comment, that's going to be in a little while.
Okay. Any announcements by board members? Any announcements by staff? Good morning, District Attorney.
Good morning. Barbara Uke, District Attorney. I'm here on behalf of my office, the County Office of Education. Scott Nannett couldn't be present today, and our entire SARB board. That's a 14-member statutory board. It's a lot of people. I'm here on behalf of all those groups to announce that September is Student Attendance Awareness Month. This is about kids going to school, staying in school, getting a good education, coming out good citizens, which, of course, my interest is in having the good citizens who will help us keep the crime rates down. So truancy and school attendance is very important to me, not only as a working mom of a school-aged child, but as district attorney. As part of Attendance Awareness Month, we are having a poster contest. This is open to students in grades 1 through 8. There are 2 categories, a couple opportunities to win there. Grades 1 through 5 will be judged together, and grades 6 through 8 will be judged together. The grand prize is being sheriff for the day, so that's another reason I wanted to come here and let everybody know, especially all of you, that it is only open if you are up to grade 8. You can't participate. We don't have an honorable mention. We can discuss that, but you will not be able to be sheriff for a day. So the other prizes include cash prizes. I believe there's a $100 cash prize, so it's going to be a really fun contest. The posters are due September 29th. They must be original work. For more information, you can contact Renee Malamed at CUSD. It's rmalamed@calaveras.k12.ca.us. The winners will be picked and announced in October, and I'm hoping to come back and present the winners to you, and maybe we can convince someone to hang up the posters in the boardroom. I think that would be really neat to show the students' work and the students' appreciation for attendance in schools. And if anybody has any other questions, they can also stop by my office. If you can find it, we are not in this building. We are not in the courts, as some people might think. We are not in the sheriff's office. We are in the set of trailers that have to be periodically jacked up across from the senior center. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Sheriff.
Good morning. I just want to reiterate what Barbara Uke said and make sure that you all understand that you will not be allowed to be sheriff for the day. And I'm hoping that we can do this at a time like Ms. Uke said, to have the kids come here so that they can be the sheriff for the day on the day that they come here to announce that to everybody. And I'll have a little itinerary of what they're going to do. And be aware that if they make some major changes, it's not me, it'll be them. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. Just to announce that we had a hazardous household collection waste event at the Arlington West Point transfer stations and here at Government Center on Saturday. During the 4-hour tire amnesty event, we filled a 40-yard trailer to overflowing with additional tires, so that was good. The Greater Valley Conservation Corps donated time and education to these events, and we increased the turnout in terms of the number of citizens served by over 100 over the 2016 event. So it was successful, and I wanted to thank our partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clovis.
Nancy Giddens, County Librarian. I wanted to bring you some very good news this morning. I applied for a grant to receive for free 2 3D printers for our Calaveras County Library System, and yesterday I got word that we were awarded that, so we will have 2 3D printers. Now, they're not huge. We can't make prosthetics or anything like that, but we can at least show our kids and our young people and our adults how this wonderful new technology works. My plan is to keep one in San Andreas, of course, the largest library that we have, and then put the other in the Angels Camp branch if we get to expand that space there, because we'll have designated young adult and children's areas in both of those libraries. Second thing I want to tell you about is my wonderful Link Plus story. You know, we now have in Calaveras County free interlibrary loan. We are linked with about almost 70 library systems in this state, and actually University of Las Vegas as well. Sac City, San Francisco, Contra Costa, San Diego, all of these big city library systems, as well as universities. UOP went live last week, so we have access to their entire library for free. The way to do this is really easy. Just go on our webpage, push the Link Plus thing. The instructions are so simple. Everyone who's participated said, this is so easy. But I have to tell you my great story. A couple Saturdays ago, I was working in San Andreas. A patron came in and said, I am going to take a test to be a phlebotomist. Do you have a study book for that? And I said, no, I don't think we do, but let's look on Link Plus. We found one in Sacramento, 2016 publication date. We ordered it for her. She got it. She ran from the library, jumping and screaming, yay, yay, now I can prepare. I haven't seen her since, so I don't know if she passed, but we helped her at least to prepare for that test. So Link Plus is fabulous. All of you, if you haven't used it, 9 million items we have. That includes DVDs, audiobooks, as well as print books, and it's free. Third thing, I wanted to give you a brief update on Scenic, the broadband project that we have. I've bugged them every week. I got in my email, just a gentle reminder, this project goes until such and such a date. But I'm really anxious to get this into our main library and 4 branches, because it's going to allow us to put on the desktop many, many links that will help our county. I have to the side of my desk, ready to go, a link to Social Security forms, veteran services, medical information, and that includes the pharmaceutical side of that, and as well as financial management and how to recover from an identity theft. All of that is ready to go, but we can't put it on the desktops yet because our speed is too slow. So the Scenic project is, I'm bugging them. We're going to get those circuits done. The Scenic is working with AT&T to get the basic circuits installed in the places that we need them, and then IT is ready to do the purchasing. The money is in place. We're ready to go, but I don't have go-live dates yet. Sorry about that. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Great. Any other staff or CAO Lutz, how are you? Good morning.
Good. I had 2 announcements. I think one might be resolved now. We were having some audio issues from our streaming, so not that anyone in here would know this necessarily, but we haven't been broadcasting audio on the stream, but we are working on it right now in the midst of the meeting. Secondly, I asked Patrick Martin, who's sitting out in the audience, to take time out of his busy schedule this morning. First of all, to note, those of you in the public that frequently come to this campus have probably saw disruptions in areas blocked off while there's been painting, while there's been landscaping and other construction projects. One, just wanted to reiterate, pardon our mess, but we are working to really clean up the campus. And with that, I also wanted to acknowledge Patrick, if you wouldn't mind standing, and his hard work on really getting his crews focused on those essential areas of making this campus something that we can be proud of and well-maintained. So thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for the acknowledgement. My staff has worked real hard. We're a very new staff. Myself, I've only been here 3 months, but we're taking great pride in bringing this campus back to its glory days. So it's going to take a little time. It took time to get to this condition, but we're going to work hard to bring it back to something we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Patrick, don't walk away. Ladies and gentlemen, I had the distinct honor yesterday to attend one of the first services for 9/11 remembrance, and it was the retiring of our flag here, and that program was done under the direction by Patrick and his crew, so I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any further staff or board report? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Item 1 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing the continued efforts of Calaveras Recovers.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think 9/11 is not a holiday, but a day of remembrance for many people across this country. But it also is a day that marks when the Butte Fire reached areas like Mound Ranch on September 9th, 2015. The Butte Fire broke out in Amador County, and today's proclamation is recognizing one of our community groups that has been an anchor in the recovery. As many of us know, certainly in District 2, the fire was 2 years ago, but we live with it every single day, and many people are still recovering from that fire in 100 different ways. And I encourage this county to always remember, if you don't make it up the hill from Highway 49, it may seem a long time ago, but in many of our residents' minds, it is very much a part of their daily existence. So I encourage our county to continue to support these people as they recover, and I get the privilege of reading a proclamation recognizing Calaveras Recovers. This is a proclamation recognizing Calaveras Recovers for their determination, dedication, and hard work, helping the survivors of the Butte Fire return to the new normal of Calaveras County. Whereas on September 9th, 2015, the Butte Fire erupted in Amador County, crossing the McCallamy River into Calaveras County at approximately 7 p.m. On the same day, and whereas upon containment on October 1st, 2015, the Butte Fire had consumed 70,868 acres, destroying or damaging over 900 structures, leaving numerous people and families without homes. And whereas the citizens and the county had never experienced such a catastrophic and traumatic event in recent memory, and whereas on October 18, 2015, Calaveras Recovers was organized under the direction of FEMA, utilizing only citizen volunteers to help Butte Fire survivors. And whereas Calaveras Recovers worked tirelessly to reach out to 1,006 households affected by the Butte Fire, providing financial, spiritual, and emotional care. And whereas to date, 220 survivors have walked through the doors of Calaveras Recovers, resulting in both immediate and long-term needs being met. And whereas Calaveras Recovers, with the help of the team of volunteers from faith-based groups from all over the United States, have built 7 homes, with an additional 3 homes being constructed and nearing completion. And whereas Calaveras Recovers also provided complete household contents for 26 households under the House in a Box program. And whereas Calaveras Recovers efforts continue both at the community and county level 2 years after the incident, and have committed to stay intact so that the structure of the group is in place if called upon by the community. And whereas without the assistance of Calaveras Recovers and the many volunteer organizations working with them, recovery from the Butte fire incident would not have been achievable.
Thank you. I entertain a motion for the resolution.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Second. Second by Supervisor Mills. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Calaveras Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes Calaveras Recovers and their immense effort to assist citizens after the worst catastrophic and traumatic event in recent memory of Calaveras County. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Calaveras County, State of California, this 12th day of September, 2017. Thank you very, very much.
Are there any representative from Calaveras Recovers? We can have you come forward, please. You know, all women, surrounded by women. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Item 2 is from the Board of Supervisors to proclaim the week of September 17th through 23rd, 2017 as Constitution Week in Calaveras County.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I have the distinct honor of making this presentation, the proclamation. It's a proclamation recognizing September 17th through the 23rd, 2017 as Constitution Week in Calaveras County. Whereas it is the privilege and duty of the American people to commemorate the 230th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America with appropriate ceremonies and activities. And whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week. Therefore, I would entertain a motion for the proclamation.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Public comment. Seeing none, we'll bring it to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors proclaims September 17th through the 23rd, 2017 as Constitution Week in Calaveras County. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 12th day of September 2017. Are there any representatives here that would like to accept this proclamation? I'm gonna request that Mr. Segala come forward. You come up here, Al.
I'll get in trouble.
Al, only deserving. There you go, young man. Thank you for all the work you do and what you feel about this country.
Well, thank you for doing this.
Thank you.
Do you allow public comment?
Sure. You got 2 minutes.
Well, as everybody knows now, that September 17th marks the 230th anniversary of the signing of the American Constitution. Compared to other nations, the United States is young, but at 230 years, our Constitution is by far the longest-lasting Constitution in human history. That's incredible. More importantly, it is responsible for a nation becoming the freest and most prosperous nation in human history. It means that freedom begets prosperity. What a concept. Today, the future of both freedom and prosperity are in question in our county, largely because we have been failing to teach our young people the fundamentals of American civics that are essential to preserve free government. At this meeting today, the Board of Supervisors is recognizing the Constitution Week. I want to co-sponsor this and urge everybody to do the same. That means Eagle Scouts, veterans, everybody that cares about the Constitution would even take the time to read it. Business and our economy prospers when our rights to life, liberty, and property are protected. This is what the Constitution does. As we approach Constitution Day, the 17th, Hillsdale College has set a goal to raise $300,000 in order to launch an ambitious new initiative to expand our educational outreach to young people in the area of American civics. Over 1 million people, including me, have taken their free Constitution 101 course. I recommend every public official take that. And everybody that cares about our country should take it. Will you partner with them with this work to advance the understanding of American civics nationwide, especially among young people, about the importance of limited government and the Constitution to liberty? Please consider a gift to help launch this vital initiative. To access where to go, just Google Hillsdale College Constitution, and it'll be right there for you. In addition, the Calaveras County Taxpayer Association is offering to provide a free copy of our founding documents to students and others interested. Of course, we've been giving these to the Board of Supervisors for 8 years now, and I'm always told they already had one. Have a great day, and thank you.
Thank you, Al. Is there any other public comment on this particular item? Okay. Madam Clerk?
So, Chair, if I could just back up for 1 second to announcements. I was busy typing and I forgot to make the announcement I needed to make.
We'll forgive you.
Thank you. So I'd like to announce that the 2017 Calaveras County Senior Volunteer of the Year Award Luncheon, which is put on by the Calaveras County Commission on Aging, is going to be held on October 11th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's a $10 payable at the door lunch and it's at Dodassa Ranch in Burson. You have to RSVP by October 4th. If you have any information regarding someone that you would like to nominate as a Senior Volunteer of the Year, you can send that information to me, and I'll be happy to forward it on to the Commission on Aging. The deadline for that is September 26th. So again, the deadline for submitting volunteer nominations is September 26th, and the deadline to RSVP for the luncheon is October 4th. So if you have any questions, you can contact the clerk's office. Okay, public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, It will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. Please keep in mind that only 5 people are allowed in the aisle, so you'll have to step outside and wait, or you'll have to go back to your seats.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're going to have a number of speakers. Once again, heed the admonition of our board clerk. We'll go for 30 minutes, and then we'll continue public speaking at the end of our regular agenda. And looking to our subjects, that could be a while. So I will request your cooperation and understanding, and I want to make sure that we're all recognizing the respect of the speakers, of the chamber, of the board. Thank you.
Good evening, good morning, Board. Proponent Randall Smith, District 3 voter. I am here today to announce the formation of a new stakeholders group here in Calaveras County. Stakeholders are, by definition, those with an interest or concern on a given topic. The purpose of the Calco Cannabis Stakeholders Group is to promote cooperation between the cannabis industry and Calaveras government. It is comprised of concerned citizens, parents, and local community leaders who are not growers or people who are in the industry, as well as cannabis industry business leaders. To this end, the stakeholders group aim is to bring all involved parties to the table to promote workable regulations and compromise between moderate groups on both sides of the cannabis issue, and to provide aid to the county elected officials and staff with our collective subject matter expertise. We do this as a service on behalf of all concerned Calaveras County citizens, and we do it without fees or asking for fees. Now, we do have one request, and that is that while we understand that the current direction to County Council is to draft a ban ordinance and take it to the Planning Commission, we feel that the fair thing to do would be to add some form of the draft regulation ordinance and have that presented to the Planning Commission for consideration, so for consideration on the 28th and 29th of this month. We feel that's very important. The Planning Commission should have an opportunity to look at a draft ordinance, and at the last meeting we heard that that wasn't the intent. The intent was to bring only a ban to the Planning Commission. We feel that it would be fair for them to look at the regulation ordinance that the EIR was based upon or analyzing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to make one quick announcement. You can speak on items not on the agenda, and I know we have some representative folks here regarding our Visitors Bureau issues. That's going to be heard under the agenda regular item under the budget. So if you're in line to speak on that now, we're not going to be able to listen until that item comes up. All right? Thank you.
Good morning, Alice Montgomery, District 3. Good morning, Chair Oliveira, Tofinelli, Garamendi, Mills, and Clapp. I'm here today to talk with you about commercial cultivation and about what I imagine to be the 2 main concerns of the board, and that would be the health and safety of our citizens and our environment and our finances. I'm also very concerned about the health and safety of our citizens, our environment, and our finances. Under citizens, I think right now, after doing a good bit of research, it seems that regulation has been untenable. An example has been what we've had happen in our residential areas and the responses that people who have issues with it have received. If they don't like the smell and it affects them, they've been told, literally, go inside, shut your windows, and turn the air conditioning on. I don't think that's helpful. The other thing about our animals, our groundwater, all those things are unsafe. It's not healthy. It's not safe for our citizens, which moves me. Oh, and the other thing I want to talk to you about health and safety with the citizens, which leads over into environment, is I've been told 3 times in the last month by Alliance growers hey, we're going to use water for manufacturing. We really want to push this manufacturing thing. And you know what? You can't use butane. It's against the law. There is a loophole in Prop 64. I will tell you right now, you may use butane to manufacture. In certain circumstances, you can use butane. So if anybody tells you that, it's incorrect. If you have been within a butane hash oil facility and you've been within a meth facility, you will know that a butane facility is way, way more dangerous. There has no place, and I stand with Sheriff DeBasilio, it has no place in our county. The second thing, on to the environment. Did we know? Should we have known? That's the only burden of proof, and it's been held up in court. It's not innocent until proven guilty. Did Calaveras County know? Second thing, what are we sending downstream? Never mind what we're sending to our neighbors. We are polluting. The line between legal growers and illegal growers is blurred. If they tell you it isn't, it is. And I heard even, 3 days ago, the excuse of, oh, it's okay to grade without a permit. We've always done it. Well, that's not an excuse for anything. That is not an excuse that is not an excuse to break the law. So I don't believe that we can have commercial cultivation in Calaveras County. And I believe that we also, due to the financial aspect of it,
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery.
are not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, your time is over.
Thank you.
Good morning, honorable board members and county staff. My name is Jack Norton. I'm a registered voter in District 1 and a registered farmer in San Andreas. I've come to speak, and also as a member of the Calaveras County Cannabis Stakeholders Group, I've come to speak particular about my experience as a member of another group, the Alameda County Cannabis Stakeholders Group. The Alameda County Group was formed in early 2016 in response to the passage of MCRSA. With cooperation and assistance from our champion there, Alameda County Supervisor Nate Miley, the stakeholders meet once a month to discuss the evolution of the coming medical and adult use cannabis regulations. And as our relationship with county staff has grown into one of mutual trust and understanding, we, the stakeholders, became empowered to provide our subject matter expertise to inform and educate county staff when appropriate. There are occasions when the information we offer is even at odds with our own self-interest. However, we do so for the industry as a whole. Since our status as trusted experts is paramount to our working relationship with the county, we have an obligation to share what we know regardless of who benefits from it. In Alameda County, the first leg of MCRSA legislation took approximately 70 meetings to vet. Through town hall meetings, planning commissions, and full board meetings, the stakeholders were there to both educate and learn in a respectful manner befitting the legislative process. Now, as a member of that Calaveras County Cannabis Stakeholders Group, it is our sincere hope that we are able to develop a similar relationship with this county and to help craft sensible compromises that allow Calaveras to participate in the new cannabis industry. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just so you're aware, anything handed to the clerk during a Board of Supervisors meeting is a public document, and it's not restricted.
I would like this read into the public record in the interest of public information. This is the email I received on December 26th of 2016 from Mr. Dennis Mills that should be underneath the purview of the Brown Act as he was an elect at the time. Ben, beginning in January, there will be several options to send email to me. If your email pertains to county business and you want your email to be reviewed by county council and at some point made available for public consumption, then use dmills at calaveras.calaveras.california.us. For private conversations, please use dmills at 95251 at gmail.com. The Mills CCWD and Supervisor Mills at Gmail will auto forward to dmills95251@gmail.com for 30 days and then shut down to prevent disclosures of previous discussions under Public Record Act requests. During that period, I cannot respond directly to emails sent to those addresses, but will respond on one of the other two depending on the need for privacy. When sending emails to Calaveras, California, U.S., be aware a Public Records Act request will force disclosure of your email, including any other persons you may have sent it to. It would be very prudent to never use both of my email addresses in any correspondence to me or to other supervisors on the county provided email address, DMills, Calaveras County. Or send one email with email addresses of any non-elected person in the header, as the county will retain the email record even though I may delete it. Or forward emails with multiple other private email addresses in the header. If you do it, it will open up the alternate email address to further Public Records Act requests. Other email addresses should be removed from all correspondence to me to protect the privacy of others in the discussion. Please do not reply all or send emails with multiple email addresses in the header, dmails@Calaveras, California, U.S. It is our desire to protect our privacy and confidentiality of conversations where multiple people are involved. Thanks in advance, Dennis Mills. And I'd like to submit that to public. And I have extra copies of this email here. And just one word in my opinion. Intent.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors, staff, and citizens of Calaveras County. My name is Stacy Johnston, and I am the CEO of the Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce. As many of you know, in front of me and behind me, the Chamber is extremely busy. Last week, we had 4 back-to-back events representing our county, and I want to publicly thank you as far as our supervisors and our staff and our citizens for coming up and showing support. We led the week off with our Good Morning Calaveras. It's a new program, monthly breakfast program that we invite a guest speaker to speak on important topics within our county. It's open to the public. We would love to invite our public to attend. We followed that up with our 2nd annual Tri-County Chamber Golf Tournament, in which Supervisor Tofanelli, Ms. Megan, and a few others actually participated in a team. And I'm happy to say that our county brought home the trophy again this year.
Ooh.
Yes, so thank you.
You didn't tell me that.
Then on Friday morning, we had our 2nd annual State of the County breakfast. We increased our attendance this year by 48. We were up to 158 this year. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your address. And that's a great opportunity to get the vision of our county, where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. It's important for all of us to come together and work together in this county. And then last but not least, the Chamber was co-hosting our 1st annual Pioneer Day, and that was a collaborative effort here in San Andreas with our San Andreas Rotary, San Andreas Merchants. We had help from Common Ground Senior Services, from our Sheriff's Department, from our CHP, multiple organizations that came together and made this event a success. So for those of you who attended and showed support, for our supervisors that attended and our county staff, the Chamber thanks you. And I know I speak on behalf of the Rotary and the Merchants. These endeavors are critical in our county, that organizations can come together, work together collectively, and provide valuable events. And this is great for San Andreas. As many of you know, San Andreas has long needed an event to call their own, and I'm proud to say Pioneer Day is that event. So again, thank you for your support, and thank you, citizens, for your support.
Thank you.
I'm back. Bob Bowerman, District 5, and I've been around here for about 17 years. And It's been a little while since I've been here, about 3 months, and that I was down with a little back injury. But I didn't miss a meeting. And the reason is because of these fine people, your audio and video people. They're awesome. They provide just an incredible service to our county. And so I wanted to come in and say thank you. Okay, that was me. Can we restart the clock? That was a PSA. No. I didn't think so. Okay, now I'm speaking for Calaveras Normal, the National Organization of Reforming Marijuana Laws, and that's what we do. We reform marijuana laws. I have been talking to people for over a year here locally about what are the problems and what can we do to solve them. And of course the big one is residential, but we'll get into that a different time. The other big one was, since the urgency ordinance, we're seeing more pot farms everywhere. Part of it is the burn area, but the other part is because the way it was written. It's an excellent piece of ordinance. There's no question about that. But the setback, the way it's worded, you're forcing the farmers to put their product in the middle of their property. That's wrong. The way to do this is you do the setback not from property lines, but from the neighbors' homes. 200 feet would be fine, but from the neighbor's home, not the property line. What you're forcing the farmers to do is to take their grow and put it right square in the middle of their property. Of course people are going to see it. The proper way to do it, again, setting it by the other way, they'll be able to take their grow and put it where, at the back of their property, in the left right-hand corner, or what have you, where it's concealed and where it won't bother anybody. So that is one example of a correction that will solve a major problem. If we do that, then you won't be seeing a lot of these cannabis farms. Okay? We have a lot of things coming up, and I feel very confident that when we get done with our program for reforming Calaveras County's regulations, that 4 out of 5 of you will go along with that. I'll bet you 2 double cheeseburgers that's how that'll. Megan, is that legal? Can we bet on that? All right, skip
Thank
that.
you, Mr. Bowen.
It'll be taco
Thank you,
trucks.
sir.
Thanks.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I'm Matt Brock. I'm from San Andreas, and I'm here today to share my perspective on cannabis in our county. My emotional side drives me to push for a ban on commercial cannabis, but but my logical, practical side reminds me that attempting to enforce the ban on this county's budget would be extremely difficult, if not impossible to execute. I mean, our deputies currently get paid a non-competitive wage, and we are unable to recruit and retain enough of them. My emotional side says a ban will get rid of the criminals and the cartel element. My logical side says the criminal element came in around 1990 after timber and cement left. In fact, my property got burglarized in 2013. My best friend's wedding ring got stolen in 2008, way before the urgency ordinance ever came. Being a bourbon drinker, my emotional side says marijuana is a dangerous drug. It is a drug, that's true. But I'm a career firefighter for the city of San Jose, and out of roughly 13,000 emergency responses I've been on, I've probably seen around 100 deaths caused directly by alcohol, hundreds of fights, thousands of ambulance rides. How many deaths have I seen from pot? 0. And I can't remember too many fights or disturbances from pot. So please, let's work on a compromise. Let's kick the polluting, law-breaking, dirtbag, illegal growers out of the county. Let's use the tax revenue from Measure C to give our cops a healthy raise. Let's hire a bunch more and kick out the meth heads and other criminals. Let's focus on bringing prosperity back to Calaveras. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, folks, for, it helps.
Due to popular demand, I bring you stories from the source, Double Springs, the first county seat of Calaveras, and, of course, the center of the universe. Our heroine, Sadie, was born on Double Springs in the 1800s. When she was first married, someone come knocking at her door. Don't know if they came by stagecoach, horse and buggy, or Model T, but there was this church lady standing on her porch, wanted to come in and talk. So Sadie invited her out back for a glass of lemonade. And they were sitting there talking, and the lady was sitting on the bench, and they were enjoying the day, and she was swinging her leg, and Sadie couldn't help but notice every time that lady's leg swung back, there was this little rattlesnake sitting under the bench, striking at her. But it was little, didn't make contact. So Sadie sat there, and she couldn't concentrate on what the lady was saying. She thought, if I say something, she'll scream, and jump up and run all around. She might get snake bit. So she sat there for a while, and finally she just couldn't hold it anymore. She says, "Ma'am, I don't want to scare you, but there's a little snake under your seat." She jumped up and ran around, did everything she didn't want her to do. She didn't get bit, but she never come back. Sadie learned a lesson. She told me what it was. It don't matter what you say or what you don't say. It don't matter when you do it or if you do it at all. What's going to happen is going to happen. So there ain't no use fretting about it. I thought that was a good lesson for me, too. I took it to heart. Try not to fret. I learned another lesson, too. I got to find me a pet rattlesnake. There's these religious people that come around my house, knocking at the door, leaving literature on my porch. I think that would do the trick. It worked for Sadie. I bet it worked for me. I give top dollar for a pet rattlesnake. Y'all hear one, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Raymond Smith from Valley Springs. I'm also the lobbyist director for Calaveras Normal. I have been for about a month or more. I was asked to join, and I'm very happy to be part of a great team here, and as well a citizen of this beautiful county. I would like to bring some attention to the final EIR, but also to Senate Bill 94, which has been passed just a few months ago. And signed by the governor. It's called the Medical and Adult Use of Cannabis and Regulations and Safety Act. It's a pretty long acronym, 7-letter acronym. It amended 51 amendments, 21 additions into laws, 7 repeals, 9 repeals and additions added to the Business and Professions Code, 46 amendments, 1 repeal to the Health and Safety Code, and 10 amendments to the Revenue and Taxation Code. It takes immediately effect. The bill relating to budget approved by the governor, filed with the Secretary of State, June 27th, 2017. There's also a Stanford School of Law Policy Lab article from the implementing of Prop 64, the marijuana policy in California. The conclusion that they had with the 3 policy options discussed have the potential to improve environmental compliance and enforcement with the cannabis cultivation industry. First, requiring limited liability corporations, LLCs, to disclose their beneficial owners during a UMA licensing process might help ensure those who do environmental damage are held responsible. And this is very, very important. Environmental damage is one of the most egregious concerns that I have, besides the effect on society and our community. I fell in love with the community, or with the environment, and the community came with it. I work in Murphy's. I live in Valley Springs. I know how tight-knit of a community this is. and I respect that. Speaking to the final EIR, I noticed that if it says is approved by the Board of Supervisors, the alternative would involve the implementation of countywide regulations specific to cannabis cultivation, processing, and distribution, and would impose similar restrictions to the proposed ordinance regarding the development of cannabis-related activities. My concern is that this may be another ban on dispensaries, and as well taking the rural residential ability for indoor and outdoor cultivation. Option number 4 would be, in effect, from the way I read it, a complete ban on patients and caregivers in rural residential. It's too restrictive, and I definitely think that we should look into that further. And I support you all. Thank you. Have a good morning.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the last speaker for public comment during this session. We're going to be exceeding our 30-minute timeline. We'll resume public comments after the last agendized item on the regular agenda.
Good morning. Joan Wilson, District 1. According to LexisNexis, there are a number of bankruptcies that you have, Mr. Mills. Bankruptcy information is 427.95, discharged 810.95. Bankruptcy information 728.92, closed, dismissed 1026.94. Judgments and liens, filings, Dennis Mills, Vicki Mills, Central Valley Partners in Care, California, $253. That filing date was February 15th of 2006. Filing number 1, number 51903, civil judgment, Tuolumne, Sonora Justice Court. Number 2, California Judgments and Liens filings, debtor, information, Mills, Dennis, Mills, Vicki. CB Merchant Services was the creditor, jurisdiction California, $987, August 30th of 2004 was the filing date. It was a civil judgment in the Calaveras Justice Court in California. Dennis Mills again, and Vicki Mills. The creditor was Central Valley Partners in Care for $221. That was May 21st, 2003. The number on that was 333071, civil judgment. That was Modesto, Stanislaus Municipal Court. Judgments and liens, the name was D.E. Mills, California, the amount of $544. Filing date was 3/25/91. Release date was 7/17/96. Filing was the state tax lien release, Calaveras County Court. Judgments and liens, the name of the debtor is D.E. Mills. That was in California, $544. It's a state tax lien, Calaveras County Court, California, Calaveras. I have an email here, Dennis Mills. This is from Dennis Mills to Timothy Lutz and Rebecca Turner. When attempting, this is a quote, when attempting to register to attend the CSAC discussions set for next week, I was informed there is no money in the budget for me to go. My attendance at this event, at these events, were we can present our narratives to the state partners will not be dependent upon the budget. We will pay our own way if the event is important. This leads to another discussion concerning how much remaining in each supervisor's budget. Is this true, Mr. Mills? I would like an accounting of this because
your time is up.
Relates to a specific situation.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll actually resume our public comments once again at the end of the regular agenda, last item. At this time, we're going to take a 15-minute break for our staff. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, apparently we have our audio and video problems fixed, hopefully. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any member of the public that wishes to pull any item from the consent agenda? Mr. Thomas, item 12.
Mr. Chair,
CAO
I
Lutz,
apologize.
go
May
ahead.
I interrupt something before? I was going to say, if I could request, we need to actually withdraw item number 12 at this point, coming back on a unidentified date to deal with some procurement discrepancies with this item. And then also pull item number 15 to be brought back on September 26th.
Okay. So, Rennie, we can do that. Thank you. Mr. Thomas, did you understand what we're doing on this? Obviously, Russ?
Can you come to the mic?
Good morning. I'm former Supervisor Russ Thomas, and I'd like to request that I get notice on when this item is going to come back. Okay? Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can you make that notation and notify Mr. Thomas? Thank you. CEO Lutz, any other items? Okay. I'll bring it back to the public. Is there any other items from the public for any agenda item on the consent agenda that needs to be pulled and reviewed by the board here?
I couldn't hear both of them, but did you say item 15 was being pulled as well?
That is correct, Mr. Edson. Okay. Seeing none, we'll come to the board. Any items that wish to be pulled by any board member?
Item 4.
Item 4 by Supervisor Mills. I'm sorry. Okay, number 11. Any other item by the board or staff? Seeing none, I entertain a motion to accept the remainder of the consent agenda.
I would move the remainder, Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
I will second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion passes 5-0 unanimous.
Item 4 is from the Clerk Recorder to authorize amendments to the Clerk Recorder fee schedule.
Good morning, Rebecca Turner, County Clerk Recorder.
Good morning, Ms. Turner.
I brought this item forward we did a fee study of all of our fees we collected in the clerk's office, and then we also went out and looked at other counties, like counties and our neighboring counties, to see what their fees were. And so we're basically just bringing our fees in line with the other counties, and our fee study justifies the increase. So that's what I brought to you today. Being the item was pulled, we did have a line item in our Schedule A that was incomplete, and since it's going to be the final, if it's approved today, I would like to give you guys these copies and swap it out. So, did you have any questions for me as far as specific items on the fee study?
Yes, Ms. Turner, the only reason I pulled the item was to basically indicate that many of our departments that are not really supposed to be impacting the general fund should be looking very closely at their cost versus benefit analysis to minimize the impact to our discretionary funds. And if this is a case where we do this incrementally, where a department may look at maybe some type of a fee adjustment over the next 6 or 12 months, if they come back again, even over the remaining over 24 months, and look at it again and make this part of their priority, to understand that if we're charging for a service, we have to have a return on an investment. And that's the only purpose for pulling it, was to be sure that all departments understand the value. We look at the budget coming up, and it's there. We're contributing to many of these departments on a regular and annual basis. It's simply because our fee structures are inadequate for the work that we're doing.
I would like it to make a habit that our department came forward every 1 to 2 years to update our fees. I think that's
Excellent.
good.
Thank you.
Ms. Turner? This may be a stupid question, but is our fee schedule published on our website?
I'm unsure about the county in total, but my department's fee schedule is posted on the website, yes. And
The revised fee, if should it pass, will be reflected on the website, so available to the public.
Yes.
Thank you. Further questions of Ms. Turner? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, public comment. Seeing no public comment, I'll come back and entertain a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the item.
Second.
Motion moved by Supervisor Mills, seconded by Supervisor Garamendi. No further public comment. I'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk? I'm sorry, I rushed you.
Thanks. Okay, so item 11 is from Behavioral Health Services Substance Abuse Program. Authorize the board chair to sign an agreement with Calaveras County Office of Education for the provision of a Friday Night Live mentoring program in an amount not to exceed $60,000 for the period of July 1, 2017 through June 30th, 2018.
Good morning, Board. Marcus Munoz, Business Administrator, Health and Human Services. I pulled this item to clarify there is an error on the term length. It states through June 30th, 2018. In actuality, it should be June 30th, 2019 to fall in line with the contract. I am requesting that we vote on a 2-year term. This does not affect the dollar amount listed. The dollar amount listed there is for 2 years, not the 1 year.
Thank you. Questions of staff by the board or other staff members? Seeing none? Any public comment?
I just had a question of the 60,000. Is that general fund or is that in their program?
The $60,000 over 2 years comes from a substance abuse block grant. It does not affect the general fund.
Thank you. Further public comment? Any questions or discussion by the board or staff? Seeing none, entertain a motion.
Chair, I would move the item as amended to amend the date to June 30th, 2019.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Mills, seconded by Supervisor Garamendi. Any further public comment before the vote? Seeing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Madam Clerk.
So just to clarify that the item 12 and item 15 have been withdrawn and will be heard at a later date.
That is correct.
Item 20 is from the Administrative Office to recommend awarding the Tree Mortality Program Project Manager contract to Tetra Tech.
Ladies and gentlemen, this begins our regular agenda. Item 20 is the first item on the regular agenda.
Good morning. Brian Moss, Administrative Office. Thank you for taking the time to hear this issue before the board today. As you're well aware, we've had a tree mortality program going on for the last couple of years, and I'm going to be covering that in this presentation today. But we certainly need to move on. And today's topic is actually discussing a project manager proposal for the tree mortality program. So my little introductory speech for this. So again, thank you for the time today to talk about this. A little bit of background. First of all, tree mortality in the mountain counties, including Calaveras County, of course, is a result of a 5-year record drought that we went through, only being broken by the winter storms of 2016. Everybody knows the governor declared that the drought was over, at least in most counties, last spring. The governor first declared the state of emergency for tree mortality back on October 30th, 2015. Previous to that, he had declared an emergency due to drought, and of course those two are directly related to one another. The board adopted a local state of emergency for the first time due to tree mortality on November 17th, 2015. And on May 19th, an application for California Disaster Assistance Act, or CDAA funding, was sent to CalOES. CalOES approved the request for CDAA funds on October 21st of 2016. Background still and current status. Staff currently participate in the monthly local tree mortality task force meeting. That includes CAL FIRE, that includes CalOES, that includes private enterprise, that includes the state parks and the local fire districts and other special districts. In addition to that, the board participates on the statewide tree mortality task force, and Supervisor Oliveira, I believe, is still the lead on that at the state. So during the monthly tree mortality task force meetings, Supervisor Oliveira and Supervisor Garamendi will also give an update as to what's happening from the state level. I threw that photo in of a bark beetle on the end of the match head to remind everybody that something so small can create such destruction. Pretty amazing. Current status continued. The board approved placement of the CAL FIRE curtain burner and CAL FIRE small lumber mill at below the old Red Hill landfill site. It's on approximately 5 acres, and it's below the toe of the Red Hill landfill, so it's not encroaching upon the previously permitted closed facility. The curtain burner is not currently operating, and that's essentially because CAL FIRE staff are out fighting fires and don't have time to operate the curtain burner for this time of year. CAL FIRE crews, however, do continue to operate the small lumber mill. Your IT department actually did some presentations to the board about a year and a half ago talking about the LIDAR program. And so it's a GIS program. And what they did is they've done a couple contracts with an individual to identify not only where the dead trees are, but where the dying trees are. Very valuable program. So that's something that's been done. That was actually presented at the state tree mortality task force. So, not unlike the Butte Fire tree removal program, the board's well aware there's a need for a dedicated project manager for the tree mortality program. There were several steps to this process. Beginning in April of 2017, an RFP was issued by the administrative office in an effort to engage a project manager to lead the county in the tree mortality program. 3 proposals were received from that initial RFP. Out of the 3, 2 of those firms demonstrated as responsive. In other words, they came back with a proposal that was something that was certainly possible to look at for the program. And so, again, in the ability to implement the program. These firms, TSS Consultants and Tetra Tech, I believe both are present today, were subsequently interviewed, and with both firms citing their ability to expand beyond the program manager requirements. And it was interesting because, of course, those are separate interviews. But it was interesting that they both came in and said, well, if we're going to do this, let us really do this program, rather than just hire a project manager to sit down and start doing additional requests for proposals for, let's say, arborists, foresters, and that kind of thing. So as a result, I kind of jumped ahead of myself, as you can see. Really what they were looking at was a way to accomplish the tree mortality program to include monitoring, inventory, and verification aspects of the program. So a supplemental letter was then sent out requesting the broader scope be included in their estimates. The scope included providing for project management, surveying hazard trees, identifying specific hazard trees using GPS, performing the right of entry program, or ROE, and conducting public outreach. Both firms then submitted their proposals. Tetra Tech also included a project closeout, an oversight model that was broken into two scenarios that included oversight of contractors and monitoring, or what we just narrow the band and call it monitoring, as depicted in scenario A, and you will have this as part of your packet. This is the cost breakout for Tetra Tech. Versus providing oversight of contractors, which is simply validating to making sure the contractors are doing their job. I know that Tetra Tech and Will can go ahead and clarify that even further later. And that's depicted in scenario B. Although an increase in cost, staff recommends, should the board choose to go with Tetra Tech as recommended today, that the board would consider choosing the oversight of contractors and monitoring option. I know it's more expensive, but it also assures the chances of getting our full 75% recovery from the CDAA funds. Remember, the county's cost, because of the declaration, is 25%. So TSS Consulting submitted an annual cost, while Tetra Tech submitted an entire project cost. Actual tree removal and disposal is not included in either proposal, and that's very important for the board to be aware. We're not talking about people that are actually out there cutting the trees down and hauling them off. Maybe some of the slash going to the curtain burner and the logs going down to the Port of Stockton or to SBI for the Blue Wood program. Upon review of the responses, it was determined that both firms had a clear understanding, without a doubt, of the scope of the project. Tetra Tech demonstrated not only the ability to carry out the program, but also had the needed manpower in place to perform all functions of the program in a timely manner. And that's going to be a question before the board today. Because when you look at one proposal, it could take quite a bit longer than the proposal that we're recommending before the board today. And that's simply a manpower issue, as we saw and evaluated the actual proposals. So, again, if the board wishes to go with Tetra Tech, the cost of the general fund for tree mortality project manager at 25% would be $41.09 a tree. Depending if you go with scenario A, which is more expensive, that's the monitoring, or $48.28 a tree. Excuse me, I got that backwards. $48.28 tree is the more expensive one. Scenario A, $41.09 is B. So turn those around in that slide. Sorry about that. So depending on the expediency of the project, closeout and oversight of contractors and monitoring. So although an increase in cost, staff recommends the board choose the oversight of contractors, as I just stated. In scenario A, the bottom line at 75% cost recovery through CDAA, the total cost of the program would be $1.390, $335,000. The county cost is cited above would be $347,583.75. So with that said, I know that Will McGowan is here from Tetra Tech. I believe Tad Mason might be here as well with TSS, and so I'd like to open this up for questions.
Do you want to hear from them, or I'll just hear from them? Okay.
I'd like to hear from them. Okay.
Well, we're going to go with the board first. Any questions of board or staff of Mr. Moss regarding this particular item?
I have lots of questions, but I'll wait till after the presentation by the applicants.
Likewise, I have questions too, but I'd like to hear the presentation.
Okay. That's the majority. Tetra Tech.
Will McGowan. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Will McGowan, project manager for Tetra Tech. I've been working here in Calaveras with the fire damage tree removal project for almost the last year with Public Works. It's been a pleasure working with Calaveras County on that and assisting with the cleanup. With the tree mortality program, we have proposed using the same system that we use for the fire damage tree removal project. That's something that hasn't really been used across the state, so we have a very detailed ADMS system that allows us to do all of the provide accurate data sets for the tree surveying efforts. Currently, the arborist that we proposed for our program is Butler Enterprises, which assisted us with the fire damage tree removal project. So they're familiar with the terrain, they're familiar with the area, familiar with the tree species. We also have local staffing that we've used for the fire damage tree removal project that we anticipate to use on this program as well, so we can help supply local jobs and local staffing here in Calaveras County. So, and we are proposing to come in and perform this in a very timely manner so we can get this job taken care of and knocked out as quick as possible. On the fire damage tree removal project, we removed 8,453 trees in a matter of right at a year, and that included right of entry intake, that included the tree identification, that included all of the monitoring documentation for the tree removal, and it also included something that was unanticipated of the archaeological and biological monitoring services. Even with doing that amount of work and that scope of work within a one-year program, there was about a 3-month holdup because of the archaeological and biological services being approved in the later part of 2016. So we anticipate to come in here, make a very aggressive effort to do all of the tree identification necessary and to get this program done as quickly as possible for the county. Any questions or?
Questions of Tetra Tech?
Go back for discussion.
Okay. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions by staff or board? We'll hear from public comment.
TSS.
I'm sorry, what?
TSS.
Oh, TSS, I'm sorry.
Mr. Tad Mason.
I didn't know you were here, sir. I
Good morning,
apologize.
Board. I've been running stealth. Sorry about that. Good morning, Board members. I'm Tad Mason. I'm licensed forester and the Chief Executive Officer for TSS Consultants. Our firm is founded in 1986. We're based in Rancho Cordova, right up the road. And we're basically doing natural resources management services and projects all over the West, particularly Northern California. We've been active in Calaveras County since the founding of the Amador Calaveras Consensus Group. We're also very active at Wilseyville, helping the ACCG and CHIPS develop a renewable biomass power plant. We started there in 2011. We did the feasibility study and the resource assessments for that particular project. Also, and this is pretty important, we're currently retained by Amador County to fulfill this role, project manager role, for their tree mortality program. And so we're very hands-on, and we fully understand what it takes to be compliant with CDAA documentation in order to assure compensation back to the county. We're active with that right now. And I had suggested to county staff that they contact Amador County, but I'm not sure that's been done. As far as the question of manpower, I know that's come up a couple of times, and I, of course, respect Tetra Tech and what they've been doing. But their project currently is a little bit different than this new one coming up, because this being a state program, it's imperative that you be CEQA compliant. This is not a federal FEMA program. This is state. And so it will require licensed foresters, which myself and our team, we have licensed foresters. Several of them are located here locally. We've got Eddie Strufenegger based out of Jackson. We got John Romina here in the audience. He's based out of Sonora. And both those team members would be available to hit the ground running. I know there's concern about a timely implementation. Not an issue. We've been in business since '86. we've yet to default on a project. So as far as cost comparison, the budget that you have in your packet, I believe it's, our proposal's on page 222. I think we're very cost competitive. I know that, for Tetra Tech and for ourselves, it's really hard to estimate what the full project cost will be because tree mortality, as you well know, is very dynamic. It's really going to be hard to say this is a one-year project or just a 3-year project. We hope it's a shorter project, but you just can't tell. And that's from our real experience up in Amador County. Let's see. Other issues on the cost comparison. I noticed in the packet to the board that there was a modification in the Tetra Tech cost proposal effective September 6th. We did not have that opportunity. We would like to have had that opportunity to update our proposal cost estimate based on closing out the project or whatever additional services the staff was interested in. And I want to call that out. Just to sum things up, we have a strong team behind us. We have the technology we've developed in Amador County using GIS-based system. We're very efficient in the field using tablets to denote each dead tree, location, photos, inventorying, and then mapping. So we fully understand what it takes. We've been successful with the CDAA documentation that Amador County's been submitting. There's been no hiccups, no issues there. So we're fully conversant and ready to get the job done. So that's TSS. Any questions?
I'm sure we'll have some when we start the discussion. You guys stick around for the discussion.
Yeah, I also have some questions, but I'm going to reserve those for the full discussion.
Very good.
Please stay.
Thank you.
I will.
If I may just address a couple of items real quickly. The cost proposal that Mr. Mason is referring to is absolutely correct. There is a change to this. There was actually a mathematical error that I had happened to catch on the spreadsheet. So I contacted Tetra Tech and asked them why the numbers weren't matching up, and they realized that indeed there was a mathematical error. So that is the reason for the change on this only. It actually doesn't work in their favor. It actually increased the cost. Not that I want to be the person blowing the whistle on that. However, the numbers are the numbers. So that's the reason for this updated proposal. Hopefully it clarifies that a little bit. And again, it actually increases the cost to the program, not decreases the cost. Cost competitive, absolutely. Without a doubt, TSS certainly maxed out on the review points on cost proposal and competitiveness. That's very clear, and I appreciate that. Also, I will say that Tad was in touch with me throughout the process, which I really appreciate. Not violating anything, just saying this is what we're doing. These are the programs we have going in other areas, so I did appreciate that as well. And then I guess the question I would have for Tad is really looking at the cost schedule. If we go down that road, what would be the cost, and what would be the cost to add those additional people to bring the program up to a quicker speed, if you will, for resolution? So I just wanted to address those out of the gate so that hopefully it clarifies that a little bit.
Any other clarifications?
That's it. Thank you.
Now we'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Garamendi?
I'll go first. Thank you both very much for coming, Brian. Thank you for this report. I, too, have reviewed all the documents. I have different conclusions, as you and I have discussed.
Right.
I'm very familiar with the work of Tetra Tech over the last couple of years, being up here on the board and then in the community where a lot of the tree removal has happened, as well as butte fire recovery. Tetra Tech is a $2.5 billion company based in Florida. Is that correct? And your arborist, Butler Enterprises, is based in Gainesville as well, if I understand correctly?
No, sir. Actually, our corporate office is Pasadena, and we have offices in Rancho Cordova and Oakland, and we have numerous offices throughout the state of California.
Well, you're-
Our actual division for disaster recovery is, our office is Orlando, but our corporate office in Tetra Tech as a company is actually out of Pasadena.
You're part of the disaster recovery crew, correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
So your corporate office, where you report is Florida?
I actually have been reporting to Oakland lately, so.
Okay. Where's your office?
I just moved to California, and I work between Oakland and Orlando. But, so I do report to Orlando, but I have now moved to California.
Well, clearly, Tetra Tech is not a local company. And Butler Enterprises, you're arborists?
Willie's actually here local, and that's who we've been using. Not for sure why he's using Gainesville, because he's not based out of Gainesville. He's here local in Calaveras, not Calaveras, but I believe Amador.
So I had a lot of complaints during the Butte Fire recovery about trees, which trees were being selected and not selected. That's not part of this RFP. But I just want to clarify, this RFP is for the management, not the A and the B that's part of their proposal, correct?
It was for the management. We expanded the purpose, the scope at the request of both TSS and Tetra Tech.
Okay.
And that's why I want to say that Tetra Tech went on beyond to say if the board chose to have Tetra Tech look into the validity of the contractors when they move through the project, there's that cost. Am I correct, Will? Is that correct?
Okay. During the Butte Fire recovery, and since I've been on this board, I've done 3 amendments to Tetra Tech's contracts. The original one was for 1.2, and when we finished working with you guys, it was for $4.4 million. I've used the terms disaster, industrial complex, pigs at the trough, lots of stuff. So you've given us our starter price. What's going to be your final price on this project?
So actually, I love now that I have the ability to clear that up. I know we had met briefly with Gary previously on that. We originally proposed at 1.2. I believe that was our initial proposal on, I believe, 5,200 trees for the Butte fire recovery efforts. During the surveying efforts, it's an estimate. And just as you said, you're trying to pin down that estimate. During the surveying efforts, we identified over 8,000 trees. And to date, we've done, 8,406 trees. To date, we've done 8,453 tree removals in Calaveras. So that increased our scope of work under that scope of work under that contract. Then, because of federal requirements, they identified that we had to include biological, archaeological, and tribal monitoring. So with that being said, GANDA, Garcia and Associates, their amendment, which was filtered through Tetra Tech's contract, was over a $2 million amendment. So Tetra Tech, our services that we actually proposed on initially, the scope of work went from, I believe, 5,200 trees to 8,400 trees. So that increased our scope from 1.2 to 1.7. Excuse me. And then the GANDA contract, once it was issued and it was filtered through our contract was used as a vehicle to award the environmental contract of monitoring services. GANDA's contract was over $2 million. So Tetra Tech services went from 1.2 to 1.7 off from what we proposed on, and that's because of the increased scope of work for the tree removals and the increase from 52 to 84. And then because of archaeological, biological, and cultural coming in, that is under Tetra Tech's contract, but it's not our services we proposed on. Does that help clear that up a little bit?
It does.
I know that
we did this in this recent amendment. You put in, appreciate Supervisor Tofinelli for pointing this out as well, but you put in space constraints. And then it came out again in this recent version that you were going to provide space. In your original contract to this county, you were to provide your own workspace, yet you pushed staff out of their space to occupy that. You want to tell us where you're going to put your people this time?
I would love to clear that one up as well.
That'd be great.
So during the beginning of the fire damage tree removal program, we met with Public Works. Public Works actually suggested and requested that we work in the county offices with the county. we offered to get additional space off-site, but by the county, we were requested to be in the offices to work more closely with them to increase the communications, increase program efficiency. During that time, when new administration came in, we discussed with them, okay, look, we understand that you're looking to use this space. I had met previously with CAO, Tim Lutz, and we offered to remove ourselves from it and get additional office space. We even proposed some language, if the county would allow us to stay, that we would sign a disclaimer, a waiver of any potential liability to the county of us being on county property. If not, we would be happy to remove ourselves and get another office. And then after that meeting had occurred, you had previously stated, okay, well, you're in our space, Tetra Tech's in the county space, and I would love to have spoken at that meeting and cleared that up because we offered to remove ourselves from it. Betty, our contracts manager, had placed in there accidentally that the county was to provide office space, and I explained to her as she was generating the language for the contract, no, we will provide our own office space. We will use an office space here in San Andreas or provide either a modular trailer or something to make sure that we allow the county to use their space. We do not want to invade your needed space for the county offices. So I don't understand where the miscommunication was on that, and I apologize for any miscommunication, but we have offered numerous times to make sure we're out of the county's way. So.
Does that meet the regulation of Public Works and our administrative office? Because it never came before the Board of Supervisors.
Okay.
You have one of the problems I have, and this isn't specifically for you, Will, but we're paying $100,000 more dollars to do this contract with Tetra Tech versus our local contractors and people, TSS. How are you going to employ local people and local contractors and guarantee that happens? Because there was a lot of non-local folks working in this last phase of recovery. And I appreciate the dollars they brought into our hotels, but that doesn't feed families in my community.
In the last program with the fire damage tree removal, the only out-of-town employees that were working on here was some of our management as far as a data manager, a packet manager. Arborist was actually local to the area, but out of another county, adjoining county. And then the staff that we use for all of our monitoring efforts were all local hires.
I'm specifically thinking about as you remove these trees, how are you going to make sure that's local contractors?
That is upon the county's award to whoever the debris contractor that is doing the debris removal, the actual physical removal. That's upon the county's decision of who's doing the physical removal. Our services that we provide for the project management is all we intend to use local staffing. And to add to that note, we're currently working with Cal Recycle on the Detweiler fire cleanup in Mariposa, along with the potentially looking at the Helena fire up in Trinity County. And we have actually used 4 of the staff from Calaveras County that we brought over because they were great quality employees, and we continue to keep them employed over there. And once tree mortality comes in place, then we're going to bring them right back to help out and assist with this. So, yeah.
As part of the disaster industrial complex of this country, won't your people be mostly busy around Harvey and Irma?
We have, I believe we have almost 30 clients in Harvey. Right now we're doing activations for Irma, but we have multiple projects in California, and we have no problem staffing these projects. One of the reasons why is because we have so much local support in California with local offices that we have, whether it be environmental services, whether it be a GIS support, whether it be data management. We're able to use all the local resources up in Rancho Cordova, right in Sacramento, along with Oakland. We can bring staff in from those offices to assist.
I'll have more questions later.
Okay.
CAO Lutz.
I apologize to interrupt. I just wanted to make one thing of note before the board continued with questions, and that was I would provide just a little caution on specifically looking at local business as a basis for any decision. While right now this is state-only funds, there's always the potential that we get a federal declaration on this, which provides enhanced funding. Federal rules prohibit making a decision on an award based on local preference, and I just want to clarify that as the board's making any recommendation or consideration that local jurisdiction or local business can be a deciding factor.
For federal contract, and that's not in front of us this time, is it?
That is not my general rule of thumb with anything disaster related, particularly of the size and scope of tree mortality, is if we get a presidential declaration, you can't go back in time and fix a process. You, from a disaster recovery standpoint, you always go to the highest standard and work out with the assumption that you could get federal funds.
Well, I've gotten no indication that that the president's going to announce this. It hasn't happened in the last 4 or 5 years. So
I just wanted to mention that piece as the board's deliberating.
Thank you. And also for clarity, I apologize for jumping in, but cost was brought up again by Supervisor Garamendi, and I may not have clarified really well about this other proposal, or the 9-6 proposal. What I would like to assure Mr. Mason is that the items 1 through 5 in the project phase that both TSS and Tetra Tech actually put numbers to and cost per tree, that didn't change at all. What had changed was scenario A and scenario B. Scenario A went from a cost, that's the closeout and oversight of contractors and monitoring expedited program. The more expensive one, it was $725,526. After looking at the numbers, it actually increased to $732,886. Scenario B went from $518,242 to $525,602. So I just for the record, I want everyone to be aware that this doesn't necessarily work in favor of, gee, there's less of a cost. There's actually more of a cost.
Supervisor Mills.
Yes, I'm going to kind of bounce around, so if you don't mind staying there, that's for the moment, that's fine. I would ask, first of all, that math error you just explained.
Yes.
So we understand that. Is this particular project or portion of it going to be in the 17-18 budget? Maybe I should ask the CAO that question. Because I don't recall this being part of the budget for 17-18.
The actual tree mortality program costs?
The program is, but this?
It is. Okay. Definitely, that is under the line item on tree mortality.
Okay, I just want to be sure that we're not adding an additional commitment here into the overall. I noticed that on page 4 of your proposal, Will, it says at the bottom in expenses that travel expenses include airfare and car rental shall be invoiced at cost. That kind of indicates that you are going to be bringing staff from someplace else. In other words, you are admitting that your scope may require bringing employees from outside the state or somewhere else in the state.
Yes, sir, and that would be minimal. That would be a couple of management staff to help get the project kicked off and cross-train, and it's not, we don't anticipate that being a high percentage whatsoever of the project employees. Majority of the project employees, probably I'd say 90-95% of project employees would be local employees that we've worked with here currently.
So for the staff, what is your expected length of this project going to be in this RFP?
We actually, as both Tad and Will have stated, it's really a moving target, so it's difficult to put on a specific time frame. I think that Tetra Tech is estimating, what would you be estimating, approximately a year, maybe a little more looking at the burn tree program?
Factors are right of entry, the intake, how quickly that can be expedited for identification of what parcels would need tree removals. And like I stated before, we had completed a sister scope, similar scope to this right here for 8,453 trees within right at a year, and that was with even a 3-month break because of approval for the archaeological biological We take a very aggressive approach with a very detailed data set that we provide. One of the things that we do provide is the portal for ADMS tracking, is where you have an interactive geo portal that you're able to use for GIS layer, and we're able to provide the same quality of services that we did for the Butte Fire damaged tree removals within the same time frame anticipated, depending on the number of trees. So we anticipate it to be less than a year, and that's also dependent upon the debris contractor that will be doing the physical removal and labor award and when they'll be put into place. And we're going to expedite the surveying efforts and identification. So,
I would share Supervisor Garamendi's concern about change orders and how the scope could change during the course of the project, and if there's an ambiguous term in the length of the project, that would create more opportunity to redefine the scope. And so that also leads to, when in my world, coming from contracting, when you're 15% or more, then you maybe need to sit down and redesign what that contract really looks like. And that isn't in this RFP, so it's not your issue to deal with. It's just that we need to learn a lesson here, and we contract for this kind of work.
And I do want to use a comparison of that, and just like I stated on the Butte Fire damage tree removal, the estimate, I believe, was 52. I want to make sure I'm quoting that right, but 5,200, and it was increased to 8,400. Actually, upon surveying efforts in August, September, we knew that there would probably be an additional change orders to increase our scope because of the increase of trees. I know we had communicated some with Public Works, but we didn't cross that bridge until it came, when we realized, okay, look, we're not going to be able to fit it within the current budget, even though there was an increase in scope. We didn't ask for that additional change order. Once the scope was increased back in August of 2016, we only asked for that additional funding whenever we realized we were going to reach our maximum compensation there, and we needed to continue. So there was full justification of why the change order was needed for Tetra Tech. And then I think hopefully I clarified the additional archaeological, biological contract that was added for close to $2 million. So.
Okay, thank you. I have a question for Ted, if you don't mind. Good morning. You were very clear in your breakdown of your organizational chart as to how the reporting structure was to work and who was going to be involved in what. When you put something like that in a proposal, what would happen if that should suddenly change? That you lose an employee, or that some reporting structure changes are occurring?
Right. Supervisor, you're referring to the organizational chart we submitted in our proposal, and
that's correct.
I'm really happy that you had a chance to read that. We've actually submitted two proposals now, one in May and one in June, and they both had organizational charts. It's a straightforward process to change that out and include a different forester, for example, or a different GIS technician. We have the ability to do that. We are a very small firm. We do have a cadre of associates that we're able to bring on, no problem, on a project level basis.
Okay.
Not an issue at all.
Primarily my question or concern.
Sure.
So thank you.
Absolutely. One thing I would like to make clear, this process going in, because it's state-driven, is different than FEMA. You're going to need licensed foresters. I appreciate that Will mentioned arborists. You need licensed foresters because the forest practice rules kick in. You're going to need to file an exemption for each little project. You're going to need an RPF to monitor the licensed timber operator or the tree service companies that are out there. Our foresters are trained as archaeological survey experts, so we're able to, instead of bringing in an archaeological firm, we can actually do it ourselves. We also work with Stanislaus State to look up on their database what the historic center or cultural resource issues might be on each parcel. So we know how to do this. We've been doing it to the north, since December of last year. So we appreciate the chance to speak today and address this. So thank you. Any other questions of TSS?
I believe I have some questions. I'd like to address Will, could I speak? And don't sit down. I got something for you too.
Yes.
Will, you described the issues when queried by Supervisor Garamendi on office space, on procedures, and what was done during the Butte fire removal. Unfortunately, I was the only board member that sat in on those decisions when that came about. And I have the benefit of having the history of actually being there and part of that decision-making process. What you stated is absolutely correct. This project scope changed. It changed for the reasons that you stated, cultural reasons, historical reasons, if you will, additional requirements put on by Fed and state statutes. So, and you explained that very well. As far as the office space goes, you're absolutely correct there too. It was brought to my attention with this new board, and we looked into it, and we found out that, yes, you did remain in these facilities at the request of the county for the exact reasons were to maintain closeness and coordination in this operation. You are right, both of you gentlemen are, because we don't know what the scope of this is. The additional information I have is I sit on these state boards, well, not state boards, but I sit on the governor's task force, and I realize how involved this is and not an exact science. You mentioned Amador County. 24 hours ago, I was seated next to Supervisor Lynn Morgan of Amador County. Does that name ring a bell, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay. How many trees are you in your proposal with Amador County are you estimating right now?
The initial inventory was close to 3,000. Because of other firms such as PG&E and Caltrans removing portions of those, we'll probably end up addressing around 1,200 trees total.
That's right, about 1,000, 1,200. That's the information Lynn related yesterday. Unfortunately, apparently you're far more advanced than what Lynn's been informed, and I find that a little bit concerning. She stated that she just recently hired your firm to do their program. And I can understand because supervisors can't be everywhere at one time. But I don't think she related that the situation that you're performing in is not what she believes it is. I'll be in contact with her and find out where that problem could be. I'm not indicating that you're misleading us. I'm just stating that I was a little shocked that you progressed to the point where you're stating you are, and the supervisor says you're far less. But we'll look into that. One of the reasons that we decided as a previous board was the fact that the experience and the size of the operation required someone that could do the job. And as you may or may not know, if you folks were in attendance, that was not the least expensive bid. I think it was second place. We are in a situation now where we have to continue that. On a state level, there are 14 high-risk counties in the governor's task force. They just added 4 more. I believe Tulare County is involved in that now. Our mountain community counties are all the way up from Mariposa, Fresno, all the way up to Amador and above. There's only about 3 or 4 that have established for the tree mortality program a position or a program manager such as these companies offer right now. They're still looking. There are some people that don't even have an idea of what they need to do. More importantly, this is a state-driven program. These are state funds. There is a match that the county has to provide, and I'm not able to firmly or formally indicate that match will be reduced to a certain amount, but there is something in the works to reduce that 25% match down to 10%. We were just notified yesterday, I was in Sacramento at the tree mortality meeting, that CAL FIRE is a proposed $6 million benefit to the counties for this county tree mortality, but it's proposed. It hasn't been finalized yet, pending the budget. So there's some other funds there. Now, I'm telling you all this because we really need to realize the scope of what needs to be done here. And we don't have an exact science of what really, how many trees we need to take down. So we need to be very cautious when we're looking at these presentations, these quotes and stuff, because nobody's got a crystal ball. And I have difficulty seeing a contract or a proposal go through completion without having added costs. And change orders are very important. As things change orders have to be issued. I'm a very firm supporter of local workers. I agree with Supervisor Garamendi. But if we don't do this right and it blows up, we're going to be paying 2 or 3 times and then not getting it done on time. And with state money, folks, if you don't get things done right and on time, they're not going to reimburse you. That's been preached to us in Sacramento, directly from the governor's office and all through CAL FIRE. So as supervisors, we have to be very wary, very aware, and find out what we're looking at, because we're gonna live with this. It's like luggage; you can't get rid of it. So let's all take a good long look at what we're being offered here. And personally, I have to go with the experience. I have to go with the company that has the resources to do this particular job. Change as the environment changes, if you will, and make sure this project is completed. I do have a question of both of you. Do you have any plans for your storage and disposal of these trees?
So, and that's actually where we would work with the county to identify best means and look at that of how we need to process this. Right now, it's in the air of how it's to be managed, maintained, and handled. So.
Okay.
From our experience, I know, Chairman, you mentioned experience. From our experience in Amarillo County, we work closely with the tree removal contractors to dispose of material anywhere from the local power plants to the composite panel facility at Martell to Port of West Sacramento or McClellan for export logs to Sierra Pacific Industries. So we have a list. We have an ongoing supply chain arrangements with all those entities. And you are right, by the way, timing is going to be very important, because in the case, for example, of these biomass power plants, their power purchase agreements are such that they're on a calendar year basis, and if they can't get the forest material that they need to fill their quota, they'll convert to a different power purchase agreement and not have a requirement to take in this forest material. So I agree, time is of the essence, so you will want to ramp that up as much as possible. The other part about time of the essence is safety of the personnel removing the trees. As these trees start to degrade, we know we've had some mortality already. Unfortunately, human mortality, not tree mortality, but human mortality, because these trees are falling apart. And I would also concur that expediting the process would be important to address that as well.
Okay. Well, one of the problems that we faced, and thank God for our local people, I think Robert's in the back there, was storage and processing. And I'm very much concerned with these trees in Calaveras County, because we don't have a place to store. And you're absolutely correct about the mills and the cogen plants. They schedule their work, and they have to have a backlog of work to keep them going through their actual manufacturing period, if you will. And if they don't, they'll retool, change to a different product. And then guess what? Where are we going to put all these trees, like I have in District 3 up in Blue Lake Springs, alongside the road? And it's not uncommon to have 25, 30 trees packed in the gutter, staked up by a log. If somebody, or earthquake or whatever, that thing comes down, it's going to take out the road and everything else. But we're finally making progress on that. But these are the things that we don't see in our communities, and especially our supervisors. We have very limited exposure to this. Those things are very important when dealing with a project like this. Yes, sir.
I would like to add one thing. I know there's been discussion of federal and state funding and ability about that, but I have focused on getting this done in a timely manner in my presentation to you and making sure that we have the most accurate data set possible with the same system that we use for the fire damage tree removals with Butte. But we work with the state. We have worked with the state on the Erskine cleanup down in Kern County, the Clayton fire removal in Lake County, the Detweiler fire that we're currently working on in Mariposa, and potentially the Helena fire. Not to mention, we also were involved in the Butte and Valley fires between Calaveras and Lake during those large activations. I work alongside Cal OES representatives that sit next to me at a desk. We have a very strong relationship with the state, and we understand state funding very well. So just because we are taking the insurance of, well, I say the insurance, we are looking out for the county's best interest on doing the best documentation that we possibly can to make sure that the county gets their reimbursement. And if it does take the route of federal funding, which right now that's not on the table, but if it does, then we'll have the support and backup and the compliance to do so with the documentation that we're providing to Calaveras County. So I just wanted to clear that up a little bit as well. So.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi? Supervisor Tofinelli?
Yeah, I have a couple questions for right now. I see Robert's in the back. I'm sure he's going to speak, so I'd like to hear what he has to say. I, too, saw and highlighted in my program here in Tetra Tech's proposal about airfare and your indication of invoicing us as those happen. So that's not part of your proposal here? That would be separate change orders for those airfares and costs associated with transporting maybe somebody from Florida or Pasadena or wherever in addition? So we're looking at right out of the get-go a change order possibility for those expenses?
And I'd have to look at this right now, sorry. But
being spelled out the way it's being spelled out, I don't see it anywhere on your proposal that you had airfare included anywhere, and that other than the small.
I can show you in the cost breakdown. It actually shows estimated expenses of 10%. So if you look in the cost breakdown, it has those expenses factored in. So there's no change order required, and it states clearly under estimated labor cost. Right below it is estimated expenses, and that's the factor.
That's included in that.
Yes,
other than the normal transportation.
Yes, that's included.
So you are including that?
Yes.
Because it was singled out, so the only reason I'm asking that question.
The singling it out was just given the description of it being billed as actuals. So.
Okay, the other question I have, it says here, Tetra Tech also included a project closeout and oversight model that was broken into scenarios A and B as discussed below. TSS submitted an annual cost, while Tetra Tech submitted an entire project cost. So your proposal is based on entire project?
Yes, sir.
Complete?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The other question I had is, I'm looking at, let me get to it here, our page 223.
And to add to that question there on the the project closeout cost, we've factored in some other, and it's only if the county needs to use it, but we put it in there to factor in, grants assistance, grants administration, so we can assist the county with that closeout process if necessary. And our billings are going to be on actuals, so we just put that in there as it to be versatile and flexible enough for you to use other services if needed, but the only time those services would be used is if the county requests them.
I'm looking at our page, packet page 223, and it's your breakdown of labor. And you had said earlier that you would be using a local arborist. You wouldn't be flying anybody from out of state in or down below.
No, sir.
So it's a local arborist.
Yes, sir.
And you have the arborists listed at the private property arborist almost $10,000 per diem, and the right-of-way is almost $4,000 per diem, so that's close to $15,000 per diem for a local arborist.
And those expenses are estimated expenses. The only expenses that will be billed is actuals. And like I said, it shows on there, we put in the 10% as a norm of estimated expenses. But Terry's coming from Lake County. I think Willie's coming from Amador. So it's local. It's a commute of a drive-in. So that's just a structure of putting the 10% estimate on there. But we do not anticipate using those expenses for those costs.
Well, you mentioned him driving over. This arborist is a separate contractor to you? He'd be a subcontractor to you?
Yes, sir. We actually have one that we've directly contracted. He's a Tetra Tech employee that we've hired on from Lake County. And then we have another Butler Enterprises. So that way, if we need to put 3 crews out there with 3 certified arborists, and we can license foresters, and we can do so. And we also have the resources that we can pull, if necessary, from Sacramento, Oakland offices and surrounding Tetra Tech offices for environmental work and services.
Okay, I'll wait for any more.
Okay. Further questions of these two gentlemen by the board?
I noticed, Ted, that you had worked with Utica Water and Power.
Yes, Supervisor.
And is that on that recent tree mortality issue that they were working with?
We advised them on a pro bono basis on some tree mortality, and ultimately they hired Eddie Strufenegger, who we have under contract to help us. And we also looked at a renewable energy project for them using biomass from tree mortality.
Okay, so that's where I remember that discussion, because I do attend their meetings fairly regularly.
Yes.
Okay, thank
I have a quick question. Did you ever interact with the state governor's task force?
Yes, one of my project employees, Dr. Harris, Richard Harris, attends those on a regular basis and has a working relationship with Peter Grace at Callaway. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
One more quick question.
You can
before
have
public
it,
comment.
Supervisor Garamendi.
There seems to be a discrepancy between arborist and licensed forester to receive state compensation. You're talking arborist, you're talking forester. Sounds like we need forester. Do you have licensed foresters?
Yes.
So you're arborists or foresters?
Yes, sir.
So-
We have the resources to bring in licensed foresters. We do, and we have them on contract because we've done. We have them on contract because we've done numerous tree removal projects within the state of California and Lake County, Calaveras County, and assisting with the other fire removal efforts.
So is that part of this contract? That's not a change order?
No, sir. It's not a change order. I'm stating arborist out of the contract terms is why I'm stating arborist, but we have all the resources to do so.
Okay.
I have one more quick question. Please excuse me, I'm getting old. There was mention of the RFP submitted wasn't the same as a complete project. Am I interpreting that correctly?
That is correct. The original RFP was just for the project manager who would come in and write RFPs for the foresters, et cetera, to move through the full functioning program. Now, remember,
let me interrupt here, Mr. Moss. It's my understanding that that's what TSS submitted under that scope of the RFP. Is that correct?
Both did, yes.
Both did. And later in that conversation, I heard that that program has changed and both And that he submitted that revised,
That
so
is
we're on
correct.
even ground on that one.
That is correct.
Okay,
On June
I just want to
30th.
make sure.
That is correct. We're on even ground, absolutely. As a matter of fact, it was interesting because when we interviewed both TSS and Tetra Tech, both of them independently, without our encouraging it, said, you know, why are we not looking at a fuller scope project? We can do this for you so that you don't bring a project manager in just to turn around and start writing RFPs.
They charge us for that?
Yes.
Thank you. Further comments by the board? Comments by staff? Thank you, gentlemen. How about some public comment? Anybody want to speak to this issue?
My name's Pat McGreevy. I'm from Glencoe, and most of you know me as a Park and Rec Commissioner. I retired about 4 years ago, and I took up an interest in forest health and joined a team called the Calaveras Amador Forestry Team. So we're interested in forest resilience to wildfire, drought, and disease. And the disease part brings us into tree mortality. So I've followed tree mortality since the epidemic hit both counties. I personally surveyed about 400 miles of county roads in Calaveras County and also in Amador County. And our forestry team wrote the initial CDAA grant proposals for the state of California. So I have some experience. I don't understand why everybody thinks this is a big, complex problem. You know, foresters and loggers cut trees every day. And I'll tell you, other people do so too. I teamed with a guy named Pete Pedalford, and he lives in Blue Lake Springs. And since 2014, Pete Pedalford and then the Volunteers in Protection up there, a very organized, active group, have cut 4,000 trees. And you're right, a lot of them are laying there, but they're working at it. Now, if Pete and Pat can do this, you know, I guess we're pretty special people, though, actually. Pete was the Calaveras Volunteer of the Year in 2016, and I was the volunteer in 2014. But we're not foresters. Let me go to TSS. So when I read these figures, it says, my God, $1.4 million versus $230K. And I'm a taxpayer. And then I read the recommendation from staff, and we're going for the $1.4 million. So boy, there's a disconnect here. There's something wrong with TSS. So I called Tad Mason, and I asked him one question, two questions. I said, how long has your company been in business? He said, 30 years. How many times have you defaulted on a contract? And he was angry. And the answer was no, none, never. So we have a company here that we call the A-Team.
Pat, I'm going to have to cut you off. Your time is up.
So they're bona fide, genuine people.
Thank you.
I have a few questions, and I'm sorry if they were covered, but I didn't get the answer. At this point, we're talking 25% of the money involved comes from the county. What are the other sources of funding? What would the manager's salary be? And between the two proposals, I think I just heard what the difference is in the amount of money. Then I want to ask, if there's milling being done, who owns the trees and what is done with the lumber? And is it sold and who benefits from it? And then finally, what is a Blue Wood program? I think that's 5 questions.
Okay.
So I could get an answer on any of them, I'd be happy. Thank you.
I'll address a couple of those. for you, Bonnie. The 75% comes from the California Disaster Assistance Act, so it's the state of California. That's Cal OES. So that, and then the county makes up the other 25%. The issue with what's done with the trees, as you might have heard from both TSS and Tetra Tech, there are different options, everything from cogen plants for producing energy to SPI, Sierra Pacific Industries, doing the blue, which ties into your question about blue wood, the blue stain wood program. And the reason, without going too far into this, about the blue stain wood is that the insects actually bring in a mold on them when they're in the tree itself, and that produces that mold, which produces that blue stain. But so that's part of it. It's a non-structural wood, but it's
probably pretty.
It is.
Yeah.
It's a very pretty wood. So, and your other questions? I think there's three of them.
The wood, who benefits from it? Is it sold? Is it donated?
It would be potentially sold to, let's say, an SPI. The problem with the program initially was that for the cost of what it took to truck it to SPI was the same cost. It was the same amount that SPI would pay the loggers, so it didn't make sense for them to pick it up. My understanding is there's actually a market now.
Could I interrupt here, Mr.
Yes,
Moss?
absolutely.
Some of these questions probably might be able to be answered one-on-one. We've got people that really want, and I don't want to cut anybody short.
Okay.
I want to give you your time.
Okay.
But we have to get through our agenda, and maybe we can address one-on-one. That might be better, Bonnie.
The reason I ask questions is because if I'm interested, I think there's probably other people that want to know too. So that's
I understand.
why I
Thank
stick
you.
my nose in.
Thank you. Any further public speakers?
Hi, Cliff Edson, San Andreas, and I actually was involved in, actually before Tetra Tech was hired, and I know the reasons why they were hired. There was another contractor that was chosen. They apparently didn't meet the qualifications, kind of like what's going on right now. And so we were told basically that they were the only one that could do the job. I was trying to get a project manager in place in April of 2016. Pretty much got shut down. Instead, we have somebody that's getting paid out of admin to do it, and they don't have the experience to do it. They don't have the qualifications, and so we need real foresters from that have worked here, that work in our county, have worked on our fires, and worked in the local counties to do this, because they know all the ins and outs of everything. They know the market of forest products here, and so getting the trees identified and down is just one thing. Where are they going to go? What are you going to do with them? How are you going to get rid of them? How are we going to make an industry out of this to where maybe somebody around here can locally go to work? That would be good, and cost the county as little as possible, because we really can't afford it. So nothing against Tetra Tech. I think they came in at a very interesting time, to say the least. They did a pretty good job. I know that there was a couple of change orders. This isn't going to be a one-year job. I'm telling you right now, it's going to go on and on for a little while until they find other ways to fund it. So TSS, in my opinion, has the skills and the people working for them that are local. I know a couple of the foresters that work for them. They know this area. They've been working here for like 30 years. They know this area, and that's the people that we need managing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion by board members? Supervisor Garamendi?
Mr. Chair, we have two proposals here. We have a staff recommendation for for Tetra Tech. We have a proposal from TSS that is $100,000 less in front of us. We have, I have spoken to numerous people. You and I represent most of the woods. And I've spoken to a lot of people, men and women who work in the woods, and they like the fact that they've got Robert's telephone number on their speed dial, or John, or Tad, and they know these woods, and they know the people, and they know that, as the Colonel said, this isn't that complex. We just need to do the work. We don't need as many fancy proposals as perhaps a $2.5 billion company is, but we have to just do the work. It's not that complex. It's about local resources and local people. I would be prepared to make a motion to not accept the staff recommendation and instead accept TSS's proposal. When we're ready.
I'd like to make a comment before.
Go ahead, Mr. Mills.
I've been regularly attending the Foothill Fire Safe Council meetings as well, which presents those unique challenges that you spoke to, and for private property owners, and how do they deal with these on their ground, and the grant funding opportunities. How do you make all of that fit? So Blue Lake Springs is part of it, but it is not all of it, and I have a very close semblance to this from the history of my own family. So if there is no further conversation on this from the board, I would prefer to second the motion to Supervisor Garamendi.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi to not accept the recommendation of staff on this particular contract item, seconded by Supervisor Mills. Is there any public comment?
Procedurally, I might add to that amendment to authorize the CAO to basically sign the contract after it's put into that the contract boilerplate language with TSS, if that's what the board wishes. I just want to make sure that we don't have to bring this back to the board again for authority. So we'll want to provide the CAO some discretion to then go ahead and execute that contract.
I withdraw my second so that amendment can be made.
I withdraw the motion, restated as a CAO. Let's put forward to not accept staff recommendation for Tetra Tech, but rather accept the TSS proposal and authorize the CAO to enter into a contract as such.
I would second that.
Okay. The amended motion has been made by Supervisor Garamendi, seconded by Supervisor Mills. Any discussion by the public on the amended motion or the withdrawn motion and the new motion? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. No. Motion carries 4-1.
Real quickly, I'd just like to state that, and I apologize for this, copies of this PowerPoint presentation should be in the room any minute. And what we'll do is, as we're moving on, we'll just have them outside the door here. So anybody that wants copies of the PowerPoint.
And Brian, it is in the agenda packet if someone would like to see it online.
It is in the agenda packet, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moss.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for taking your time. Madam Clerk.
Item 21 is from the Auditor Controller to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance adding Section 2.24.040, establishment of reduced time periods allowed by statute, specifically for issuance of duplicate warrants. Authorize staff to publish a summary of the ordinance before the second reading as required by law.
So currently, we have no ordinance in place in terms of producing replacement checks, and so we just have to follow government code. Government code requires us to wait 20 days before we could repost that check. That would include checks to employees and checks to vendors. The issue that I see in this is that times have changed, and we do positive pay with the banks. We have a lot of security features in place with the treasurer and with our banking establishment so that we can ensure that if we are going to replace a check, we verified it hasn't been cashed yet, it's not in circulation, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that in order to give the best service to our vendors and to our employees, it would make more sense to shorten that time frame. I have proposed to set the ordinance at 7 days as opposed to 20 days. That would be sufficient time that someone would be able to come forward and request a replacement check.
Questions of Auditor Callan by the board? Staff? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move the item.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. No further public comment. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Callan. Madam Clerk.
Item 22 is from the Administrative Office to receive a report from staff, Cal OES, and local organizations regarding the ongoing Butte Fire recovery.
Is there any presenters? Oh, Mr. Moss.
Again.
Welcome. Haven't seen you for a while.
Good morning, Board.
Change uniforms, change hats.
Absolutely. Real quickly, this is your monthly update for Calaveras, for the Butte Fire recovery. Calaveras Recovers is here today, and they're going to be doing a presentation as well that's loaded on the computer. So with that, the board knows the routine. You know, this is your opportunity to ask where we're at as far as the Butte Fire recovery is concerned. It gives the public an opportunity to be informed and ask as well. So with that, I will turn it over to the individuals in the audience. And again, Lori Giannini is here to do a presentation for the board on Calaveras Recovers this morning. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Stevens, can you tell us approximately how long your presentation is? For 15 minutes? We can do that. Okay, we can do that.
First, on behalf of Calaveras Recovers, we want to thank you for the proclamation. And unfortunately, this morning, a couple of our board members could not be here. Our chair, Alan Sender, and our secretary, Marcus Colognes. That's right.
Okay. Is your microphone on, Ms. Stevens? No. Okay. Push the button. There you go. Okay.
Just so you know, you need to speak directly into the microphone. So if you're turning your head to look at the screen, please turn your microphone as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we are Calaveras Recovers, and our annual meeting is October, and so as been our tradition, we started last year to report out to you annually, and this is our time to do that. Calaveras Recovers is the long-term recovery organization to assist in the aftermath of a disaster. Our list of board of directors is there. Our chair, Alan Sender. I'm the vice chair, secretary, Marcus Colognes, treasurer, Tony Ann Fisher, public relations, Nikki Stevens and Kathy Campbell. Our volunteers, in charge of volunteers, Tom and Becky Hall. Our case management folks, Kathy Houle and Debbie Calco, and our volunteer case manager, who's not on our board, Carol Phelps. There's a picture of Carol with one of our clients in their new home. Our 501c3 fiduciary is Amador Community Foundation. Our website is calaverasrecovers.org. We have 3 volunteer trained managers, and we have a project manager funded by the Red Cross, Robert Cairns. We share him, though, with the Red Cross, so as you can imagine with fire season and everything else, he's been deployed quite a bit. These are our national and state farm partners, and what's important about these is we have now developed relationships. So we know who to call, and we know how that works. FEMA, Cal OES, UMCORD, World Renew, National Mennonite Disaster Organization, Christian Aid Ministries, the Red Cross, Salvation Army, and St. Vincent de Paul. This is a group of our volunteers. They built half of the homes that we have finished. They're called World Renew. They are a faith-based organization, and they actually stayed at the fairgrounds during their stay, and they were here October 2016 through April of 2017. And they rotated. Many of the folks were from Canada. They liked to come here. They thought the weather would be great. We had a very wet winter, so it was interesting for them. But they were great. And there's some local folks in this organization out of the valley who are still working on a couple of homes that we have right now in process. Mennonite Disaster Services, another one of our faith-based partners. They stayed at Camp Lodestar in West Point. An amazing group of people, again, from all over. Mennonites, several Amish families came and worked and helped build these homes. Our local partners, of course, was Calaveras County, and I know that building and planning were very cooperative when it was time to get our plans in and get them going and all of that. And again, the supervisors for their support, and case management and, social services, which you guys don't call social services, but I'm losing my train of thought. Human services. Mountain Ranch Fire Fund Relief, Calaveras Community Foundation, the Amador Community Foundation, many local churches and organizations, the Resource Connection, and the Church of the Nazarene in Sutter Creek. We had many local partners who are also in business who either gave things to us at cost or complete donations. That was Sender's Trust Company, Sender's Hardware, Middleton's and Angels Camp, Better Floor Systems in Wallace, and Cal Waste Recovery Systems. Our numbers, and you heard some of this with the proclamation, but World Renew actually reached out to 109 Butte fire survivors by phone. They made contact with 361. The stats were 165 were without insurance, 30 growing a federally illegal product, 10 rebuilding on their own, 125 not primary residents or moved, and we had 31 potential rebuilds. Calaveras Recovers opened 200 cases, and out of those 200 cases, we've been able to close 190. In other words, they no longer have needs that we can meet. Calaveras Recovers had an office in the Mountain Ranch Park, and for 18 months we provided the following: distributed gas cards and other necessary items, assistance clients, find necessary resources. One thing we were able to do early on, and this was really helpful for people in the Bern area, is we were able to work with a manufactured home company who gave our clients manufactured homes at cost. And so that was a much quicker solution for many of our clients than going through the build process. Our case management was huge. Everything from just letting people talk to helping them find the resources they needed, whether it's through Red Cross or Salvation Army. House in a Box from St. Vincent de Paul, that was another amazing program. Our volunteer coordinators, Tom and Becky Hall, did a lot of work on that and getting those to our clients. And besides building homes, I think emotional and spiritual care was a huge function of that. Actually, I would half jokingly say, can I sign up? I mean, 4 of our board members actually were affected by the Butte fire. We did not lose homes, but we live in that area every day. And so we realized early on how important it was for people to have somebody to talk to. We have some local pastors who are still in counseling with some of our clients. It's an ongoing process because as Supervisor Garamendi said in the proclamation presentation, it's something that we live in every day. And so it's not something in our memory. It's not something that we can forget about too easily because even if there are folks who have rebuilt their homes or got modulars, their trees are still gone. I mean, their community has completely changed. And so emotional and spiritual care by both the folks in our trailer and also by the folks who actually built the homes was huge. building homes, qualifications. So people ask, how are you chosen? Well, uninsured or underinsured, this is something we had to just, FEMA pretty much directed us, and you kind of got to get your mind around why didn't you have insurance, and just kind of put that aside, because there's 100 different stories, and legitimate or not, it's not our place to judge. They have to be able to sustain their home. In other words, we can't build a home and then not be able to afford the taxes, or they have to be current on their taxes, be able to pay insurance going forward, and that's been tricky, finding people companies who will insure people up in the burn area. Not participating in an activity that is federally illegal, and agree to sign a covenant. Our covenant is that they will not flip the house, that they have committed to staying in it 5 years. This is just a great picture of World Renew doing some work on the houses. Again, work on the houses up there. It was very exciting to see all the progress. Building 10 homes. We've completed 6. One on Harbor Road has a temporary occupancy permit, and we have 3 in process. The last 3 homes are going a bit slower because our volunteer organizations left in May. And so they're coming in and out, and local people are helping in that process. So there's another picture of one of the great houses. This was one of the dedications. The Mennonites do a dedication of the homes. You can see a lot of the neighbors are there from Mountain Ranch just celebrating this moment. Finances. Tony Ann Fisher, who's in the audience, has been our diligent bookkeeper in keeping all of this straight. Our total donations were over $600,000. Clients' funds are designated funds, so some of our clients partnered in the building of their house, so they use their FEMA money or perhaps their PG&E advance to build their home. Or Calaveras Community Foundation or a local church gave money and said, we want this money to go to so-and-so's home. And so those are designated funds. We had other funding like from AT&T and other sources of $10,000. Our total revenue was they're almost $1 million, and our total expenses to date are $892,759. And we're very proud to say not a single salary, not a single reimbursement, nothing was out of these funds. So there's another, I think this is House in a Box getting delivered. You can see one of the beds there. So this is just after completing the rebuild, Calaveras Recovers will remain intact and ready for the next disaster. So as I said, if we've learned anything, we've learned how to build these relationships. We know who to call. We know how to deploy the faith-based organizations who will come in and give our community assistance. And it has been challenging, very challenging, and rewarding for us to serve our community in this way. So do you have any questions for Nikki or I about the...
Yes, I do. I noticed that you had your income breakdown. Do you have an expense breakdown?
Yes, by house.
By house. I mean, is there any administrative costs or anything like that as an organization?
No.
So basically, every dollar that you receive in donation or other sources goes right to the building of the homes?
The only admin cost we had, we pay 3% or 2%, Tony Ann? We pay 2% to the Amador Community Foundation for processing our checks and doing all of that. But that's
Excellent
it.
program, folks.
So, thank you.
Excellent program.
Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Larry, I said a lot of this before, but I just cannot thank you and Nikki and the volunteers, all that are part of Calaveras Recovers. Watching your team work was inspirational. Watching the faith-based organizations come together, different denominations, but really walking their walk and helping people was moving. Your courage personally during the fire, while your husband was on the line and the fires were burning around your house, and opening up the fairgrounds and the work that you did. Thank you. And thank everybody.
Further comments by the board? Any public comment?
I would also like to thank the entire board of Calaveras Recovers. You guys did a fantastic job. You really did. And it's well appreciated. Although my district was not affected, but, I know you guys did whatever you could. So thank you very, very much.
You were affected. We're actually in both. We have you and Jack. We're in the split.
Well, strangely enough, I think we all were affected, and I don't think words can explain dedication. It can't explain passion as something that is internal. And I think that the entire board and all of the volunteers that you have, they displayed that without question and without challenge. They stepped up at every step and turn to do what was necessary, and it worked. So now you know the relationships are there for the next time, and I think we've built a very strong future from it.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that our entire board voted unanimously for us to stay intact. God forbid if there should be another disaster, but we hope that the residents and the leadership in this community take a little bit of assurance and peace in the fact that, like Lori mentioned, we have the resources available. We are ready to go if we are called upon again. So thank you for that support. It takes the entire community to support us and beyond, and we're really, really grateful for that. We just ask for your continued prayers and support for all of our residents in Calaveras County.
Public comments? No?
Public comment, yes.
Okay. The Taxpayer Association is very grateful for the work you've done. Also, the real estate industry is grateful, and if you have an idea of what their contribution was, perhaps you could share that. I understand it was substantial. The second point is I understand there's a responsibility for this fire from PG&E, and there's monies that will be paid in the form of settlements to the people that have been hurt. And how does this play into the work's been done in the way of donations? Thank you.
So we have, in our covenant, we have asked that it is not a demand. It is not something, that they have to do. We have asked that our billed clients, if they were to receive a settlement, that they pay it forward, that they donate back. And so so we haven't seen that yet, because of the way things go. And so we'll see where that happens. But because there's no telling on how long that can take, we didn't feel like we could hold our clients hostage. We have a gentleman who's in, of course, District 2, up in the Mountain Ranch area, who came by my office last week at the fairgrounds and talked to myself, and then later called and talked to Tony and then talked to me again, and he said, well, I need to pay my bill. And I said, well, you don't have a bill. He goes, and this man's disabled, and he says, I don't have a bill. He goes, well, don't I need to pay for my materials? And I mean, there was no way at this point where that man could even come up with that, but he felt that responsibility. And I said, no, your home is a gift from your community. And the phone just got quiet because he was so blown away. And then he called and talked to the next day, and he said, I still can't believe what you told me. So, and it was very heartfelt. And I got to tell you, for me, that one conversation made it all worth it.
Okay, thank you. Further public comment?
I'm Sharon Torrance. I've had the privilege of working with Calaveras Recovers, and in the beginning, when I was told or heard what they were planning to do, I couldn't imagine how that could realistically happen. And Calaveras Recovers board, all of them have real jobs and families and other commitments, and put their heads down and put their heads together and made this happen. And I just think they're amazing, and I've really enjoyed attending meetings and hearing the progress, and want to personally thank them for their efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we love you too.
Yes, we do.
Bertha Underhill from Abbott's Pass, and the presentation, the slideshow was just so overwhelming, Lori and Nikki, and I've talked to Nikki on a lot of occasions, and we sit up on the hill, Mike, we sit up on the hill, and we didn't see a lot of that. I mean, you had a lot of volunteers who came down, but I would say that the majority of our population did not know to what extent this program was. And I'm just so grateful to hear that you will maintain the model for us, because we've bit the bullet 3 times already just within the last few years. And it's not if, it's when it's going to happen. And so we'll just be so grateful for you. Wonderful work. Thank you.
Thank you, Bertha.
Good morning, Raymond Smith with Valley Springs. I just wanted to extend on behalf of my family, I wanted to thank you for your services and everything you do for the public and for others. I'm still learning about all of this. I had a chance to drive up the hill within the last 2 months up to Blue Mountain and down through Jose Maria, Railroad Flat, saw a lot of the devastation, and developed a great big reverence for your help and everything that you do. I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you. Welcome. Stacy Johnston, Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce. This group, Calaveras Recovers, exemplifies true servants' hearts, and you do it selflessly, as being a part of the Butte Fire and the devastation and their recovery efforts, and seeing firsthand what took place 2 years ago, to have a group of individuals step up to the plate and not one ounce of recognition. They don't do it for the recognition. They do it because their heart bleeds community. And on behalf of the Chamber and me as a resident, I thank you. I thank you, Kathy and Tony Ann and the others who are not here. That's what our county is about. Regardless of all the other controversial issues, our county is about this type of organization, and how proud we are as a community to have you represent us. So I thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board and staff. This is an informational item. There's no action required on this.
This is true, but I don't know if there's any others that will be making reports today.
Okay. Any further public speakers or anybody making presentations on behalf of Calaveras Recovers? Okay, thank you. Staff, you can do that.
By the way, I too will applaud seeing this wonderful work. Mel Knight, I'm the Butte Wildfire Community Liaison, and here to just update you once again on the duplication of benefit obligation associated with the debris removal program. I'm glad to announce at this point, at least, we're nearing the finish line, and we're in fact working on, and I'll give a little more information on it, but on a closure plan, which is now out for review. And so we should be finishing before too long. As a reminder, there were 883 properties that were part of this program. The state and federal assistance provided $100 million in cost items related to the removal of 500 million pounds of potentially hazardous debris. 579 of those properties reported that they had insurance, and as sort of was related here a bit, that if someone had an alternate source of funding, this wasn't a voluntary commitment, but there's actually a federal law that says that should be invoiced so that if they receive funds for that purpose, it is to be returned to the state and federal coffers. They put that obligation on the county as the applicant for this funding, and so that's what we've been engaged in for the past several months. We've made outreach to all 579 of those with these. We've been actively engaged in the invoicing. It continues to occur. We've had now $2.7 million in dollars collected. Expect to eventually see that go to about $4.5 to $5 million, and then probably the next 6 to 8 weeks, because we're now working with 5 insurance companies that have the predominant number of those cases. The closure plan is now being circulated by Tetra Tech, the contractor that was selected to do this work. I'm overseeing the project with the county administration. The project is under budget. The project should be completed on time, and we expect this to be, again, resolved. As I've mentioned in the past, this isn't an easy project. This is one that while we're engaged in public service, to actually go to fire victims and ask them to write a check to the county is sometimes not the most pleasant of tasks. Particularly, there was a long delay in getting the cost information. There's issues that relate to complexity of insurance coverage. So this has been a fairly complicated process. But we have been fortunate. We've had a lot of assistance. There's been active engagement by the county administration, by county council, by auditor controller, by PIO, by, again, variety of parties. Supervisor Garamendi has been actively involved in a lot of the review as well. And this will go on until the termination of the project. We expect this to be completed by the end of the year, and that's the current plan. I'll continue to give you written updates as well as these progress. And I'm prepared to answer or address any questions you might have.
Hello, Mel. Thank you again for all your work on this. I join you in a desperate wish for this project to be complete. It is not easy, and it's an interesting burden put on us by the state and the federal government as a small county. And I look forward to handing this over to the state and joining the advocacy effort against them instead of being on the other side. We have several large issues that we're taking. These are the hard nuts at the end of this. What do we do with people who've gotten disaster, who've gotten debris removal monies given to from their insurance companies, and they use those funds to remove debris? Perhaps outside their house footprint, but on trees or fences and other things, and then trying to help them advocate with the state that that money was not put in their pocket, but was rather put in work and cleaning up on their properties. And I thank you very much for your time yesterday in the meeting with the community. Yeah. And I think we'll have more of those, and we'll begin to integrate the state agencies as well as the federal agencies as we begin to hand these lists over to them so that our people can continue, we can advocate for the work that they've done. But you told me at the beginning that this is going to be the last 5% that's going to be tough, yeah. And we're there.
Yeah, the specific issue you mentioned on where someone has done some of the work and had some of the expenditures, it would appear, at least to us, that wouldn't be a duplication of benefit, meaning that if you got $15,000 from your insurance company and you documented that you had $5,000 in personal expense related to debris removal, only $10,000 would have been the duplication of benefit amount by some logic. I'm very careful as I advise folks of that logic that the county does not control the process. We do not speak for the state or federal government. That we can say if you wish to, you certainly can submit your receipts, submit this information. We are, for lack of a better word, a mere conduit. Meaning we will take this information, we will provide you with the cost information, we'll try to help you with figuring out what your obligation may be, and if you choose to either withhold some or do something or have an objection, we do not take enforcement actions, we do not take actions that relate to something that might be punitive or negotiations. We're not empowered to do that. We merely will turn that information over to the state and federal government for them to determine whether or not that satisfies their obligation.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mel.
Further staff report?
Sharon Torrance, Public Information Officer for Butte Fire Recovery. I've basically been working with Mel Knight on the insurance duplication of benefits program, and also still answering a few calls, escorting some people down the hall, and working on press releases and pushing out some information on the Facebook page, Talking to Media. Those have decreased a lot, but still continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further staff report.
Question.
Supervisor Garamendi.
This could be for Mr. Kovitz. I see you're here. Mr. Lutz, you may be able to assist in some of this. I was hoping you could tell me how we're, Mr. Kovitz, I'm hoping you could tell me how we're doing on getting a FEMA and Calaveras extension for the 2-year mark that's due on the 20th.
All requests have been submitted.
Tim?
As of yesterday, I had correspondence back from Cal OES indicating that the one that we had submitted a letter on recently, I copied Mr. Krovitz on it yesterday, was approved. Essentially, they were getting the paperwork together, and we should be receiving that letter today, indicating that the extension has been approved on the Cal OES side. And we had received correspondence prior to that on the ER roads, which are the federal side. So at this point, we have received confirmation from both sides that that we are getting the extension. We're waiting for those final letters to be here in hand.
So you've got verbal and we're waiting on written?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On the May 9th, 28th, and May 9th, June 27th, and August 8th, I asked these questions. So here we go again. How are we doing on the project manager person for the roads?
We prepared the RFP as directed and submitted for review through the process within the county, and we are still waiting response from some offices here in the county.
So we have an issue, it's not on the street?
That is correct. There was a discrepancy in terms of how it got routed. It is in my office now, and it is anticipating to be going out. Getting tree mortality and this were the two high priorities on our disaster, and we should be issuing that RFP, I would say next week would be our goal to get it on the street.
It'll be out on the street for a month, or how many weeks?
I can't remember the exact timelines we did. Obviously, some of that we try and set it as tight as possible, hoping that we get applicants with the option of then being able to extend that timeline if we don't get responsive applicants.
Okay. On those same 3 meetings, I asked about a dig once policy.
Putting together that in Public Works right now.
Have you spoken with Mr. Maurer about it?
I did speak with met with Mr. Maurer and the Land Use Committee on it as well.
Okay.
So we will get that in front of you.
Okay. And I asked about the issue of road rebuilding. FEMA and the states are telling us we have to bring it back to the standards that it was before. Those standards in many cases weren't to current code standards. Have we worked out that issue with the federal and state government?
We haven't gotten any, how should I say, relief from either state or federal agencies, either FEMA or FHWA, in terms of allowing us to do current standards versus the condition of our roads on the day of a given event. And if we want to do that, then it becomes, there are several choices we can have. We can pay the difference, essentially, from what the federal agency determines is the recovery share. And there's another grant program, but that, looking at it, it appears that it would not be as good, where the county would accept a certain value, and if we could bring it in for less, we could keep the difference, but if we bring it in for more, we fund the entire delta. And the way the programs are working, it appears to us that it would be a better method to just do the repairs to bring it back to where they were. If they cost more than was estimated by the federal agencies, we could request reversion, and we would get they would pay their fair share of that. So that seemed to be the most advantageous to the county.
I understand. I think that, you've been talking with them about this certainly since I came on board. I think I would like to advise that we write a letter stating exactly what we want and why, because I think that we're getting stuck in this bureaucratic spin, and there's nobody who would logically say, take a road that was not to safety code and rebuild it to unsafe code. I mean, I could see how in a bureaucracy I could get lost, but the logic should fail as it moves up the food chain, I would think. And I think that this gives us something that we could begin to talk with the Federal Emergency Management Agency about rebuilding our roads correctly. Like we've mentioned before, we wouldn't ask a private citizen to rebuild a road that wasn't to code. We shouldn't do it either.
Well, we can certainly prepare letters and send them out. We have to do our communication through the state,
Well,
the two
we'll
agencies.
send it to everybody.
Okay.
Yes, as part of the FEMA Cal-OES training that was conducted here recently, you recall that FEMA said that if we had policies in place which were more strict or more current than what their policies were, that FEMA said they would defer to our policy over theirs. And I would like to keep that in the forefront of this discussion, that if we have policies that state our county roads must be maintained to a specific standard, that those standards, according to FEMA's own statement to me, was those standards would apply over and above their standard. And I know you were in those meetings, so you probably remember what they were talking about. But we have to create the narrative of why we want to do it the way we want to do it. And they've told us over and over again, no doesn't mean no. It's just give us a reason why to say yes. So I just want to, just add this into the discussion, having been there firsthand in those trainings, of what they wanted us to do. But policy is critical. We have to have policies in place prior to a disaster that oversee or override any of their policies, and by having those, we set the standard from those policies, not FEMA.
Which is exactly why we need a dig once policy, so we do it correctly.
Okay. Further from the board? Mr. Krovitz, I have a question. Where's my Blagan Bridge?
Not part of this agenda item.
You're right. It is. It's not on the agenda. I withdraw the question. We're talking Butte Fire, not storm damage.
Mr. Krovitz, you can expect I'll probably ask these questions again at the next meeting.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions of Mr. Krovitz? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, is there any more staff presentation on this agenda item? Seeing none, we're going to be breaking for lunch. We'll be back at 1:45. 1:30 good for you, or 1:45? 1:45. See. Okay. Welcome back, folks. Welcome our fire departments. I believe we all had a good lunch, so nobody gets to fall asleep. That goes for board supervisor personnel. Madam Clerk.
Item 23 is from Public Works. Authorize the Director of Public Works to advertise and award a traffic and engineering study to evaluate potential impacts of a road capital project to improve vehicular and pedestrian circulation and safety in the vicinity of the Valley Springs Elementary School.
Thank you. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. This is an issue, it's in and around the Valley Springs Elementary School. That's been brewing for decades, I have a feeling. The school is located within a residential neighborhood. As the school census gets larger and larger, you have more and more parents dropping off and picking up children, and you have more and more buses that are dropping off and picking up children at the school. So twice a day, we are getting a lot of congestion and a lot of problems that affect the circulation and the safety in that area. So what this item is it's identifying some of the work that's gone on in the history, some recent work. I've put together some informational items that I've been working on for the last several weeks to try to bring this forward into a fully fledged project so that we can seek funding for it. In the past, to try to solve some of the congestion issues in and around there, two streets, Sequoia and Pine Street, for one block have been made one way to try to improve circulation. School district, I know, or the school has tried several different kinds of scenarios for drop-off and pickup using adjacent private property parking lots. And it just seems to be getting worse as time is passing. In 2012, Public Works, together with the COG, put together a grant application for what used to be the Safe Routes to School program, which was then now called the Active Transportation Program, to try to fund preliminary planning environmental document on a project in hopes that it would lead into a construction project. But we were not successful with the funding because we did not come to that grant program with enough match. That program is seeking some sort of a combined match in the neighborhood of 30% of its total value to be competitive. We tried again with a different grant in 2016 called a Partnership Plan Grant. Took on a little bit larger area in and around the school to try to do some longer range planning, of which this would be a piece of it. Again, last fall we're not successful with that particular grant. So here we are again. Some of the issues that are out there fall into several categories, some of which I would call a traffic operations category or a school bus or a school district operations, which are things that I think can be solved short term. They don't have impacts environmentally, socially, and can be done in a matter of months. If we were trying to change directions of streets, trying to change, through traffic to traffic with stop signs, regulatory, those take longer because we are required by our own ordinance to perform traffic studies and to required to analyze potential environmental impacts of those types of changes. And of course, the highest order of project would be a large capital improvement project that would include, reconstruction of streets, installation of curb, gutter, sidewalk, loading zones, unloading zones, that type of activity. So if you look real briefly at the packet that I handed you out, the first is an aerial photo from Google, and you can see a U-shaped, and I did leave several copies of this packet out in the foyer. You can see a U-shaped number of buses. There are 6 buses that are stacked up there when this aerial photo was taken that represent what the buses are doing. They're pulling into the school parking lot, they're parking, they're dropping off, or picking up students and then driving on. We're having a lot of congestion as parents are parking, waiting for their kids to either get out of school or to drop them off. Wanting to escort the young children into the school grounds. So it's difficult. I've had this summer a number of meetings. One meeting with Supervisor Tofanelli, the COG, and the school district to talk about potential funding opportunities that may be available to us to try to remediate some of these problems. And I've had a subsequent meeting with CHP to talk about their take on the traffic issues. They were gracious enough to spend some time out there and do some analysis. So if you look at the second page, these are sketches that are mostly prepared by CHP with some suggested solutions that I've provided that talk about operational issues. The first operational issue identified is the stopping or the parking of a bus for special needs children that is blocking one lane. So now we're down to a single lane that we're trying to get a lot of cars and buses through, creating a backlog. Suggestion that we want to approach the school district with is to see if there's an alternative location where we can locate that special needs bus for drop-off and pickup and keep the through lanes open. Again, that's an operational issue, so that's something that may be relatively easy to solve. The second page shows the problem statement number 2, where we have vehicles parked in a couple of locations that that hurt sight distance, and so it kind of forces some cars into an opposite lane, or they're stopping, not being able to see around it. So the thought would be to eliminate some of the parking near corners to get the setback so we have clear sight distance, and we also have free movement of vehicles around the corners. Long-term suggestion would be just looking at the one block of Pine Street to one-way street, if we could generate curb gutter and sidewalk for drop-off on the side of the street opposite the school. There's a crosswalk with a crossing guard in the mornings and the afternoon. We would increase the capacity to be able to drop and pick up students. So that's a suggestion in terms of a near-term and a long-term suggestion. The third problem on the third page, it says there in the middle, problem number 3, the lanes are not well delineated, and so people are wandering out of their own lanes. That obviously is very, very easy. Refresh the striping to make it clear, keep people in their own lane, keep both lanes moving. Longer term, and I do believe we've got the right-of-way and the room to do it, would be to construct a pedestrian loading and unloading zone where there's no parking. It's purely for loading and unloading, and that would meet some of the operational needs of the school in the morning and the afternoon. But again, that is a larger, more expensive capital project. Fourth problem statement that they talk about that CHP noticed, and I agree, I've seen the same thing, is that Sequoia Avenue for the last block between Cedar Street and Pine Street is 2 lanes, one-way traffic. Parents are stopped and they're backing up past Laurel Street. Parents that want to get to the school to get their children are going the wrong way between Cedar and Laurel Street. Even some of the buses are doing that. So longer term, some of the suggestions is notice and education to parents and bus drivers. Please don't do that. It's unsafe. Potentially have some enforcement days so that some training could be effectuated out there during the day. And then in terms of a long-term CIP projects, there's a church down at Laurel that the school uses for emergency evacuation, potentially constructing curb gutter and sidewalk between the school and the church on that side of Sequoia Avenue, and then one more block between Cedar and Pine on Sequoia Avenue, the opposite side, curb gutter and sidewalk. Again, longer-term capital improvement project. The next sheet is a sample of a form that Public Works uses for documenting our capital improvement projects, our capital improvement program. It has the symbol up in the upper left-hand corner. And this, I put this together as a potential capital improvement project which would have to compete against others in the county to add to our program and identify funding. But it gives a description of the project. It gives some justification for the project. It talks about whether we're going to be doing the work in-house, out-of-house. Talks about some potential funding, timelines, status, some initial thoughts on environmental, what it's going to do with some budgetary items, and then kind of a distribution of what we anticipate funding could be for this capital project. So we put this one together, and what everybody's eyes obviously go to the bottom line. Right now I'm listing the project in the $4 million range, which sounds like a lot, but you have to consider that we've got external issues out there that are quite expensive. It's a route that requires a heavy structural section on the street. The street is very old and fairly degraded. So if we go in there and put curb gutter and sidewalk, loading zone, unloading zone, one-way streets, we would be using a roadway structural section similar to what we did at the 1226 intersection. It's all founded on clay, fairly soft clays, so you need extra thickness, extra expense. We also have problems with drainage out there that we haven't fully studied yet, and I know that there's going to be some problems. The general surficial flow is going from east to west towards Highway 26. If we expand our impervious footprint with the addition of curb gutter and sidewalk, loading and unloading zone, there would be more runoff. If there's more runoff, there has to be a place for it to go, and we have to mitigate that. Put together an initial take with a suggested phasing for cost on this. First phase would be sidewalks immediately, the loading and unloading zone immediately in front of the school and immediately across the street from the school as the first phase. That would also include your preliminary planning, your environmental document, your studies for the entire project, and the PS&E for the entire project, but construction on just one portion. The thinking on that is that if we have a smaller chunk, we might be more successful in getting it funded. And then it would solve an immediate problem, and then as time goes on, if it turns out to be successful or we need to extend, we've already got all of our work done, we extend it with the second phase. And then finally, I believe there's a little black and white map that basically shows you the same aerial photograph in a larger area. You can see 1226 intersection near the top of the page. You can see some dark, heavy lines that talk about the area of the impact of what the project is. And then the last thing that I've got in this list is just a little SB1 funding categories as a potential location for funding. There is formula funding, which we are supposed to be using for maintenance and operations. And we have an existing formula distribution. We will have a presentation on this at the 26th meeting for the board in terms of getting a list of projects. That is not the category of funding at this point that I am suggesting we look at. I was suggesting we look at the competitive side. The competitive side adds about $100 million to the active transportation program statewide. Again, you're looking for a 30% match, but there's more available funding. Potentially it mean that we might get lucky. But again, we're asking for a grant. So that's essentially what I've put together. What this board package is asking is permission to advertise and award a traffic and engineering study that would be part of the eventual environmental document, so we could determine what kind of impacts we would have if we closed streets down to one way, we eliminate parking, and that moves us ahead. I'm hoping the study is not overly expensive and it's not a waste of money because we have subsequent work that will tear off of it. As of yet, I don't have funding identified, but we will identify funding and move ahead with it. And this would allow me to do that without having to come back to the board. So that's essentially the presentation. I'd be glad to take any questions that you have.
Who wants to go? Oh, we got. We're going to let Supervisor clap.
I've been quiet all day, and I've got some complaints about that. But anyway, Jeff, I'd like to thank you for doing this because it's 20 years overdue, and I'm glad that you took, the initiative to bring it to the board because I am in favor of this project.
I've had a lot of support. Supervisor Toffanelli is helping a lot, giving me some historical perspective.
Thank you, Chair. Jeff, I would be looking at that traffic circulation study. You're figuring you would have that be able to have that completed by when, roughly?
Well,
6 months.
Two things have to happen. One is to put together the RFP, bid it, and award it. But even before that is to identify some monies that we can use to pay for it. So, yes, I would say a 4 to 6 month time frame.
If the money stream looks right, or we can get that put together, it would be about 4 to 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Toffanelli? Yeah, Jeff, thank you for bringing this to the board, and Tim, thank you for your effort in bringing this. This is a safety issue. It is this year at the beginning of the school year. It was absolutely. I'm surprised that we did not have any child injured. What's not indicated on here is the fact that if anybody's been there, down Pine Street and down Sequoia Street where most of the traffic flows, because Sequoia is one way going toward the school, for one block, and Pine Street is going away towards Highway 12 in a one-way direction. Neither of these roads have any sidewalks at all, and it's just gravel, and people are actually driving. You have kids walking to school, a no identified path because there's no sidewalk, and because people are in a hurry, they're cutting over into the gravel area to go around stop vehicles. They're stopped trying to let kids out so they can walk to school, and then the opposite happens when the school lets out. When people are trying to pick up kids, they stop, they park, they sit there. The kids don't come out. Some are parked there for 10 or 15 minutes. People are trying to get around. The buses are trying to get in and out. It's just a quagmire, and it's really a setting for a disaster here, where some child, possibly kid, get really hurt seriously. I've witnessed it. I saw it. A little bit of history that wasn't talked about here on this item. Years ago, before the new vets building there in Valley Spring was built behind the old one, that used to be a parking lot area, and the buses were allowed to stage there. So it kept them completely out of this area here. When they built that new building, it didn't allow for them to do that anymore. So it's been building since then with trying to identify areas for the buses. And if you look at where the buses are in a U here, that's actually a parking lot. They were forced to move all those cars out of there and not be able to park there anymore for staff and so forth, in order to accommodate the buses for drop-off and pickup. And you still have kids trying to cross the street from either the other side of Sequoia or the other side of Pine Street, while all these cars are trying to come in there. It's just not a good scene here. So we need to do something on our part, the county part, to alleviate some of the traffic and make it safe for our kids to travel to school, and their parents to be able to drop them off. I think the idea was, if there's sidewalks there, it would alleviate traffic trying to come all the way through to Pine Street off of Sequoia. They could drop the kids off, and they'd be safe on the sidewalk to walk a block to the school. That's not happening now. Nobody wants to drop their kids off there on either side of the street, because there is no sidewalk, and you see every once in a while a person trying to get around and just go around because it's all blocked there, and it's just a quagmire. So thank you, Jeff, again.
Supervisor Garamendi.
I'm in support of this program. My kids went to Valley Springs Elementary. I'm well aware of the risks, and it is scary. There's no two ways about it. I'm glad we're doing this study. The question, this whole process, though, does bug the question of our CIP and what our priorities are. I think it would be very wise to bring that back to the board and we evaluate it. We've had 2 projects this year that came sort of out of the queue. I don't even know where they were in the queue. It's hard to imagine this wasn't near the top. But if it's not, well, it is now. But we need to sort of take that on, combined with Blagan Road. We can't just, we don't want to get in the habit of whichever one of us, or if a kid gets hurt or something drives it to the front, we should have a strategic and long plan to it. So hopefully we'll have a chance, Tim and Jeff, to take a look at that in the next month or so, I would hope, and we can sort of have a discussion about what's on the priority list before somebody gets hurt.
Thank you.
Would you like to poll the board for direction on that?
Oh, yes, if that's all right. Is there, Mr. Chair?
All right, we have one at a time here, gentlemen. Everybody's got their lights on. Supervisor Mills has requested a poll of the board to that effect. I'm compelled to grant that request on the poll.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Yes.
We have to bring the SB1 program in front of the board to evaluate that, prioritize that. And that package we are working on now for the next board meeting. The following board meeting, we are planning on bringing our roads and bridges CIP so that this board gets a handle on what we are already committed to and funded with additional lists. So both the SB1 program and our roads and bridges CIP, you will hear about some new projects for prioritization. Whether we have funding for them or not, at least we have prioritization. And I couldn't agree, and I thank you, Supervisor Garamendi, for saying that it's important that we do this via process, so we know it's coming and that projects can compete against each other rather than having these things come forward piecemeal. It's much harder to deliver that way.
Yeah, so as I understand it, you're looking to include this in the next board meeting?
Well, the next board meeting would be SB1 specifically because we are under a time frame to get a list of projects that are accepted by the board in front of the California Transportation Commission by the middle of October.
In your opinion, that with the SB1 funds, this project could be included in that funding source?
Well,
is that what I'm hearing you?
Yes and no.
I love it when he says that.
No, in that right now, since we don't have an approved project, putting it into the SB1, and also the fact that what we're looking at is real capital improvements as opposed to more maintenance items, then the formulary portion of SB1 may or may not be appropriate. But the competitive portion of SB1 would be appropriate. But what we still need to have an approved project. So I guess what I'm saying is that we are going to be bringing these things, and we are going to be bringing the capital programs from Public Works in front of this board for consideration, both existing projects and new projects. And I'll be seeking input for projects if I've missed some that the board knows about in their own districts.
Okay, and the target date for that is going to be the next board meeting in 2 weeks?
SB1 is next meeting. The first meeting in October would be the balance of the capital program.
Can this project wait until that time?
Well, I'm just wanting to be sure that we are discussing all CIP portions during the course of those two discussions on the agenda, and that we're not leaving anything out simply because we're talking about SB1 and there's something it isn't going to be an SB1. So if we're not including everything, I think we want to have that broader discussion fairly soon, and maybe as a separate agenda item, so that we can go through it and see the big picture. That's correct.
Agreement with that, Supervisor Platt? Supervisor Toffenelli?
Absolutely.
I would agree with that too. But let's take a moment and talk about the temporary fixes, because I'm very concerned with what Supervisor Toffenelli brought, and that's a safety factor. As I understand it, you have met with the CHP?
We have an additional meeting with the CHP on the 21st out there again. Myself, Jeff, and I think a school board member, and we'll discuss it further on what other options are open to us. We had this at the COG meeting. I think you were there. We had a discussion, and there were some ideas brought up then too. So we're open to short-term and immediate fixes, and in the long-range scope of getting it fixed in the long range. So we will have a meeting on the 21st, and I would like to have this discussed after that meeting at the next agenda item when we come back the following Tuesday, and we can go from there again.
I would hope that one of the options that's going to be discussed at that meeting is a presence of traffic control provided by CHP to address those most dangerous situations, as you expressed. And believe me, I hear you. When you have cars parked on the shoulder of the road, folks just find it's like electricity. And that's when accidents happen. So in that meeting, I would hope that you would find some type of immediate traffic control to protect our children and our parents. And hopefully you'll come back with a solution for that.
That is the reason for the meeting.
Excellent. Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Krovis?
So perhaps what you're suggesting is that this item continue to the next meeting rather than...
I would continue to the next meeting, and maybe an opportunity in the next 2 weeks to identify some funding when it comes back, and we can identify the funding for it and present it at that time along with any of the immediate, out of the meeting that we have on the 21st, any immediate things that we can do immediately. Obviously, part of anything that we do will have to include this traffic study. And I'm sure the CHP is going to bring that up too. But perhaps when it comes back to us on the 21st, we can have the funding identified.
Supervisor Toffenelli, I believe the CHP may have some funding to cover their expenses on the immediate traffic controls, the Office of Traffic Safety on a state level.
We can certainly discuss
You can explore that when you
We
discuss
can-
it with them?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Good. So, the board, is it a consensus of the board to table this until the next meeting? Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Do we need a poll of the board for that?
If you would like to table it to the 26th, yes, I would need a vote. I'm a little confused as to, is it going to be this exact same item that's going to be coming back on the 26th, or is it going to be different?
It's my understanding, Madam Clerk, that this is going to be a separate agenda item on the date where we're going to be discussing our SB1 funding and things, but it needs to be a separate item for Supervisor Mills, right?
Well, we'd be looking at SB1 as one item, but all of the capital improvement items as
Right.
another agenda item. So we're really talking about three.
Three items, okay,
Three
that's where I'm,
items,
that's
and
where
that's why
I'm getting a little fuzzy.
Yeah, that's right.
So, just to put it out there for the constructive conversation we're having, the deadline for submitting items for the 26th is today at 5 o'clock. So I don't know how that's happening unless it's already being in the works. So I'm just putting it out there. It's not that we can't make accommodations and try to push items through past the deadlines, but I'm just letting you know that that's what the deadline is right now.
But I think the conversation, Chair, the conversation is to continue this item as is and possibly have some identified funding between now and then for this traffic study.
That will be part of the conversation, not part of the packet.
So, yes.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I just wanted to clarify.
Have we given you clear direction? Okay.
I-
All right.
I hate to muddy the water, I'm sorry.
Say how lots.
Confirming for Mr. Krovitz's edification and my own, I know we are bringing back SB1 on the 26th. We are bringing back this item continued on the 26th. My question would be on the CIP piece. I don't know if Public Works is going to be ready at that point because we had not talked about that date.
Do you want to push that over to one meeting after that?
That's what I was looking, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, CIP is Capital Improvement Projects. We have a habit of speaking in acronyms, so, and I don't know what a lot of them are either.
Yeah, we make alphabet soup up here very quickly. So if we could bring roads and bridges, CIPs, along with the major, as two separate agenda items in a meeting? And you
I
could be
think
then ready?
the clarification is that the Valley Springs Elementary will be continued.
Correct.
The SB1 would be an item for the 26th.
Correct.
And at the first board meeting in October would be the Roads and Bridges CIP.
Which is October 10th.
October 10th.
Can do that.
Okay.
That was my understanding.
Good. Thank you.
It is, so if we're going to table this to the next meeting, this item, for the next meeting, I need a vote. A motion and a second and a vote.
I would move to carry this to the next meeting.
Motion
We have
table.
a motion by Supervisor Tofinelli to continue and table this item until the next meeting, seconded by Supervisor Clapp. Any public comment?
Yeah, Alistair Gallant, Taxpayer Association. Why don't I go ahead with the short-term solution, which is to improve striping and do something with the buses to alleviate the problem right away. I understand there's not significant cost for that. And then you still can table the balance of the item to go into a long-term project, or a major project, capital improvement project. That make sense?
Thank you. Further public comment?
I don't know what can be done about it, but I don't believe there's enough room for anything there. It's just like there's too much stuff going on for not enough land. And it's just too bad we couldn't figure out a way to get more land to try to alleviate the problem. The other thing is that the runoff, in my opinion, it would be really a good idea to try to capture the runoff and pump it up to a big tank and use the water to water the park and other needs that might be there. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
George Fry, Chairman Oliveira, and the members of the Board of Supervisors. Years ago, I used to substitute at Valley Springs Elementary, and it was total chaos, and even recently, I've seen the chaos going on there, and it's just totally unsafe. Her comment about the water, it's my understanding that the Veterans Hall put together a way to take care of the water that ran off. If that's not correct, Mr. Supervisor Tofinelli, I think they did do that.
To answer that question, for the new construction and their property,
yeah,
for the vets, yes, there's
yes,
a system in place to pump the water back up the hill.
Right. Okay. So anyway, it's just without saying that this needs to be done, and it needs to be done yesterday. It's been a hazard for close to 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Hearing none, motion carries 5-0, unanimous. And we'll give a break to our Madam Clerk. I just kind of put a little pressure on her.
Okay. Item 24 is from the Administrative Office to assign a member of the Board of Supervisors and an alternate to serve on the East Side San Joaquin GSA pursuant to FPPC Regulation 18754, and to assign a member of the Board of Supervisors and an alternate to serve on the Central Motherlode Regional Consortium.
Is there anybody presenting from staff on this issue?
Yeah, I brought this item forward.
Okay. CAO Lutz, floor is yours.
This is bringing back two items that over the last few months there have been a number of changes, either new group formations or groups asking for Board of Supervisors support on. One in May, on May 23rd, the board received a report on Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and also adopted resolution indicating its intent to form a groundwater sustainability agency, or GSA, joining with Stanislaus, Rock Creek Water District, and Calaveras County Water District. And that's for joining the East Side San Joaquin GSA. So the first item would be identifying a board member to serve on that GSA and also an alternative. The second item is on July 11th, the Central Motherlode Regional Consortium and Calaveras High School superintendents presented to the board on long-term plans to help develop the workforce in Calaveras County. And part of that was looking for collaboration with all the different organizations and entities that would potentially benefit, but also being able to provide the support of those organizations. And at that point, there was an expressed interest to have a board member assigned to work with that group. So this would be asking to identify a board member to serve and an alternate.
All right. And we can take action as one at a time. No. As both assignments and
They are one item in the system, so we need one vote for the two of them.
Okay. Having heard that, is there any public comment to this issue?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Bert Schufelt. The groundwater is very important, and I think that's probably the number one resource we have in Calaveras. And it's something that I think about and I think is pretty germane to a lot of discussions that we have. And so when I was thinking about this, I pulled up the map and I wanted to think about Calaveras' water. And pretty much all of our water originates in District 3 or District 2. Those are our headwaters, and that's where we gain this resource. And then I think about whenever I have a question about water or really anything around my property, I talk to my rancher neighbor because he seems to know everything. He knew it was a bad vole year before it was a bad vole year. So I would strongly recommend that we put Jack on this thing because he's a lifelong resident and a rancher, so he knows what we need to do with our water better than anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
I would support that recommendation that Supervisor Garamendi be the person on that commission or whatever you're going to call it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fry. Ms. Underhill, how are you?
On behalf of CCWD, our representative is Russ Thomas. And the meetings for the GSA are the second Wednesday. So we're having a little bit of a problem with our meetings. So it looks like we might be changing the date of the day of our meetings
Do you know
to
what that-
accommodate.
Do you know what dates or what days that might entail?
I think we're going to go to a Thursday.
Okay, not going to be a Tuesday.
No, we wouldn't want to conflict with you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Bertha. Okay, further public comment?
So I'm thinking, sorry, this is Cliff Edson, San Andreas. I'm thinking Jack is probably thinking, oh my God, right about now. And, you know, the GSA is extremely important to stay on top of. California wants our water. And we have boundaries in which they're going to consider as part of the San Joaquin Basin. And of course, we wanted to partner up with Stanislaus because they actually have resources that we don't, and they actually connect on the groundwater basin with ours in a strange way, but they do. And so, you know, and I was a part of those meetings for about a year, I guess. It was really confusing for me because I'm not a water guy. So I would say either Dennis or Jack should probably be involved in it, or both, because it's going to take both, I'm pretty sure. It's confusing, and these people are they're after it. They're ruthless. And right now the line is going to be just Valley Springs down, but you know, they're going to go after more. They're going to go after groundwater throughout the county, since we are a resource county, and we don't want them to do that. We want to be able to maintain our rights here. So that's my suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Edson.
Good afternoon. Raymond Smith, Valley Springs. I would like to support Jack Garamendi or Michael Oliveira. The snowpack is quite extreme up there, and I understand the source you know, should be put into consideration. And you do a great job as the chair of the board here. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. We'd also like to voice our support for either Supervisor Jack Garamendi or Supervisor Oliveira to sit on this committee because, as has been pointed out by a number of other people, the resources all start up in the high country and conservation starts at the source. Furthermore, I believe that these two supervisors have demonstrated a willingness to look at the public good first and foremost, and also a willingness to defend our natural resources. So for these reasons, we would support either of you to be on the board and representing Calaveras County. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Difficult decision here. Supervisor Clapp, your light's on?
Yes, it is. I'd like to recommend Dennis. He has more experience with water than anyone on the board. He had 2 years with CCWD, and Jack is the alternate.
Is that a nomination or is that a motion?
That's a motion.
It's a motion. Moved by Supervisor Clapp to select Supervisor Mills to serve as the board member and Supervisor Garamendi to serve as the alternate. Any discussion? They're drawn cards.
Can I just interject real quick?
Bringing up the point that while the water originates a lot in my district, the basin is actually in Supervisor Toffanelli's district.
And I will second the motion by Supervisor Mills.
It's been moved by Supervisor Clapp,
excuse me.
second by Supervisor Toffanelli.
I think we have to have one vote.
We have to have the other one, though.
Yeah.
We have to do the other one before we
Talk
vote.
about the other committee.
You only get one motion, one
We have
second.
one motion.
Okay, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
So that motion's on the table for a vote, and now we'll go into the second section of the agenda item, correct?
No, I'm sorry. You need one motion, one second for both.
Correct.
They have to be, if Supervisor Clapp is making this motion, he needs to be the motion on the next part as well. So I think that you should take the nominations, just as
Council, that's board chair decision? Certainly is.
To sit on the Central Mother Lode Regional Consortium.
Right, well, I was thinking maybe the board chair would decide to vote on this particular section of that agenda item, or I can't, we have to go both. Okay, I'll set up that one.
For process, wouldn't it be better for him to rescind his motion, or his second, rescind the motion? We'll make the decision regarding the second item on the agenda, make it as one motion and vote on it, and we're done.
I will rescind my second.
Same here.
Rescind the motion, Supervisor Clapp? Okay. That motion has been rescinded. Let's discuss the second part of this agendized item.
And Chair, you wanted to sit on that committee?
I did. I do.
Okay.
It's good with me.
Who would be your
We need to.
I'll sit as the alternate.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Toffanelli.
public comment?
Public comment. Thanks, Dennis. Second part is a board member sitting on the Mother Lode Joint Training Committee involved in the CTE program, Continuing Technical Education. The presentation was made to the Board of Supervisors approximately 2 to 3 meetings ago. At their request, they would like a representative to sit on that committee. All yours.
Okay, thank you. Watching you guys kind of pass the ball around a little bit, I just like to let everybody know that I got a copy of the advisory committees that every Board of Supervisors has committed themselves to, and it's really apparent. There's a few supervisors that are volunteering for a lot of committees, and there's some that aren't volunteering for hardly anything. And it just seems like a disparity in the responsibility. And I think as you're deciding who should sit on which committees, it needs to be more equitably distributed so that one person isn't doing everything and the other board members are just kind of sitting there letting the other guys do it. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Further further public comment? This is on the second item, Mr. Edson. Okay.
So I just want to make sure that you guys understand how important the GSA is when you're thinking about the second item. I think it's weird having these two items together, actually, but it is what it is. So, but please do not mess with the GSA stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion for both sections of this agendized item.
Diane, could you read off?
So what we have is we have a nomination for the GSA to have Supervisor Mills appointed or assigned as the primary member, and Supervisor Garamendi to be the alternate. And then it sounds like we have a nomination for Supervisor Oliveira to be the representative on the CTE, with Supervisor Toffanelli as the alternate.
Okay.
I'd move that.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffanelli. Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. So are you. Okay, Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Item 25 is from Human Resources to approve the initial placement at Step E for the Facilities Maintenance Engineer in the Facilities Division of the Administrative Office.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Management. Good afternoon, Chair.
Afternoon,
board
Ms. Hawkins.
members. I'm bringing before you today the approving E-Step for our Facilities Maintenance Engineer candidate. This position is a critically needed position. It is a difficult to fill position due to the level of experience that is needed. Our candidate does come to us with 27 years of relevant maintenance experience. He's a licensed electrician, EPA technician, and a locksmith. The relevance with a locksmith is doing maintenance at the jail. They will only release the parts for the locks or the locks to a licensed locksmith. So it is, and bonded locksmith. So it's actually a very big deal with our jail. Also, our candidate has been working at the jail through our former contractor, and so he has experience with the jail. Also, I want to bring up that this position is in SEIU, so it is a union level position.
Okay. Questions of Ms. Hawkins from HR? Supervisor Mills.
This is currently an open position within our job descriptions that we have now.
Yes.
Our position control list,
yes.
sorry.
Further questions? Seeing none, public comment? I like the part about being a licensed locksmith. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Toffanelli. No further public comment. Call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Hawkins.
Item 26 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt the recommended changes to the 2017 Board of Supervisors meeting calendar. This item we're bringing to you today to make a couple of changes to the calendar in the coming months. The first would be that there is a regularly scheduled night meeting that is currently scheduled for Tuesday, October 31st. We suggest that that meeting be canceled for numerous reasons, most of which being that we just don't anticipate there will be many items that will be placed on this agenda. Secondly, that people will be doing something else that night. So that is the first one. And then the second one is that we are suggesting that the meeting that is scheduled for Tuesday, November 28th, which is the Tuesday following Thanksgiving, be moved to Tuesday, December 5th, which is the first Tuesday of the month of December. The reason for that is that two board members, the county administrative officer and the clerk of the board, will be attending the annual CSAC conference in Sacramento that day. as the conference goes from Tuesday the 28th through Friday, December 1st. We're recommending that that meeting not be canceled, but be postponed to the December 5th date because we do not have a second meeting scheduled in December due to the Christmas holiday. So this would still give staff the opportunity to put items on the agenda that need to be addressed before the end of the calendar year.
Okay. Madam Clerk, was there any discussion on November meeting after the day after Christmas? Isn't there a
Excuse me?
meeting scheduled for 20?
So the second part of the recommendation is that the meeting that is right now scheduled for Tuesday, November 28th be changed to Tuesday, December 5th.
Okay. But isn't there a meeting the day after Christmas?
There is not.
That's already been canceled then?
We did not schedule a meeting for that
Okay.
day.
I just want to make sure we're talking about that. All right. Any comments by the board on that? Any public comment?
I'd like to see the board meet on the 31st of
Yeah, I know
October.
you would, George.
Wait a minute. In your costumes. Thank you.
In the cause, I knew he was going to say that. I knew he was going to say something. Yeah. I'm going to come as a great pumpkin. I don't know. Thank you very much for your comments. Here, any more public comment? Then we'll bring it back to the board. I'll entertain a motion. Microphone, sir.
I know last evening meeting we had, Jack brought up a good comment that most of the people that come in here on the evening meetings are the same people that comes during the day meetings, and I'd like to consider maybe stopping the evening meetings and still keep a Tuesday, the fifth Tuesday, but have it either in the afternoon, but not late. I don't like going to 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night, so I like to have that at least be considered.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
So just to address that point, when the board implemented the evening meetings, it was before we had live streaming, and we have found that many people are watching the live streaming as opposed to coming to meetings in many cases. So I don't know that the evening meetings are serving the purpose that were originally intended.
Okay. Further discussion by the board? Mr. Fry, I'll hear your point of order.
Supervisor brought up something with regard to...
Sir, can I have you speak into the microphone?
With regard to the last Tuesday of the month, and that's been when high school students could come and observe what goes on.
Chair, I need to interrupt, but we're talking about, when we talk about a point of order, it's a point of process and how we're handling the affairs of the county. It has nothing to do with adding additional comments into the discussion. So I would call this down and say it has to stop.
I have to agree with him, Mr. Fry.
Okay.
So your point of order is not recognized.
Okay.
But we've already had public comment on this? Okay. I would entertain a motion.
I would so move.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. No further public comment? We had public comment. Yeah. Okay.
He wanted us to wear our costumes on the 31st.
And I was going to be the great pumpkin.
That was it.
That was it. No, I'm sorry. We have a motion and a second. I'll call for a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed indicate by saying no. Motion carries 5-0, unanimous. We will. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we go into the next agendized item. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I believe we are set up now, ready to go. Madam Clerk.
Item 27 is from the Administrative Office to conduct the fiscal year 2017-18 final budget hearings and direct staff to return on September 26, 2017 with the final budget resolutions.
Say your let's.
All right. Well, thank you. I will, particularly in the interest of time, try and keep it brief to allow more time for board and public questions and comments, as I'm sure there will be a number of them. We also have a number of organizations here that I know when we get to the latter part of the presentation and consistent with the memo that I put out last week, will undoubtedly want to provide some input and comments as the board deliberates. Moving into the final budget, which will come back to the board again on September 26th for adoption.
Okay, thank you.
So jumping right into it, an overview of the presentation. First, I'm going to talk about our final fund balance, give the board some revenue updates, and also look at expenditure review, updates on what those expenditures were from recommended budget to final. Discussion and consideration for the board on a couple of key areas. I want to again revisit long-term strategy that we talked about in the recommended budget, and then, of course, acknowledgements and recommendations for the board. So first of all, starting off with looking at our revenues overall and our final fund balance. So when we initially started the budget and we really looking at a really conservative estimate on the assessment rolls, we built recommended budget on about a 0.6% increase in assessment roll. Ultimately, what we got back from the assessor's office was an 8.6% increase. So what that resulted in is really a total assessed value of property in the county coming out to about $6.9 billion. I left the historical chart up here and put the line down it because I think it is telling and very interesting to see kind of where we're edging our way back from where assessed values were pre-recession and post-recession. And you can see now we're just about at that fiscal year 09-10 level when we first started to see the decline in real estate values. So the 8.6 definitely gave us a significant bump. This will benefit obviously not only county general fund, but our school districts, special districts, city. So the final result for the county general fund was $1.057 million increase in general fund. Looking at our sales tax, we also had quite a significant year-end close for 16-17 on our sales tax numbers. They were up 24.1%, which I would, as I've noted in my budget analysis, I would call that an anomaly in terms of it certainly wouldn't be what we'd expect based on your typical growth in where sales tax is going, particularly when you look at statewide numbers on sales tax. There's been some up, some down, certainly nothing to that level. And I attribute certainly a piece of that on the Butte fire recovery being a lot of activity that's going on both with contractors in the area, but also buying materials and supplies that are going into that building. Tourism visitors, and also with illegal and legal growers in the area and purchases that might be being made. In order to maintain conservative budget approach, I've left the $2.7 million estimate for sales tax that was brought forward and recommended. If you kind of look at what is a natural trend, you could see that taking this anomaly year out, if we're seeing consistent, healthy growth in sales tax, you'd expect it to wind up there. My concern as well, we could also be looking at one of those peaks and valleys that were at the top of the peak and we're starting to go back down the valley, which would also be consistent with some of the economic indicators. Needless to say, I felt keeping the conservative approach on sales tax is the best option at this point, given the financial and fiscal uncertainty at the state level, particularly in regard to some of our sales tax. And then looking at the transient occupancy tax, also continuing to tracking with strong growth over the last 3 fiscal years. Once again, I would attribute a portion of that to Butte fire recovery, winter storms, and now going into this next year, tree mortality, all likely are causing a boost in TOT that's certainly abnormal in terms of how large it's been growing year after year. I did continue to trend that really where we budgeted, and the reason I left that at budget is that I do still expect there to be a fairly decent bump in the transient occupancy tax as a result of the recent contract with Airbnb. That'll make sure that we've kind of closed the loophole where we were missing what we estimate is a fairly sizable chunk of TOT that wasn't getting paid to the county. And then lastly, on our main revenue categories, Measure C, excise tax. We billed out approximately $8.43 million. That was in the first installment sent out in May. Those are billed in two installments similar to your property taxes. And so for fiscal year 16-17, we collected a total of $5,024,310. All of those were commercial. Year to date this far, we've collected $2,172,778, and that's of last week. Again, that number might have changed from this point, but that number is significant because that's what I used as the budget, essentially assuming year to date equaled final collection amount. So that's what the budget was based on. Again, conservative approach, assuming no other new money coming in. Of that, for just a breakdown, just for statistical purposes, $2 million roughly of it is from commercial operations, and then $163,000 from dispensaries. So given an overall breakdown of what the sources of revenue are for our general fund, you could see, where we're, I'm sorry, had a little bit of a blank there for a second, where we're actually applying the general fund departmental revenues. That is where they're sitting. So revenues this time, we are getting a fair amount, 29% from Butte Fire, general government, public safety, both about 8 or 9%. Cannabis response is, and that's that would be the remaining urgency ordinance funds that we're using for the regulatory program. Development services, records, land use would be what we're collecting for fees in planning, in building, et cetera. Education, recreation, and cultural, which would include our libraries, very small portion. And then that big miscellaneous category is generally our property and sales tax with VLF and excise taxes. Thought this would be a different way to kind of break down what those components of that general fund revenue is, looked at in a different way. That gives you an idea. You can see taxes are about 29%, and then from there, intergovernmental revenue from the federal government is about 22%, and then from the state is about 20%. Then you start to get into the smaller revenue sources that are usually departmental specific. Operating transfers in typically are where we're moving some money in from designated funds. And then charges for services, that's what, when we look at our fees, that's typically where you're looking at your fees. That represents about 10% of the revenue for the county overall. A relatively small portion and typically contained to a few key departments such as building, clerk recorder, environmental health. Those are your primary fee-driven type of programs. So looking at our fund balance, the fiscal year 16-17, we closed with $2.353 million in fund balance. My initial estimate going into budget was that we would have about a $3 million fund balance. The discrepancy there is really a result of reimbursements of revenues, and when the county recognizes or records an accounts receivable for a prior year versus brings in money for a prior year revenue. So in this case, for instance, we have a large number of Butte fire-related costs that have already been incurred. We've spent them. We've submitted reimbursement, but we're waiting for that reimbursement. The county's practice has been, if it's going to be larger than 90 days, we don't consider that to be a receivable in terms of our governmental accounting, and so instead it is recognized really as a loan from the general fund until that money comes in a later year. So that brought down our cash balance significantly, obviously. When you're looking at 2.35, I felt I was being conservative with $3 million on the fund balance, but to take $5 million chunk out of it was a significant hit to what our fund balance would have been had that revenue been realized or that receivable recorded. So it is important to note, though, when we talk about how much money is tied up, general fund money is tied up in waiting for reimbursements, this represents one of the prime examples where we're waiting for $5 million from the state and feds to really get us the check, and that's going to be a key priority for my office, certainly working with FEMA, working with Cal OES to make sure that we're getting timely reimbursement. So in order to address that, and I'll mention that again when we get a little later on into expenditures, I budgeted the 5.087 as prior year revenue that is going to be in the current year 17-18's budget. I also wanted to note other key fund balances because these are typically the funds that we're looking at for either doing projects or also providing some level of operations for county government. First one, Cannabis Urgency Ordinance funds. Those were the original UO funds that are remaining at this point. We closed with a fund balance of $2.059 million. All of that remaining $2.05 million, as you'll see when I get to the expenditure piece, is budgeted and being utilized this year for the regulatory program. The Teeter Fund, Teeter Capital Improvement, again, CIP, is at $6.911 million. It's higher than we had originally anticipated because of not needing to use transfers, both all of the transfers from last year, but also when I originally built the recommended budget, I was using a significant portion of Teeter to pull in and balance the budget. Additionally, I felt important to note the 2007 county certificates of participation. When we're looking at campus capital projects for this campus, for Government Center, that's the pot of money we have. I felt important to note that when you look at some of the deferred maintenance and some of the infrastructure projects, 2.7 is going to go quickly, which is why having a well-thought-out space plan that's been vetted and that we can then execute to make sure those resources are going where the biggest priority is important, because we want to make sure we're planning effectively with that little bit of money. Obviously working to leverage with some of the subvented departments ways that we can stretch that dollar, but I felt it important to at least show the board kind of where we're at this point. And lastly, the general fund reserve closed at $4.472 million, and I've budgeted within 17-18, and I'm requesting approval for a $700,000 increase to that reserve to bring us to 5.172. That would bring us to 8% of our general fund appropriations. Again, my goal, I'd love to get us to at least the 10%, and certainly at a higher level, but at this point, as much as we can continue to build into that reserve account, the better. So then moving on to the expenditure review and updates. And I'll go through this fairly quickly. This was summarized all through my memo, but I wanted to reiterate some of the points. This is a breakdown of the county budget overall. So in 17-18 recommended budget, I brought forward a budget that had appropriation request $163 million, and then 90,000 and change. For the final budget, we've actually have gone down a little bit in that and bring in a budget with $162,061 and some change. That represents about a 0.63% decrease. And you can see from the columns where our increases and decreases were. Most all of our operating funds, I will call them, the operating departments or funds have had decreases. The general fund, public works, integrated waste management, and then transit and airport operations. Where we had some significant increases were our capital improvement projects and also a little increase on health and human services. For capital improvement, again, the departments have been heeding to the discussion about looking for infrastructure where we need to use one-time funds to enhance infrastructure to either boost productivity, and examples of software or vehicles or equipment, those types of areas where we can realize productivity, potentially have long-term savings by upgrading to new equipment. So that's part of what's reflected in the fact that our capital improvements spending has gone up, or at least the request. So you can see the final budget breakdown percentage-wise where the largest areas are. General fund still represents 39% of the appropriation. Then health and human services right behind that, or fairly close behind that, at 32%. Public works at 16%. And then integrated waste management 5%, and then you have your smaller areas thereafter. When we look at the general fund programs themselves, and again, typically I look more closely at those in terms of what, when the board has that discretionary authority on funds that don't have a specific purpose in statute, those general funds are where the board has the most discretion for kind of aligning resources and setting priorities for the use of those monies. So typically I'll focus on the general fund piece. You can see declared disasters is still a large line item on general fund expenditures, taking up 21%, which is more than our general government programs are taking up in terms of declared disasters at this point. Public safety is about 33% of the general fund expenditures. And then your miscellaneous categories, are a lot of those are your community support. And I'll get to the breakdown of what's in each of those. But that's looking at county contributions to other organizations. That's including insurance, and also, more importantly for this year on growth, is also where the general fund contingency is budgeted. So often the question, and this is pretty uniform in most government organizations, what are our biggest cost drivers? And not surprisingly, our biggest cost driver is employee salaries and benefits. 46% of our expenditures go toward salaries and benefits for our employees. Services and supplies that can include a myriad of things, the most prominent being contracted services, or if you're looking at computer equipment or specialized equipment, training, travel, all of those types of categories fall in services and supplies. And then you have significantly smaller, the little pieces of capital asset purchases, other unique type of charges that are unique to that particular department or program, and then also budgeting for contingencies, and then operating transfers out, so when they're paying back another department for services. I do find it interesting, and it speaks to the broader need to continue to look at how our ISFs are set up. I would expect, just by nature of some of our ISF activities, that the operating transfers out would be a little higher than they are, but I think it does speak to some of the changes that we need to be looking at as we get into this fiscal year, and bringing forth recommended updates and service changes to the board. So, brief snapshot. Again, these are all in your in the memo and in the PowerPoint presentation. But what this does is give you a breakdown to see, here's all the different units and departments that are encompassed in the general government area. It feeds back to that pie chart where I showed you which expenditures make up what percentage of that pie chart. And the general government, I'm using roughly 7.756 million of general fund resources, and that is an increase overall from where we were at recommended budget. And I'll go into line item detail on the key highlights, because I think it's important to discuss what those are, and try and answer questions that would naturally arise from why we have increases in some of those. The next item, public safety, again, seen an increase over what recommended budget was, $15,330,000, and that, again, goes to a couple of key areas where we saw some increases in, but I will be able to speak to those when we get to the next section of the presentation. Development services, records and land use, that's your ag commissioner, planning, animal services, environmental health and building, and that one we're tracking a little higher, 1.609 million. And then your libraries also increased a little bit to 552,000. This one's different from prior budget. While it recommended when we moved forward, we did not have the cannabis registration 10-10-10-10 org key. You'll recall during the recommended budget discussions, we looked at breaking that out and creating its own separate unit where all regulatory activity flows into one unit housed under the CAO's office. That gives us a clear accountability for what's going in there, and also tracking, exactly of what the activities are and total costs. Subsequent to that, for closeout, we also developed the 10-10-0324 Cannabis Enforcement Unit, and that one is a Sheriff's Department dedicated unit where that is activities that are outside of the regulatory program but are geared toward enforcement of cannabis laws, abatement activities that also encompass criminal investigations or become a little more complex, that are not a simple tie back to the urgency ordinance. So you'll notice on the top one, we have an estimated revenue that matches our appropriation because we are using the urgency ordinance funds, whereas you'll notice on cannabis enforcement, there's appropriation and no revenue. So it falls out as 100% general fund. We were tagging with the increase in Measure C funds as the source that we were using for this year to offset that 981. And then the next category, miscellaneous, non-departmental, that's where our primary property taxes, excise tax, sales tax, vehicle license fees, all of those discretionary revenues come into the general fund. And so what we'll do is carry that large negative balance I left this out just for purposes of clarity so it didn't make it confusing and you see a negative number there. And so that absorbs or basically offsets all of the other units that are using general fund. So that's why we typically always, rather than allocate it to individual departments, house it in the one unit that then the entire fund picks up that revenue. So the other pieces there, again, county contributions, which includes payments to MOE on health, MOE on the roads. That also includes any funding that we would provide to the fire districts, and that also includes any funding that we would provide to some of the community organizations like Visitors Bureau. Confusing that I don't necessarily know the history of where the split came in, but then you have community organizations and programs that also encompasses some of those, where you typically have payments to, like I think the Area Agency on Aging might be in there, in addition to other community-based organizations that we would provide funding to. Then insurance, and then general fund contingencies. And I'll speak to this in a bit, but you'll notice final fund is at $1.57 million versus $466,000, which was recommended budget. So that increased by $1.1 million, really building the general fund contingency, providing opportunity if we need to make structural adjustments, we can. And then last, of course, is all of our disaster response, looking at it from the Butte fire programs to the winter storm to the tree mortality. Now, you'll find something strange in here, which is here we did have a recommended budget with our matches of about $888,000 not recommended. Suddenly, we jumped to a negative $4.4 million. That's because I had to bring in all of that prior year revenue into this year's budget. So it looks like we're quote unquote making a profit, but really all we're doing is recognizing that we have a bunch of prior year revenue that's now come into this year's general fund. So then that brings total general fund appropriations to $63,361,570. 63 million, yes. A little bit of a difference, thank you. So then digging a little deeper, obviously there were a number of changes from recommended budget. The first, we did negotiate 5% increase to county paid health benefits. That was about a $270,400 increase to the general fund. And that, of course, hit every unit that has employees in it. So some of those units down that line that you saw, a $2,000, $5,000 increase to their budgets. Most of the time, that was a result of that. We are also requesting to add 5 FTEs and reclassify 17 other FTEs. I previously mentioned an increase in capital asset purchases and also the increase in general fund reserve by $700,000. I also increased general fund contingencies by $1.109 million, again with the goal of having a stronger set aside so that we can make structural adjustments as needed. And then there are really 12 primary areas where most of the FTEs and capital assets that you would see within the general fund are contained, and I'll try and go briefly through those again. Within the Board of Supervisors, I'm requesting the addition of one position, a public information officer and chief of staff position. When I get on to personnel, we'll talk a little more about that. Right now, I just want to go through kind of the items for what each of those factors are for why we saw an $89,000 increase there. For the county administrative office, this one looks really inflated. I promise I'm not building an empire over there. We had the $297,000 increase, but it's important to note that $212,137 of that is due to a shift in a one-time shift in A87 revenue. So when the Butte fire hit, or let me back up for a second. A87 is a way that we allocate costs for general government services out to departments. So county council, auditor, county administrator, those types of human resources, those types of general government programs are providing a service to the departments. And so we basically have a time study that says how much time do you allocate to those departments. The issue and everyone's bane of A87 costs is that they usually run 2 years in arrears. So what happens now is you see a impact 2 years down the road for a structural change that you make today. And right now we're seeing the impact with diverting resources to Butte Fire. The advantage is we got paid for it. We got paid for it last year, or we could call it we got paid for. Some of it's probably sitting in that $5 million reimbursement that we're waiting for. But we got paid for it through CDAA, through FEMA, but right now we're seeing a reduction of it within the actual A87 distribution. Otherwise, we'd be essentially double dipping. So you'll see that A87 dip in a number of departments, primarily, again, CAO, which happened to be the largest hit, county council, auditor's office, and a few others. The other reason that CAO budget did increase is I am requesting to move a limited term admin assistant from 0.5 FTE to 1 FTE. Currently, half of her time is spent, or more than half, with the extra time she's been spending on cannabis hearings. But at the same time, I would like to use that as a succession planning and cross-training, as my other admin assistant is within 9 months of retiring, or at least has indicated as such. So it gives me an opportunity to get a good succession plan in that office. And also with hiring staff and just staffing up the CAO's office, there's been need to purchase equipment and furniture. The other item, county council, $58,000 of the $168,000 increase is due to that same A87 revenue cost shift. Then there's another $100,000 increase to contracted legal services. When I built recommended budget, I asked a number of departments, county council included, to reduce contracts. In some cases, reduce them beyond really what the department had felt comfortable with or would recommend. At this point, I would recommend putting that money back in, and so we put that into the budget. And then lastly, and again, when we get to staffing, I'm sure county council will provide an overview of some of the office reorganization. But I think the key point there is that office reorganization is generating roughly the net cost is about $9,700. Considering the scope and scale of the reorganization that's been really looked at and outlined over the last year and a half, I think it was a good opportunity with minimal cost and a lot of gain. Facilities, we are requesting to add a maintenance worker. That is costing us $33,700. What we're doing now is we're getting more people who have skilled trades, such as the electrician, locksmith that the board just approved hiring on as an advanced step. We're trying to do more in-house, which saves us on having to do contracted services. We get more reliability, build capacity, and then in their downtime, working on upkeep and maintenance process. Patrick's laid out a very good, aggressive plan for managing that, and this extra maintenance worker would aid heavily in those efforts. District Attorney, we are asking to add a second DA investigator position. This had been on the unfunded list that now we were wanting to bring onto the funded list as we were cleaning up the parking lot. And this also is used for succession planning, continuity of operations, as the DA knows that her current investigator is close to retirement, and it takes quite a long time to bring this position on board and go through all the background, just like any other public safety position where there's a tremendous amount of vetting that has to go before they actually get that position on board. Also on here, Sheriff, there were some increases to the Sheriff's budget. $75,000 of that is to replace a totaled vehicle that happened between recommended and final during that process. $29,000 are costs associated with Operation Terminus. That was overtime costs, meal costs that were out of the regular patrol budget. And then there were some carryover encumbrances for about $21,000 and position transfers, just clean up from trying to make sure that positions are in patrol versus in the enforcement program for cannabis, generated about $15,581, and the rest was a result of benefit changes. The clerk recorder, we are asking to add an assistant clerk recorder. Also, again, succession planning. That has been a key area that we've been trying to look at across the board for a number of reasons, wanting to make sure we have good succession planning within our departments. This would also provide an opportunity for cross-training and support to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors, since the clerk might want to take a vacation sometime, maybe. So it does provide some critical support to the clerk. And lastly, on this item, the library, we are asking for $26,181. $10,800 is associated with the cost to relocate Angels Camp Library Branch to a new, larger building across the way. It would effectively double the space that they're in at Angels Camp. And then the other portion is due to the previously approved transportation officer that estimate at 16 hours per week, but we didn't have the appropriation in there when that position was approved. All right. Next item. There's more.
Do you want a glass of water?
The Office of Emergency Services. That's continued cleanup from moving OES from the Sheriff's Office under the admin office at recommended budget. When we built that, the process to move that over was really a dynamic, changing process. We were having to make some estimates, and we didn't know hiring dates. We didn't know when we were going to transition the program over. We now have a hiring date for an OES director, October 16th. Very exciting. So that's a known, at least some known costs for us coming into this. And so we needed to make adjustments in staffing costs. And as we looked at equipment, recognizing that the current, what was the OES vehicle when it was under administration the first time, which is still with actually I think the sheriff's has since transferred it back to us, is I think a 05 or 06 excursion that is well beyond its useful life for the amount of service that it's been providing. And so we're having to look to update that. With that, also computer equipment for both staff, any necessary training, and we are trying to boost the training budget in OES across the board, bringing in key training for department heads, for community responders, make sure that we're bridging some of those gaps. And then the cannabis enforcement program, that's that sheriff enforcement program that I mentioned before, $981,000, and those are for enforcement-related expenditures. It also provides us an opportunity, rather than just leave it in the sheriff patrol budget, to clearly track the costs of what cannabis within the county, whether it's urgency ordinance, whether it's non-urgency ordinance. We know these are assigned to these details, these functions, and we can see those costs. So the goal is a better accounting. So the last two items that are going to come back for board consideration, in Unit 1010-0120, which is our community organizations unit, we have a $53,720 increase. There's a temporary decrease there one time that was due to the CAL FIRE dispatch contract. We didn't pay last year. We didn't have to pay last year, but we had transferred the money, so we had fund balance sitting in the county fire budget to pay that dispatch contract this year. Rather than continue to carry fund balance, we used that fund balance to basically pay that cost down this year. Next year, that would come back for our regular contract cost. There's also a $322,688 set aside for fire districts, and again, that'll come back for board consideration. And that also represents a methodology change in funding of the Calaveras Visitors Bureau. The last unit, Unit N10-0140, also that community organizations and programs budget has a $50,000 increase. That's been a set aside for the board to consider allocating funds to Calaveras Chamber of Commerce that has requested funding assistance. They'll be coming back on the 26th for our presentation, but in the interest of keeping things clean, I wanted to at least have a set aside in there and call it out for the board's attention. So I will ask Judy if, I thought I saw her back there, if she wants to talk, or do you want me to, Judy's under the weather today, the trooper that came in that I told her go home, and said she came here to get everybody sick. I don't know if you would like to speak to the personnel or if.
Yes, I can talk to this. I don't have anything contagious, so nobody has anything to worry about. On the personnel changes, one of the things that I do want to mention is that most of the reclasses, these are things that we have been working on for years. They've been in play for a long time, so it was not something that was just done overnight, and they were not changes made to give employee increases either. So the additions that we made, of course, the Public Information Officer, Chief of Staff. I worked closely with the CAO on this because we felt that it was very important to have a permanent public information officer that will work closely with our new OES department and will be able to put uniform processes in place in handling press releases, everything that is non-departmental specific that needs to be released to the public, and then of course all of the emergency information that needs to get out. And then also,
social media, I might add.
Right.
Yeah.
And then also we found there are some Calaveras sites that need more attention than what they're getting, and this position can manage that process. And with that type of skill set, they will also be able to handle different legislative issues, things like that for the board members, and handles the media issues that come up with the board members. Also be able to handle different type of responses to constituents. So it was just a position that covered two different areas that were in severe need. Our facilities maintenance worker, like was mentioned before, we've had many meetings with our new buildings and grounds manager who's doing a fantastic job around Government Center. We've had more compliments from people that have come in even to our office. We don't look like a little abandoned building anymore. And in these discussions, he's really not wanting to bring in contractors or put things out to bid. He wants to be able to manage the different projects himself. And being able to bring in this position will allow us to save money in the long run. The DA Services Technician, this position, we will actually be swapping out positions. She has a office tech position that will be going away in a couple of months, and so the funding from that position, we will not be adding a new employee until that one goes away. The DA Services Tech, the job duties for that, we added this classification, I don't know if it was that recommended or before that, but we worked on the job description and put together a position that better suited the needs of the DA's office. The Health Education Specialist, this is a grant-funded position, and this position is tied fully to a grant. The Assistant Clerk Recorder, like we discussed before, this is a succession plan. I know that in talking with our Clerk Recorder, she felt it was very important if something was to happen, she would have somebody in place that could take over. And then also there are certain duties. It's difficult to just have somebody in her office take over because these are, most of her employees are SEIU members, and you can't just have them take over all of Diane's duties because Diane is a confidential employee. And so this way it will fulfill a lot of her needs. In our reclassifications, and these are the areas that we've been working on, and several of these for many years. And the reclassification of the administrative analyst, this position will actually stay underfilled, but this allows for the CAO's office to be able to promote and not have to bring this position back to the board. The HR program assistant, changing that position to a, sorry, I lost my place there. Changing her to an HR program assistant from an office tech. I have a very small office. I only have 4 staff members, and I have a very big job. I don't think anybody realizes what goes through the HR office. Besides, everybody just thinks all we do is recruit. There are so many different things that we do, just from the leave management, besides all of the hiring process, the leave management, making sure everybody's new hire information gets in, all of their changes get in. I have to have a staff that is interchangeable. And by changing my office tech to an HR program assistant, I can cross-train her, and then I can move her into, I am currently losing my recruiter. She's moving on to our Health and Human Services department. And so this way I can move that person right into that position and hopefully not miss too much of a beat and keep the services up to all of the departments. We serve 18 departments. The office, changing the clerical 3s in public health to office technicians. We have had a revolving...
Sorry, Judy, I put all the HHSA on one slide.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad.
And so our clerical, for HHSA, our clerical assistant to office tech, this position has been a revolving door. We have not been able to find a good fit for this position, and so we sat down and had a meeting with Linda Wynn and the HHSA director and tried to figure out what is going on there. And they're trying to put a round peg in a square hole. They really need somebody with a higher level of skill set than what we've been putting in there, and that's why they haven't been able to hold on to anyone. And so with getting in an office technician, I believe we will have a successful recruitment and get the right person in that position, and then we won't have the cost of turnover that we've had in that department. the administrative assistant to the Behavioral Health Administrator Services Manager. When I first came on board, I looked closely at the structure from the Health and Human Services Department, and we did not have a balance. When you looked at the Health and Human Services side, and then you looked at the behavioral health side, we did not have a true mid-manager level in the behavioral health side. And so that is what we're building here with adding the Behavioral Health Administrative Services Manager, the Supervising Case Manager, the Supervising Clinician, and the Supervising Alcohol Substance Abuse Counselor. This will give us the ability to have these positions on call. They will be able to truly manage at the mid-management level, which means they can be fully responsible for evaluations, and then taking some of that responsibility off of the director of mental health. And so it creates a structure that makes sense. They meet the FLSA requirements to be at the manager level. Their job duties meet the requirements. And then our eligibility worker 3, that is going to the county Veterans Services Officer. To meet the requirements for the funding for a Veterans Services Officer, we had to reclass this position. The job duties, we had to make sure that we had this person classified correctly, or we were in danger of losing the funding for that position. Okay, so.
And then I think the last of them was really county councils. I was going to say if maybe Megan wants to talk a little bit about her methodology, or unless you'd like Judy to. I was just giving you the opportunity. I know that Megan started down this road before I even started. So she's been working on doing a reorg in the county council's office for over 2 years now. And she was trying to put a structure in place that made sense in a succession plan, and then also to be able to move her people up and to hire in at levels that made sense. And we actually took the same salary structure within 1 penny from where the A step from a county council 1 started, and from where the E step of the assistant county council. We fit all 4 steps in that salary structure, and I only went over by 1 penny. So
I would just add that this is a long time coming. We've been looking at this as an option for quite a few years, and I'm looking at the long-term sustainability of the office, and to ensure that we have staff that have upward mobility, that things are equal and fair within the series. We currently have a series of a deputy 1 and 2, and then an assistant position. What I would like to see is that the assistant position classification actually be removed for an increased deputy series. So it would be a deputy 1 through 4 series. If the board recalls, during the retreat, we did talk a lot about long-term planning, looking to the future of what staffing needs were, potentially bringing on employees that are millennials, and how do we recruit millennials, and how do we ensure that they are continued to be, that they see opportunity, that they see growth, and that they are continually challenged. And this reclassification is one step toward doing that and providing an opportunity for that within my office to ensure that that all of the deputies within my office have similar career paths and growth that encourages long-term deputies within the office, so they can devote a career to this county rather than seeing the position as a stepping stone position and moving on to another jurisdiction. it also encourages, this new structure also encourages a wide range of candidates. So when we go out and we open a recruitment, they see the opportunity within that series. And so I'm hopeful, and I believe that we will see a very impressive pool of candidates when we are able to recruit for positions. And the other reason why I'm bringing the reclassification or the restructure, the reorganization to the board at this point is because we anticipate scheduled retirements within my office. And with those scheduled retirements, it actually it opens an opportunity for this restructure to essentially be done seamlessly. And I foresee in this fiscal year actually being a profit to the county in the sense that there will be a cost benefit in doing the restructure because of the retirement and backfilling in the deputy series that isn't as at the level that the position is currently filled at.
And one of the things I'd like to mention, a lot of these reclassifications, there were not increases in the classification. Many of the HHSA positions, there were not increases in the classifications, or there was a very minimal change. Also, the environmental health technician that we are reclassing to the registered environmental health specialist, it is the intention of the director of the department to put a trainee in that position. And so, because that trainee can do all of the job duties of the technician, but then we're growing up a registered health specialist. Those are impossible to find. No other counties can find them either. But trainees, we can get them in-house, and then we can assist them into getting registered, and then we have an even a better educated employee. So those are. So
and then I was going to say, in the interest of time, I don't think we have to read each item on the parking lot as much to acknowledge that this is what has been, I think, a position control nightmare for HR for the last 10 years, probably.
Yeah, I think for quite a while. And we took all of the positions on the parking lot. I met with many departments that had positions of concern. I met with the Sheriff's Department. I talked with the assessor, and there were just 2 positions that we kept. One, the district attorney they were unfunded position. They weren't technically on the parking lot. And one of the things that we are aware of is that if a position needs to come back, we can bring it back to the board. That if something is unfunded, technically it has to come back to the board anyway.
Thank you, Judy. And hopefully as well, in this final budget, the summary, the board did have position control list. And again, that control list does not reflect any of these new positions or reclass positions. A finalized list will then come back on the 26th to the board to adopt based on the recommendations today. Moving on to discussion and consideration, we're almost there. So there were a few items that I mentioned before that do require specific direction and discussion, really deliberation from the board. The County Fire District funding, Calaveras Visitors Bureau, and the TOT for Transient Occupancy Tax funding formula, Calaveras Chamber of Commerce funding, and also there was a request to bring back the Economic Development Office and Director position. So regarding the fire districts, the board will recall on August 29th, the last meeting that we had, we made a couple structural changes on how Prop 172 funds would be dealt with and accounted for within the county, and at the same time had a discussion about the fire districts and the fact that historically the county has really not provided any allocated support to what is a vital public safety net within this county. So within that, the board did ask the CAO to meet with the fire chiefs. I had a meeting with them, able to discuss some options, and a number of options were looked at, including Proposition 172, transient occupancy tax, using excise tax money, and also water enhancement fees. And we came to a general agreement on some of the items and also felt that others needed to come back to the board again for more research. The ones that we really, I think, came to an agreement on Prop 172, the district's request was initially 30% of the 172 funds. I felt at this point that 10% is more realistic, and that gives us an opportunity to revisit this arrangement as we move forward, but I don't feel that we have enough certainty on revenue to commit to 30%. I also looked at the transient occupancy tax, which was discussed at I'm sorry, let me back up. 10% of the allocation of Prop 172 would be about $172,000 to the districts. Then there was also a discussion at the 29th meeting briefly about looking at fire districts, and given that they're typically responding to tourists, visitors that are coming into the county, if they get in auto accidents, if they're have issues at the lake, if they're having a heart attack, any other types of thing, our fire districts are responding and providing the needed services. So within that, then, looking at if we change up the funding formula on the transient occupancy tax, and instead of doing a 33% allocation amongst 3, to do a 25% allocation amongst 4. And so that would generate roughly $150,688 to the fire districts. The combined recommendation on year 1 for the allocation would be $322,688. Where I felt one on excise taxes, I felt was not a good source of revenue and not viewed at this point as an ongoing revenue source. We did talk about it as the potential for maybe capital projects, but we'd have to look specifically on what those projects might be. And my office is currently undertaking a full-scale research of the water enhancement fee, and we anticipate then additional meetings with the fire districts to come back with a recommendation to the board on those funds. The next item is transient occupancy tax in Calaveras Visitors Bureau. There is currently no agreement with the Visitors Bureau for the TOT allocation. It has been an informal agreement at the 33.33 or 1/3% of the TOT. In discussions with the Visitors Bureau, they were willing to continue the 1/3 allocation capped at the current 6% TOT rate. And then anything beyond the 6% would be viewed as a special allocation for projects that they would submit requests for, but would not be guaranteed. And so if we looked at that at the current 1/3 level, and based on our revenue tracking for TOT for 17-18, that would be about $198,908 to the Visitors Bureau. I wasn't able to get a better agreement or a better terms of a negotiated agreement with the Visitors Bureau. And given the competing resources across the board and looking at kind of options and practices, I felt that a recommendation coming back would be 25% allocation, where we're splitting that funding formula as 25% sheriff, 25% roads, 25% Visitors Bureau, and 25% fire districts. That would result in $150,000 based on the current TOT rate. However, as we've discussed internally and looking at options, if the TOT were increased to a rate of 10%, based on today's activity, we would see our total increase go up by another $401,835 to bring our TOT to just over $1 million. Under that scenario, because Visitors Bureau would not be capped at the 6%, their allocation would actually raise to 251. So it provides potential of a long-term gain, although short-term capping or reducing that percentage amount. It is important to note, as has been pointed out by a couple board members, roughly the $150,000 that would be received under this 25% allocation is more than was budgeted for last year, 16-17, for the Visitors Bureau budget, which was $143,000. The scenario, the reason I bring this scenario forward as a recommendation, one, I felt that it was trying to find the best possible win for the organizations that are vying for the resources. Bringing us to 25% is also more consistent with what rate Angels Camp pays at 13%. If we're trying to become more aligned, and the challenge is, of course, Angels has far more hotels, far more beds that they're collecting the TOT on, so their dollars are larger, but percentage-wise, looking at that, those were really the main factors going into my recommendation. Next, Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber has requested consideration of some level of funding from the county, just based on the fact that, as we knew, we started as late as we did. It wasn't conceivable to really have them provide a presentation today to the board, but they are scheduled to come on September 26th to the board with the goal of highlighting accomplishments and also discussing the possibility of some level of funding. I think the opportunity here would be to better leverage the strengths of the Chamber to continue the county's economic development efforts and really try and not duplicate efforts for what the county would be doing versus what the Chamber's doing versus what some of our job training organizations are doing. As I've kind of repeatedly tried to stress to our departments and also some of our community organizations, the more we combine and work together to leverage each individual strength, the better the ultimate outcomes are. As such, a placeholder has been put in the budget for $50,000, and if the board should decide to allocate those funds, then they would have that avenue. I must have been a slip on my part, called a late night slip, but I did mean to put a slide in there going back to the fact that there was the request to revisit the Economic Development Office and Director position. And that request specifically was we approved that position in the recommended budget. We've been in the process of recruiting for it. There was some concern of cart before the horse. What is this position going to do? And does this need to be pulled back and reevaluated? So I was also asking for specific direction and guidance from the board on that so that we can either proceed with where we were at, which was getting interviews scheduled and a panel together, or if we need to put the brakes on. So lastly, and this will be fairly quick because a lot of this is a rehashing of what I said in recommended budget. Long term, we are still facing a number of challenges. The unfunded pension liabilities is clearly one of the largest on the horizon. We know that over the next 5 years, PERS costs are going to continue to go up significantly, and this is a problem felt by pretty much every single county in California, the state itself, and our school districts. Right now, we do have about $1.49 million that's in the payroll designated fund that will provide some relief on the burden to the general fund for really that year one. So that helps us through fiscal year 18-19 in regard to our PERS costs. So what that has done, or what that will do, is buy us a little more time to continue to make adjustments, but we've just bought a year, essentially, to move us to that fiscal year 2019-2020, where we're going to have to be proactively addressing how we want to manage these costs. The other pieces, of course, continue cost increases for our social services programs. We know in-home supportive services is going to continue to be on the forefront of the governor, the next governor's radar. We, as noted before, have large disaster response and costs, and we're floating a lot of those costs. Reimbursement's going to be critical. We do have a high number of job classifications that are way outside of the pay averages, what we call out of parity positions, and we really need to have a phased and prioritized approach to begin to address those. Human Resources is working diligently on pulling that together. We anticipate to be bringing that back to the board for consideration and really planning, because this is a huge issue. A number of departments have continued to request that, as I noted in my budget, and our priority now, which is why I think it's important, Judy's note on our reclass positions this time. Anything that we were doing on a reclass was really low or no salary impact. We recognize that there are a lot of very critical items that are out there that need to be addressed that have potential high dollar amounts, but we need to have a very deliberate approach to address those. As we've continued to talk about, we still have our massive deferred maintenance costs. I think we really need to get our departments out of subpar buildings. I know Barbara will remind me all the time about having to jack up her trailer, and I'm sorry. And it is a significant priority. We really need to have a plan that meets everybody's needs and gets our departments out of some of these buildings that they're in. And as I pointed out with our designated fund piece, there are limited funds in the general fund to be able to expand and update those buildings. And really looking at how we do business and making significant changes to how we operate. That's examining our revenue and enhance our revenue-producing activities, as we talked about, ensuring effective, efficient cost recovery and cost allocation. That's looking at our ISFs. That's looking at our fee schedules. We're in the process of completely revamping countywide policy and procedures on how we handle reserves, capital projects, the budgeting priorities, formalizing policies and practices for purchasing, contracting, and procurement, and really a enhanced emphasis on principles of community and collaborative relationships. Collaboration, coordination of unifying goals where we're all working together, focusing on a culture of resolving challenges cooperatively, customer service focused and solution focused, all areas where we as government have not done as good of a job, and we need to really step up and start to align ourselves toward how we can be collaborative partners. And really the last item here is revisiting the fact that we need that long-term strategic business and management plan. We had those initial stages that were discussed and outlined for that foundation at the Supervisors Workshop. The CAO and department head work group will meet later this month to now begin the process of summarizing that and bringing that back to the board for a recommendation. And this really I see as an imperative piece for the ongoing strategic alignment of operations across the entire county. So, closing, again, I would like to thank the board for their support, patience, my office staff, who I'm so happy to have additional office staff to assist this year. I feel much better and more comfortable with this budget document knowing that more eyes were looking at it. County auditor, controller, as always, I appreciate the information and resources. Human resources, risk management, and our department heads, fiscal staff within each of the departments, and our community partners who have been very supportive and wanting to come to the table and look for solutions, ways that we can help one another. So recommendation, obviously, we would then ask the board to go ahead and conduct the public hearing part, garner input, feedback, provide direction on any changes for the final budget, which would include allocation of community organizations, reviewing the personnel and expenditure requests. And then on September 26th, at the conclusion of the public hearing, we'd be bringing back and asking the board to adopt the final budget with adjustments, position change resolution, and then capital asset resolution, special district designated fund resolutions, and as Mr. Krovitz noted, adopting the SB1 project request list that, while not encapsulated within the budget document, is a critical piece for our moving forward and really attracting those SB1 funds. And that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of information here to digest. And since the board, we're going to be here to get this done today. So I'm going to take a short 10-minute break. I want the folks to get up and stretch. Please pass on information. Oh, hello. I want to inform, thank you. I want to inform everybody that we're going to take a short 10-minute break, digest this information, be prepared to address your concerns through the public speaking portion of this, and that'll happen after discussion of the board on the information we just presented, or CAO let's present it. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into our staff presentation first, and then we'll be doing a discussion with the board, and then we'll have public comment. I want to remind everybody that everybody has a lot of information to disseminate, so I want you to think about structuring your presentations. If you have more than one member here that would like to speak from one organization or one department, if you can time your presentations so we don't have repeat information, so we can get through this. All right?
Mr. Chair, I was just going to say at this point, I didn't have a specific request from a department to actually provide a presentation. Obviously, department heads are here and the ability, if they wanted to provide input, we kind of left it a little more flexible rather than a formalized presentation structure.
By all means, Mr. Lewis. I think we're ready to begin. First staff, Auditor Collin, how are you?
Good, thank you. So I just had a couple things. The one thing on the pensions, and Tim and I had discussed this, so I was kind of surprised that the plan is to spend the entire amount in 18-19. Is that what you're proposing? The entire amount of the...
I think a lot would depend on what the costs are to the general fund and those departments. So it would really be spending those funds, even if we used a portion of them in 18-19, there wouldn't be a sufficient amount just based on the increases by probably 19-20 at this point.
Right. So one of the conversations that I've had with CAO-LETs and that have been discussed at length with auditor controllers all over the state of California, and really it's all local entities that are not a 1937 Act county or agency, which means you're part of CalPERS. We're all going to be experiencing this. where there's going to be these massive increases in pensions. So there have been several ideas thrown out there as to what's a way that we can help insulate ourselves. And one of those is through a rate stabilization trust, an IRS Section 115 trust. So that would be something that I would recommend looking into and taking the funds that are in that payroll fund and actually looking to establish an outside partnership with an investment firm. And really what you're trying to do is earn more than CalPERS would. And we would have more flexibility and capability of doing that. And then we could use those investment returns to help offset those increases. And so I would think that instead of using 100% of the funds in 1819, if we could look at establishing a rate stabilization trust, we might be able to actually use that across multiple years to help offset those expenditures. Okay? So I would recommend that the board give direction on that about my office and the CAO looking at that as an option in the oncoming years. I am one of the departments that was in the paragraph about that there are parity issues that were not dealt with in the final budget. And if you recall in my recommended budget memo, I did bring that up, that there are some major issues in my office. And just to give you a little bit of history, the Auditor Controller's Office used to have a lot more staff, like most every department that's here. When the Auditor Controller's Office lost staff, they basically lost management and higher level accountants. So I have lower level accountants and lower level staff that picked up the work from the highest level accountants that we used to have. And they have continued to work out of class, and they can clearly document their working out of class for years. But the problem is it's becoming more and more of an issue because classifications are being created around the county and in other counties that are compensated at a higher level than the staff in my office, have lower education requirements. But to give you an example, my highest level accountant, an accountant auditor 1, who has a bachelorette degree requirement and has experience requirements in accounting, advanced accounting, makes less than an administrative assistant who has no educational requirements and no requirement for accounting. That is a disparity problem that is kind of hard to deal with in my office because it's just kind of demoralizing. And what's happening is they see that they are having to take on all this work that they're really not being compensated for. And, you know, the frustration that I'm having is this has been a dialogue that I've been having for years. I have had this discussion now with the current HR director, the interim HR director, the former HR director. I've now had this discussion with 6 separate CAOs. No one has ever said, Rebecca, you're wrong. They have just said, well, we don't have the money, or we need to wait, we need to look at it. Well, now it's my staff is just kind of, they're done. And so at this point, we're looking at grievances that are going to be filed, which I think was really unfair to put my staff in that position where this is their only option because they were trying to work with the county, and we've been trying to get this rectified. I was made promises basically that this would be corrected as part of final budget, and nothing has happened. So I would strongly urge the board to have the HR director and the CAO look at my staff and make things right by my staff. At this point, I didn't even care about me. Given the fact that I'm one of the lowest paid auditor controllers in the state of California, fine. But don't penalize my staff.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Callen. Any other staff member wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the board. Anybody wish to start with comments, observations?
Yes, you got the most tabs.
You got 2 minutes. Supervisor Mills.
Actually, I would prefer to hold off until after public comment, if it's possible, and just give us a chance to see all of this input, because it may flush some things out that we hadn't thought about. Then we can have a full discussion.
All right. Supervisor Garamendi.
I'll go for public comment. Public comments can probably take a while, I imagine. First, I'd like to thank Tim for taking most of his Friday afternoon and going through my 4 pages of notes and questions. It's saving all of you from having to listen to me ask 4 pages of questions. I think it's a good budget overall. I think there's the fact that's in there is that we closed the books last year with one-time funds, the excise tax, Measure C, and the truth is that we're balancing this year's books on it as well. I was pleased to see that those funds will still remain in the accounts. We're using them for some of the Butte Fire while we go by the accounting rules to get reimbursed. I think that's prudent and it's an honest budget, but we should remember that those are there. The sales tax, I appreciated the fact that looking forward, you didn't look just back at a 25% increase of it, or that significant increase in our sales tax, because I think a lot of that was driven by Butte Fire as well as the cannabis infrastructure that was built, and we will not see that again. So I think that's just really important to recognize, and it's also important to recognize that more than our cannabis Measure C funds, if you look at both years together, it was more than we collected on property taxes for this county. So my only questions that Tim and I were able to go through most of the budget, and he answered my questions, won me over on a lot of my points. I don't think I won any points, but I tried. But I think the main one that we didn't agree on, and that I've spoken to most of the board about at one point from up here or another, is that I worry about adding additional positions that I consider non-essential, especially in administration. I don't think these positions are needed, and I don't think we ought to hire people at such high rate at the time that we can't offer the rest of people adequate pay. We're not giving any raises, but we're adding to our overhead. Particularly, what I don't think we need is the PIO Chief of Staff position at $89,000. I think that might be premature. I think it adds to our overhead, something we don't need. We could hire deputies or public works or lots of people. I'm not sure about the whole title of Chief of Staff. We already have a clerk that corrals us as best she can. So I worry, if we've got one Chief of Staff and there's 5 of us, how is that person going to determine what admin support they're able to provide? And how is that going to work out with 5 supervisors? So I don't think it's an efficient or good use of FTE, especially when we did balance our budget on one-time funds using the excise tax or Measure C. That won't be there next year. So we're going to hire somebody on at a high level that we may have to lay off in this next year. I think you've done a good job, Mr. Lutz, in putting in, helping us build our reserves and making us able to cushion what's going to happen in next year's budget. But we don't need to add people at the time that we can't pay our existing people and that we may have to lay off. I'm the person who, and I've spoken to Supervisor Tofinelli, who's been a big champion of this, as well as the CAO, on the Economic and Community Development Director. My concerns are in many ways the same as the PIO, and that is the first one's fiscal. We're hiring someone in excess of $100,000 a year to do economic development for this county. And that just seems like an awfully high-level position to bring in, and again, one that we can't afford when we look at next year's budget. In the job description, we say it's going to work on the economic development plan. Well, the Board of Supervisors had a planning retreat in August, and there was no direction. There was a good discussion and a good first step, but there's no way that we took up what our economic plan is going to be, what direction we're going to be. We asked this position to implement a economic plan that we don't have, and that's our job to do it. Now, clearly, this person could help us develop it, but I don't think that it's the right time to take that on because we haven't been able to give this person direction yet. So, as as Lewis Carroll wrote in Alice in Wonderland, if you don't know where you're going, any direction will do. And I don't want to put someone in that position. In addition, I have continued, and I wrote this in a memo to both you and Ms. Hawkins and HR, but we have a job description that's listed for a position that asks the person to try to do many tasks which they're unable to accomplish without direction from the board. Communicating a strategy that does not exist, approving promotions and termination of staff that we don't have budget for, and several other items that are going to set this position up for failure. Finally, under experience, we are only requiring 4 years of job experience for a job that pays over $100,000 a year. This pay to experience ratio is inappropriate in my opinion, and especially in terms of equity for other managers and staff here that are already working for the county. So I would propose when we finish our comments and public comments, that we take up these two positions. And I'm okay with the rest of the budget, but I would recommend that we table these two positions till the next year's budget to see where things are at.
And I don't know if you want me responding to either or just the board to deliberate.
Sure. Let's have board and staff respond to the individual questions by supervisors right now. But keep in mind, folks, you'll have ample opportunity as public comment to receive that information by the board. Okay. CEO, you can respond.
And as you and I did have quite a spirited discussion on Friday, and I appreciate, again, the opportunity to kind of argue back and forth on relative merits or not. On the face of it, I completely agree with you in terms of, from a conservative budget standpoint, adding positions is always a risk. You try and identify where you think those needs are. I think I've shared with you previously, and I'm sure Supervisor Toffanelli will have a lot of additional comments. In terms of the Economic Development Director, economic development is such a long-term benefit that the longer you wait, the longer it takes to derive the benefit from it. I think that it's beneficial in a lot of ways to have a person come in to help develop that plan, because ideally you're bringing in somebody who has the expertise to be able to help shape and craft a local plan. I know locally there are some resources available that are more than interested and willing to work with that person in that office to make this successful. I had a really productive meeting with Larry Cope, with Stacy Johnson, again, to discuss how economic development has worked in Tuolumne, what we would want to make sure that this person would come in and succeed at if they were to come here. And I think economic development, as you pointed out, can be really broad. And this is less about trying to get the Costco here, because that's not going to happen anytime in the even foreseeable far future. But it's more about providing growth and support to our local businesses, continuing to grow that capacity, helping to navigate through county process, and making a business-oriented or friendly community that is able to help really grow our locals, because that's where in Calaveras we're going to see our benefit, and that's also where I think our community wants to see is support for our local businesses. In regard to the PIO, and obviously if I had to say prioritizing, I would say economic development needs to be the priority of those two positions that we're talking about. And I shared that the challenge for me on the PIO is a couple-fold. We don't have a county-wide PIO at this point. We don't have a coordinated on-point message that when something's going on, or OES being a prime example, and we have no way to make sure that the board has vetted a policy, vetted a stance, working through my office to make sure that we are consistent and on point with what is being put out there. But also there's the public relations piece. Our community has voiced concern over wanting more information. This is the type of person that could be out there highlighting what we're doing within our community, soliciting feedback at our community events. The board, it's amazing to me how many different meetings, how many different events, how many different task force this board is on. And it makes it difficult sometimes because you have a conflict where you have a commitment here, but there's this other important event that you really need information taken back from. This presents an opportunity for somebody to also provide that information. And when people come here during the week, they have an on-site presence, work with the public coming in, having questions, concerns, and then working with the departments to get those questions and concerns resolved. Often when the board's saying, we're coming to the CAO, which is fine, but what it does is it also provides somebody who can continue to follow up with those departments at any staff level and provide reports back to the board. I based it more or less on what is a pretty common model, and that's not to say that gives it legitimacy in terms of does it work in Calaveras, but I do think when we start to look at how we need to evolve as a community and how we want to make sure that we're getting the right information to the right places, this position becomes key. As we expand our internship program, where we're targeting both high schools and colleges, I see this as a great opportunity to be able to run some interns through the board office to provide support to the board members, learn kind of the inner workings of government, but you need somebody to be able to really watch them provide that guidance and mentorship. So I do, as I said on Friday, I completely understand from a fiscal prudence standpoint, this is a risk. And I hope I conveyed that in the memo as well, that I recognize that the risk and outlined my feelings or rationale for why I think it's a good risk to take, but I also respect the board's decision on which direction they would like to see the county go.
Thank you, CEO. Any other board member wish to comment at this time, or we're going to reserve our time till after public comment? Right? I have a quick note before we do go into public comment. I shared both positions of CEO Lutz and also Supervisor Garamendi, but I have to prioritize in a different manner. I think this county has not been able to provide a proper compensation package for our existing employees. I agree with Auditor Callan that we have been on that low end of the pole, if you will, and I think we need to face the music and start taking care of our own a little bit, and that means our employees, that means our department heads, but we can't do it just by writing a check. I think we have to do it wisely. We can't do it overnight, but we have to start that journey, and we haven't done that. We have asked our employees and our bargaining units, our department heads, our public safety, to keep doing the greatest job they can and reducing their resources. But to make them healthy, we have to be healthy as a county in our procedures, wise in our investments, and fair to our citizens. So after saying that, I'm willing to listen to every word spoken in public comment. Is there anybody wish to comment? If not, we'll open public comment. It'll be 3 minutes each. Madam Clerk, ready to go? Once again, folks, I'm going to remind you, please stay focused, stay on point. I understand there's a lot of folks that wish to speak, and we need to get this done fairly for everybody, give them an opportunity to speak.
Good evening, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I want to talk about county employees, or what I perceive to be changes and additions. It seems like county employees this year are making out pretty good. They're getting increased health benefits or more expensive health benefits. There's an increase in pensions. We're talking about reclassifications where they may not be an immediate wage increase, but when you go to a higher step level, then opens opportunities for better wages. They enjoy COLAs. There's a seniority bump, I understand, after somebody works here for 10 years. And there's additional positions being asked for departments. And then I also heard some departments have increased responsibilities for employees without adequate compensation. And I'd like to talk about that. I'd like to talk about home care workers. You have 332 home care workers in your county. I don't know how many county workers there are, but it's probably about 300 or 400. They don't enjoy COLAs, step raises, increase in benefits of any kind. And I noticed that in the budget there was not any reference to the fact that there are no contract negotiations going on in SEIU 2015, but there may be. And as we have been stuck in a rut since 2011 without contracts being renegotiated, we've really been falling further and further behind. In addition to not getting pay raises, the program also had an 8% cut to services 3 years ago. Then there was a 7% cut to services. So not only are the employees getting the short change of all these actions, but the consumers, the patients, the people that are the least likely to be able to ever stand up for themselves, they're getting the short end of the stick too. And then I'd just like to, for some of you that may not have been around or may have forgotten, a few years back, time's running short, the past leaders, County Administrative Office, Board of Supervisors, all volunteered 10% of their wages in order to balance the budget. I think that was 3 or 4 years ago. But that's one way to help deal with some of the shortfalls. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Lisa Walton, Calaveras Visitors Bureau. I just want to be perfectly clear that what we are requesting is to continue our 33% funding and negotiate if and when the TOT is increased to 10%. I'm going to read from my notes because I have notes from Stephen Couts from Ironstone Vineyards, who couldn't be here. He wanted me to be sure to remind you that the TOT tax is generated by tourism in the form of a tax on lodging. Currently, a third of those funds go back into marketing tourism to ensure a continued growth in tourism resulting in greater lodging bookings, resulting in more TOT for the general fund. It's a cycle that's created a consistently upward growth in TOT revenues for the county in the last 5 years, actually beginning the year before the Butte fire. We are concerned about interrupting the momentum. Decreasing the marketing will result in lower lodging bookings and will generate less money for the county. Let's remember the county does nothing to earn this money. It's free money earned on the back of the tourism industry. And we're extremely careful with the funding that we receive. We make every penny count. Our marketing plans are informed by best industry practices and our significant involvement with regional tourism marketing organizations and Visit California. And we are publicly accountable. All of our financial reports are available upon request, and we have 3 levels of oversight. Our board, elected by our 200-plus paid members, oversees our annual budgets and our financials. An outside accounting firm, Tribble & Ayala, generates our monthly reports, and we undergo a full audit by the accounting firm of Wheeler & Egger on odd number years, and a financial review on even number years. The level of oversight is top-notch. The Visitors Bureau is the only organization driving profitable funds to the county. We work entirely on marketing and economic development. In the absence of a functioning Economic Development Commission in the county, the Visitors Bureau stepped up to fill that void over the last 10 to 15 years. Calaveras Visitors Bureau is designed to market and promote the entire county. This is something we have taken to even greater levels with our new website and our social media marketing program, which allows us to drive tourism to those small hidden gems in the furthest outreaches of the county. To take a successful marketing organization which drives the tourism engine that this county is so dependent upon and cut its funding makes no sense. I urge the Board of Supervisors to come back with a recommendation to continue the CVB's 33% funding to ensure the continued success of this vital Calaveras industry that puts money into the county coffers. Also, that $50,000 that we would receive if we were fully funded, we would like to completely expand the visitor's guide to include all of those rural regions, include hiking and biking trails, and create something that each individual supervisor would be proud to call their own.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Bill Wilson, District 1. An 8.6% increase in property values. Gee, Measure C didn't decrease property values in Calaveras County, now did it? Seems that it went up. Also, we have an excise tax that admittedly this board is spending. We're only going to collect one installment from a voter-approved tax measure because 3 of you gentlemen say regulation be damned. We want a ban. Good for you. I think that's a great idea. I want to go along with, we spent $981,000 on cannabis regulation, non-urgency ordinance costs, and urgency ordinance costs. What were the costs to the urgency ordinance, and what were the costs to non-urgency ordinance? We still have a few $1 million left over from those Measure C funds that we only want to collect one time. Just once, not twice. We're going to double that money. December, if you don't ban, correct? Isn't that true? Double. Mr. Mills, you said, oh, I don't think they'll ever pay more than $200,000 of that money.
Point of order.
Excuse me.
Point of order.
Okay.
Give him his time back. What's your point of order, Mr. Mills?
I'm not on the agenda, sir.
Okay. Excuse me. We have a lot of people that aren't getting raises. Why is that? We don't have any money coming in, but we're going to kill $14 million in taxes that have been paid to this county. For what? To be able to legally cultivate cannabis in this county. We also have an increase in taxes, excise taxes, sales taxes. We can't explain where that 24% increase came from. I can explain it to you. It came from Calaveras County, Calaveras Garden Supply, sales tax. Every item that we buy there is taxed. Every dollar we spend in this county, we could go away, $350 million. We could go away. What are you going to use to pay your employees then and balance your budget? I think you need to reconsider your stance here, gentlemen. Really.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Bill Petrone, SEIU Regional Director, and I was also the Chief Negotiator during our last negotiations. And I agree with the auditor, surprisingly, and I agree with Supervisor Oliveira that, yes, the employees, they're doing the work of 2 and 3 people. They haven't had a raise in over 2 years, contrary to what other people have come up here and said. And we made proposals to try to get that equity back. And we were repeatedly told by your negotiator and your agents that there's fiscal uncertainty. But we sit in here today and we see all this money being proposed to be given away. We're seeing all these positions, high-paid positions, being proposed to be added to the budget. And then also hear that the Measure C funds are being used to balance the budget. However, in about 5 weeks, it looks like there's going to be a vote. And at least from what I've heard, 3 of you are going to vote to ban. How can you vote on this budget in good faith? Because there's going to be repercussions. How are you going to take care of your employees? Since the beginning of 2012, you've now had over 50% brand new employees. When's that going to change? Because if you can't give them raises, they're going to keep moving out the door. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas?
Good afternoon. I'm Russ Thomas, once again, District 5 resident. And I want to compliment you, Mr. Lutz, on this document. I wish I had seen as clearly readable document when I was on the Board of Supervisors. It's really quite good. One thing that I need to sort of point a finger at, though, is this accounting peculiarity about not being able to recognize that $5 million is going to soon come back into the budget. That's, I mean, do you have any confidence that that's going to happen, or do you not have confidence? I mean, maybe you can't answer that, but I would say that if the board has confidence that that $5 million is going to come back in, then that substantially changes, in my mind, if I was sitting there like I used to sit there, would change my sense of anxiety about approving a $50,000 continued funding for the Visitors Bureau. I have always been an advocate of the TOT, increasing the TOT, and I think that the Visitors Bureau is doing a remarkable job of bringing money into the county and increasing percentages year upon year, despite the fact that the TOT remains at 6%. When I was on the board, I did a little field trip down to Mariposa County. I would recommend that all of you go to Mariposa County one by one, and you'll realize that their whole county operation is funded by the TOT tax, the taxes and the revenues that are generated by the people that visit there as a result of the advertising, the promotion that is done for Mariposa County, likewise in Tuolumne County. I think that our group does proportionally a far better job on the limited resources that we have given them over the years than Tuolumne does. I understand that their Visitors Bureau is funded about $1 million a year as opposed to what they have requested, and I think have every right to expect to have it continue. So anyway, that's just in a nutshell, that's what I would like to have you to just think about is if the $5 million was back in the general fund right now, would there be such a dire approach to a number of these things, particularly the TOT or the Visitors Bureau? If you want to give $50,000 to the Chamber of Commerce, fine. I would really just give you a specific request to reconsider dropping the funding to the Visitors Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
I can.
Mr. Thomas, 4. District 4.
Oh.
You were supervisor in 5, sir.
Ms. Callan, I'm going to have
I used to
speaking, and then you can answer those.
I was going to answer Mr. Thomas's question.
No, I want to hear from public. We'll write notes and then we'll answer it. Staff will answer everybody's questions, hopefully. So I'm going to ask staff to take copious notes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Jason Robitel, Fire Chief with Calaveras Consolidated Fire, also a member of the Calaveras County Fire Chiefs Association. We want to start off on behalf of all the fire chiefs as commending our CAO, Mr. Lutz, and it seems like we've been calling the county for years, and this year he answered. And we've had a healthy conversation, and not only understanding the position we have as fire districts in the county and the struggles that we have had to augment, especially with finances, to augment our mission and our vision with our respected fire districts. But this new funding stream with Prop 172 and channeling it, last board meeting where you've created that account that will give us annual allotments, will have a great impact on the services that we provide. In reference to TOT, I can understand the sentiments of the Visitors Bureau when you're losing funding, but when the way we see it is some of the lakes that I service, we've had 3 drownings at one lake this year. I can count several drownings over the last decade. So it's not only those services, but making sure those visitors have a great response and experience when they come to Calaveras. There's many that we show directions on how to get to hospitals because they come up here and they're unaware of their surroundings. And also, we're seeing my district specifically an increase of 300 calls this year. A large amount is that our lakes are full. There's a lot of people that are coming, but 30% of my call volume overlaps, meaning we're dealing with one emergency when the second comes in. So these visitors aren't only, we're servicing them, but they, in reality, are diluting the service to our the citizens that we serve in our community. So I think this is a great use of TOT, and we support it, and thank you for everything you have done, and appreciate once again this document and the conversations that we've had. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Hello, Sandy Price. I am the office manager at the Calaveras Visitors Bureau, but I'm not here to talk to you about the CVB so much as my perspective of running Bear Valley Snowmobile for the last 10 years with my family. And even in the last 5 years of drought that we had to deal with, we always paid our dues to the CVB. We didn't pay 24% less, which is what is being proposed here, cutting back our funding. We paid the full amount because we knew that amount was going to be used towards driving marketing. Marketing is one of the hardest things. I suspect some of you guys have small business backgrounds, but that is like the hardest thing for a small business to wrap its arms around. The CVB, that's all we do is marketing. To cut back that marketing and to cut back on that momentum that we've been building is tough for us to swallow. I get it. You guys have to balance what you need to do here. I also get that. We're running a staff of 4 to 5 people. We're all part-time except for Lisa. Every one of us is underpaid. Rebecca, I get it. You know, but we make it work. So that money is being very well spent. Lisa highlighted how well we're audited. We're more than happy to open the discussions with you guys. We are part of the economic development engine of this county. If you cut back on that funding, you're cutting back on that engine. It's one of the most important economic engines. There's room for improvement on the language, I think, between our different organizations. We are very open to that. Lisa's extremely open to that. So again, I ask you guys, please do not cut back on the funding. Keep it at 33%. We can talk later if you feel the money's too much, but keep us where we're at right now. We have so many great plans in the works for that money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie McManus. I'm a loud talker to begin with, so I'll have to be careful. Okay. I'm the finance director of the City of Angels Camp. I'm also a 23-year resident of Murphys, California. I'm here to support the Calaveras Visitors Bureau. First, I'd like to fix some misunderstandings. I keep hearing at the supervisors meetings about the City of Angels' obligation to fund equally CVB and everything else. Last year, we paid $159,000 to CVB. You guys paid $147,000 after they returned $25,000 to you. We have one of the represented areas in their board. All 8 are somewhere else. Even if you give us 1.5 more areas of influence, being the fairgrounds in Murphys, That would still only be 27% of the obligation is what we benefit from. Not to mention that, give me a second, we had the Visitors Bureau come back at us and tell us how much is the impact. What do they spend on Angels Camp things? And they included the fairgrounds and some other things that questionably was kind of a liberal estimate. They came back and said they spent $72,000 on this year's budget for us. That means that we are subsidizing the other areas by somewhere between $45,000 and $80,000. We don't have to do that. We're doing that because I can only assess from the City Council that they value tourism. Tourism is a very important piece of Calaveras County. It is the key to so many things. It is the key to economic development right now because we're not seeing manufacturing coming into this county. And economic development is going to be dependent on everybody seeing that there are visitors here and then wanting to come to this county. Your sales tax goes up because of it. You've had 11% increases not only on the CVB portion but on your other support, and your property taxes have all increased by this funding. I implore you to keep that vehicle going, because if the City of Angels has to come back and say, wait a minute, put our funds to our area, this whole county is going to be in trouble.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Joan Wilson, District 1. I see here you're still facing long-term challenges, and it looks like this problem is only going to get worse. There is a long-term financial gain that can come into the county, and that is by regulating and taxing cannabis. If you ban it, over here you have that you need to look at how we do business and make significant structural changes. Examine, enhance revenue-producing activities. Cannabis is one of those that is going to bring money into this county. By banning it, you're going to be spending a lot of money. So those long-term things are only going to get worse. We know how much it costs to regulate it. Cannabis enforcement program is $981,000. So we know how much it costs. We need money in this county. Do you hear the businesses of this county crying for help? Do you hear your county employees begging for money that they deserve? This is going to affect their children, what goes on their plates for dinner, and this is your responsibility. I hope you gentlemen do take it seriously and do want to bring funds into this county and not chase them away. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Angelo.
I always say third time's a charm, and I certainly hope so. Bertha Underhill, and I'm an Ebbets Pass resident. And you've heard me over the years come up and talk about tourism, because when I first came into the county, I got a job working with the Resource Connection, putting in a sexual assault program. Then I thought to myself, why don't I do something that I would really enjoy? So I went into the tourism field. I went and I worked over in Tuolumne County, and I also worked for the Calaveras Visitors Bureau. And the focus has always been there. Bring these tourists to Calaveras County. Show them what a beautiful county we have. There are so many things to do here. They need money. They need money to market, because they don't just market locally. They go statewide. They go all of California. They go all over the United States. They even go into Europe. We have to. Our world is shrinking, and so we can get these people through social media or through conferences, what have you. You cannot afford to cut their funding. because you have to think about the entire county. We have a little Susie's Restaurant up in Arnold, and I hope that a lot of people have gone up there for breakfast. Susie employs single mothers with 2 little children, and they're dependent on this tourism. What happens to that mother who's trying to feed her children? We don't have the tourists. Think about the whole business field or sense or whatever you want to say, the whole business scheme here in Calaveras County. We need to keep them working. And Lisa and her staff do a wonderful job. And Lisa loves to come and tell you how good she's doing. So let's keep that dialogue going. Keep them. Do not cut their funding. Thank you.
Good morning, Prapana Randall Smith, District 3. There's 2 points I'd like to bring up in relation to the budget, and I'm passing out to you my chart. This is an updated chart from what I shared with you last time. You can look at last time as sort of like a primer, so you would know how to read this chart. And these numbers are based on actual numbers as to how many people paid into the $7 million of Measure C tax. And that number, according to the tax collector, is 528. So 528 entities paid in $7 million. Now, if you look at the chart up above, I have it at 14, because if you pass regulations, you're going to collect $7 million in December and another $7 million in June. And I realize that right now the direction of the board is towards a ban, but I would like to ask that the board keep open the possibility of collecting this $14 million. I know the budget will be completed before you consider what to do with cannabis, but keep the idea open. Maybe there's a way to collect the money that we know is there. It's there. Don't leave it on the table. And so to that end, I have a request. I made the request earlier today, and I would like to request that you direct County Council to bring before the Planning Commission, when they hear this issue, a regulation ordinance as well as the ban. It is not unusual for a judicial body to consider 2 competing measures. It's happened before many times. I asked a former supervisor about it just today, and I was told it happens all the time. So I'm asking, I'm pleading with you, how about a poll of the board? Let's put a regulation package on the table so we can have a real conversation about this issue. Going straight towards a ban without considering anything else, that's shutting out a lot of voices and a lot of important information that needs to be considered. Now, I'll also point out that in this chart, I share with you what things could look like under the EIR, and that's the box that's directly below the average table. And I just want to close with one more point that I make in my final paragraph in my letter I wrote to you that has this attached spreadsheet. And that is, I like to remind people that when the urgency ordinance was being considered last year, many people said that maybe 250 or 300 growers would register their gardens. I thought it could be as much as 400, and I kept myself quiet because I thought, oh, everyone's going to accuse me of inflating the numbers. Turned out to be over 700. When Measure C was being considered for the ballot, everyone was saying 5 million. I thought 10. Turned out to be 14. So my point is, all the estimates up to this date have always tended to underestimate the productive capacity of the cannabis industry in this county. Thank you so much.
I feel terrible that you might think you have to make a choice between the Chamber of Commerce and the fire department, you know, where to allocate that money. The problem is that we've had a wonderful snowfall last winter. The lakes are full. In Copperopolis, we're responsible for 14 miles of Highway 4, and our call volume this year is headed upwards of over 600 calls. It's a 44% increase over last year. Our resources are challenged. We can't meet the needs of increased capacity unless we get help. We need financial resources so we can have better ambulances, more people, better equipment. As the county grows and the population increases and more people come up to visit, that's all wonderful. We need a way to increase our resources so we can continue to provide all of the necessary services that the communities rely on us for.
Thank you. Oh, it's going to go all net. There you go.
There we go. Good afternoon. I'm Steve Fairchild. I'm not asking you for anything. A few weeks ago, we were discussing the transit occupancy tax, the TOT, and there seemed to be a lack of information about the early days and how it came about. And so sometime at 6 o'clock this morning, I got up, drank a lot of coffee and some eggs and sausage and more coffee. And about the fourth cup, I was able to finish this thing. And I do have copies for every 5 copies here, or 6. If you would like it to look at it, it gives you a kind of a history of what went on, which might give you some background as to what's still going on. And I don't know if that's proper for me to give it to you guys.
You can give it to the clerk, Steve.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, you're doing it for me.
It goes on automatically.
That's awesome.
She's got the button.
I'm Jennifer, District 2. I hear so much conversation of the benefits of marijuana and its income. All I see is the detriment. There's the possibility of more information coming out in the statewide. The Calaveras County is now becoming the biggest grower in the state. And how can we have tourism when we have this around every corner? How can we ask people to come up and hunt when they have to worry about what's in the animal that they're taking?
Ma'am, we need to stay on the topic, and that's the budget, please. Okay.
Okay, there's budgeting for equipment. That for in the budget, you've got some stuff that's going for a department down in the Rock Creek area. I don't know all the particulars about that, but I do look out here in the yard of what equipment is already available for the county to be using. And it seems to me that a county that puts its personal small businesses out of business and charges us more taxes to put those people out of business, like Emerson or Ron Pargett or all the big contractors out there. They already have expertise in building roads and all that. And it frustrates me that government is getting bigger and bigger, and our tax base is getting smaller and smaller. And if you want to improve the Visitors Bureau and the information that goes out for people who want to come here to visit and then maybe subsequently live here, if there's problems with a huge government that's putting people in harm's way as far as putting finances in their houses and building a lifestyle that they all want to live at. I just get to the point where you look at the things that are happening to diminish personal businesses or private businesses from making a profit. What are we doing? The elephant in the room should be talked about. This is crazy. I'm looking at the evidentiary positions of what we could be jeopardizing, and this income that you're banking on, it's not going to be there because of all the detrimental effects. And it's frustrating as somebody who's in private business to look around and see, how can you expect visitors to come when things could be really going south in a big hurry? And we're not talking about it. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McManus?
Bill McManus, the Band Committee. I've been living up here almost 40 years. I've never seen a time where we had to have a criminal enterprise in the county that we could try to regulate and tax, raise money to control it. We've just done without it. And it was based on hard work by the citizens. It was based on hard work by the supervisors, good decisions, good planning, and things like that. I don't want to get into a big debate about marijuana right now. I come here to offer you a warning. I've done this before, and for some reason, it just floated away. As we speak right now, as this meeting continues on right now, there is environmental devastation going on in this county. There are properties that are being contaminated.
Mr. McManus, I want to bring you back to the budget.
Well, okay, I'm getting to the budget thing.
Okay.
What I'm saying, my warning to you is, you better start budgeting to handle the problems that are going to arise. One suggestion I have for you, instead of buying a front end loader through the budget, maybe you buy a mobile lab that can go out and start assessing these sites, and in the budgetary sense, you can start saving money perhaps through employees not becoming exposed to contaminants on sites, which is going to have a budgetary impact. Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Good. I'm still on topic. This is costing the county money, and it's going to cost the county even more. You have a chance to start nibbling away at this, start reducing the liability this county faces, and that will equate to more dollars left in your budget to do the things that counties are supposed to do, like improve parks, streets, bridges, whatever. And not have to worry about something destroying our county that now we have to come up with the money to replace it or fix it or smooth it over. That's good budgeting. It's planning ahead for what you know is coming. Don't spend the money now because you think it's always going to be there, because it may not. Don't plan on everybody doing what they're supposed to do in the future, because they may not. Budgets have to have some flexibility in it. They have to be a little bit resilient. They have to be a little bit bulletproof. And that's what a smart board would do right now. Say, let's see what our potential liabilities might be. Let's plan for it so we're not surprised or having to spend reserve money to balance the budget, or looking for something that's not out there, or all of a sudden having to cut services or employees. Let's do it the smart way. You've got a chance to start doing that right now. Just be patient and take your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Linda Herman, and I live in Angels Camp. I'm on the City Council, but I'm not speaking for the City Council. I just thought I would share, I am speaking about Calaveras Visitors Bureau and my support for it from a personal experience. When my family was first looking for a place to live up in the foothills, we looked at the Go Calaveras site as part of our research, right? And so then we looked at Jamestown and Sonora, and then finally landed in Angels Camp. As a result of being in Angels Camp, then one of my sons was looking into starting a business and getting out of the high tech. So he went to Copperopolis and started a shop there in Copperopolis, an ice cream store. And actually what happened is my younger son said, hey, in Angels Camp there's no ice cream and there's no donut shop. Maybe someone in our family should start that. So we rushed up one time and looked at all these stores and got all excited, and then sort of dropped it. And so we moved up there, and then my son started the ice cream shop in Copperopolis. So then he's been working hard and doing fine. And now what happened was I was going to the CVB many times to talk to Lisa and ask her what's good here. And she kept saying, oh, we need ice cream in Angels Camp. And as a result of thinking about that, and she was very helpful, she helped to get together with Dak and my two sons now, who were looking into getting an ice cream shop in Angels Camp. So now just recently they signed the lease, but actually Lisa helped us get in touch, talk to Debbie Ponte. In other words, economic development, she was putting us together with a need from the community to help us. So, and she's also puts together people with the Chamber of Commerce. I know that the economic development is a big part of what they do, okay? So then, as a result now, we're going to have an ice cream shop in Angels Camp and in Copper. And really, I have to say, it all started kind of with Go Calaveras, and we're talking to Lisa, and it was such an encouragement that we got. It was so personal, and that's the thing that I see about the Visitors Bureau, is that they are there for serving and for increasing revenue for the county, for the whole county. As a city council member, we benefit from what the county does, of course, as well as what we contribute. But you also benefit from us, because we contribute a lot, right? And we want to keep that kind of relationship going where we work as a team and as partners, not in conflict with each other, saying, well, wait a minute, we give more, so we want to take more. You know, don't want to do that. We work together, and I really think you should reinstate that money.
Thank you.
Tad Fallendorf, motel owner. I want to express the need to continue what has been set up prior for the 33%. The more money that comes in, the more it is shared. You have 67% you can share with the fire departments, the police department. You can use your sales tax for those as well, but I don't see that it's a benefit at all to be taken away from businesses that are generating the money that you are trying to hand out. I could say a lot more. Most of it's already been said or spoken of. Lisa and her team have done a great job. People before her have built it up over the years. It's been political. We've never been at, as he said, a contract at the 33%. It's been a hopeful given that we have to come here every year and actually beg for it. It would be nice to have it more permanent, and I think the motel people would support that if something was presented. It's been presented before, but to cut the benefit to the promotion and the growth of the county is not in the best interest of either the city or the county. The counties, if you go by population proportion, the county gives very little. The city does spend a lot of money of the TOT tax that they get on their museum and all. The county spends $30,000 and has the historical society supporting the manning and taking care of it, and there's some benefits that you could trade back and forth, but I don't think you should be comparing exactly what the city does and what the county does, because you would never end an argument, actually. So anyway, I thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe all these are worthy causes, and more than worthy, and people make sacrifices to make those things happen. I know they do. From my standpoint, on the sheriff's budget, $300,000 was to help eradicate pot. But there are still 4,000 grows out there, and I'm wondering why. I've been wondering why something hasn't been done about all the extra things that weren't registered. You know, I just don't see an end to it. And like someone said about tourists, I mean, if you're a tourist, you don't want to go to a pot country to, spend your extra time. You want to go to some place where it feels like a resort, and there's hospitality, and people aren't thinking about their next hit. And so like I say, I believe in these are worthy causes, the fire department especially, but the other ones are very important too. But I don't know what the answer to it is. As long as there's 4,000 pot grows and growing, it doesn't give a person a lot of hope.
Thank you.
I'd like to enter this for the record.
It's regarding the budget?
It's to be presented to the board. It'll be a public document.
Yeah, public document? Okay. May I?
Yes.
Vivian Seichu, District 1. We would like to begin with a few excerpts from an email between CAO Lutz and Mr. Mills. Mr. Lutz, it is frankly part of my problem with this budget process and more broadly the overall operations of the county. We have continually adjudicated our oversight of these things to departments with little or no control. I am working to build this control again and set parameters. I need to significantly change our budget process as it was cumbersome and lacked coordination amongst the impacted departments. Mr. Mills, I understand the complexity of my request, and it shows the structural deficits in how we are coordinating our approach to bulk purchasing or exchanging resources within departments. This is our first swing at the apple in the county budget cycle, but you can tell by the questions, we have played in this before. Gentlemen, in reviewing the final draft of the 2017-2018 budget, it becomes immediately evident that you are not planning to collect any more Measure C taxes during the next fiscal year. We would like to remind you that just the first installment alone of Measure C taxes this year allowed the county to collect over $7 million, which on an annual basis equates to nearly $15 million. In reading the next fiscal year budget, it is also abundantly clear that the county makes use of one-time funds in order to stay afloat, of which certainly the cannabis funds are a critical component. Gentlemen, this county is not financially sound. We have been trying to say this to you week after week, month after month, all year. Every new financial resource that reaches the county's coffers gets immediately hijacked and often used for multiple purposes, which do not always match the original intended purpose of that resource. This happened with the Cannabis Fund, as it has also happened through the years with many other state and federal funds. We are afraid we must have to add that these are not the signs of a financially healthy organization, and professionally sound too, both ethically and legally. As elected officials of this county, each of you are supposed to improve things for the greater good of our community, develop the economy, make efficiencies, reestablish a healthy and legally sound way of conducting business, and lastly, taking care of your employees. But no, you want to ban the only industry that is truly capable of producing tens of millions of dollars, which our county so desperately needs. The numbers and the facts speak very loud and clear, gentlemen. Therefore, if your decision is not rational and factual, it certainly is ideological. If the facts and figures of the county's financial status in conjunction with the eventuality of an unenforceable ban do not make any rational sense, then as we have stated, the explanation must only be ideological. Gentlemen, are we perhaps trying to consciously bankrupt the county? We honestly have to wonder at this point. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Did I just hear that we were misappropriating federal funds? Or did I just hear something that she said?
I don't have any reference to that.
Okay.
You heard anything, Supervisor Mills? Oh, okay.
I think I'm being attacked enough today. I feel like Trump.
You want a bulletproof vest?
Alice Gallant, Taxpayer Association. Dennis, if you're not attacked, maybe you're not doing anything. Not that I agree with you, but that seems to be the case. Maybe I attended a conference that I wasn't part of, but I learned quite a bit. It was a 2-day conference that the Board of Supervisors and department heads attended to try to reconstruct better communication and try to get oriented where everybody's like swimming in the same direction. One of the things that was missing from the conference, and perhaps also missing from CSAC and RCRC, is consideration of limitations on governmental power. The first question I think we should ask, what do we want from government? It's not a hard question. It's certainly ideological, but depending on the answer of that would be your lines of what you ought to be doing and what you ought not to be doing. Next question, of course, is what is government? Is it a social club? Is it?
Al, I'm going to interrupt you.
This is on the budget. This is the budget. It's all about the budget.
I better
if you
hear the
don't,
word budget.
if you don't know, okay, if you don't know what government is.
We're not going to argue. I'm going to give you a chance to speak.
Okay. Now you can start my clock again.
Yeah, I'll take the proclamation back.
So, in understanding the nature of government, which our founding fathers really laid out for us, we can understand what things we can do and what things we shouldn't do. And one of the questions I would have, are there non-government solutions to a lot of the problems that the community faces? Right now, we're looking more toward government. As a former director in the Chamber of Commerce, I really appreciate that organization. I'm a member of it, as also the Visitors Bureau. But government funds have no business in the Chamber. The reason for that is the Chamber is supposed to be representing the business community. It should be communicating with government about the interests of the business community. How can they do that if they're supported by tax money? If they advocate something that the government doesn't agree with, what happens to their support? You have to think about that a little bit. So the Chamber should be independent, and it should continue doing its great job in supporting the business community and the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Mr. Edson?
Good evening. I said good morning earlier. Cliff Edson, San Andreas, business owner in Calaveras County for the past 14 years. And, when I first came to Calaveras County, our business was pretty good. There was still a lot of methamphetamines here, especially methamphetamines. And, but we had some pretty good tourism. I'd say the business owners capitalized on tourism. They made pretty good money. I mean, we were holding our own. But I'll tell you right now, the folks that work in the housekeeping industry and that sort of thing, they don't make any money. They just make barely enough wages probably to eat, let alone to earn a household income. So if everybody's all high on tourism, tourism also relies on discretionary income. That means if people have money somewhere else, then they can afford to come here. Then they got to want to come here. So now we have a fire with 72,000 acres of burned land. We have tree mortality that's going on. We have California wanting to take our water from us, and our lakes go dry every couple of years. It has a huge impact on our tourism, and it has. And then you have a burst in the bubble in the economy. When do you want to stop relying on somebody else? We need to rely on ourselves. Now, we've done a really great job of chasing every industry this county ever has seen out since probably 1980 or before. People didn't like the cement plant because of the environmental impact. They didn't like it. They don't like anything in their backyard. A lot of folks up here like to retire up here. Well, if you retire up here, you really don't need an income, do you? But there are a lot of people up here that need an income. The people working here at the county, they need to be able to supply means for their families. The people that work in this county, which are less and less all the time, by the way, at least till a couple of years ago, they need to be able to earn wages. So don't give it away. Or you'll be the board that runs this county right back into the hole, and we will become the welfare county that we were even 5 or 6 years ago.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
Hello, Board. Trevor Whitkey, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance, District 2. It's been said that at some point the decisions made by the Board will rest on the Board's strength and weakness in understanding budgets, counting methods, and funding streams. Looking at this document, which I very much like this document, lots of good information in here. Thank you, CAO Lutz. It looks like general fund revenue is up by $1.05 million. Sales tax increased 24% last year. It's expected to continue to increase, though at not as such an extreme rate, potentially increasing revenues over fiscal year 15-16 by what looks to be about $250,000. The TOT tax has also increased substantially over the last 2 years. In addition to this, Measure C revenues looks to have come in at $7.2 million, basically. We multiply this by 2 because we've only taken in one portion of this amount of money. We're looking at $14 million in new revenue. Altogether, with these revenue streams, we can see that Calaveras County in the last 2 years has had a significant increase in revenues, be it property tax. Now, I understand that there was some adjustments and devaluations on property tax going all the way back to 2008, and that it's taken time to bring the rolls back up and that the fire slowed that process down. I understand that the property tax rolls are going to continue to increase as a result of taking properties that are in devalued status, and once they start to come back into a increase of value status, that the property rolls are going to continue to increase. However, I know that a lot of growers are getting property assessment increases because of the development that they've been doing on their property. These increases on these property tax rolls are in part a result of the development that is being done throughout the cannabis industry. The sales tax that increases that happened last year are directly related to the cultivation industry. It is because of the fact that we had 700 new businesses start up last year, and that all of those businesses engaged in economic activity, that we saw a massive increase in our tax revenue. Furthermore, the TOT tax, that is also increased. Again, that's largely associated with the fire. However, it's been mentioned a number of times today, or rather questioned whether or not tourism is going to increase or continue with cannabis in the county. There's this place called Amsterdam, and it was a big tourist attraction for years and years and years when marijuana was illegal in the United States and people in California had to buy plane tickets to go to Amsterdam.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Beth Whitkey, District 2. I just want to say real quick that if we look at Washington and Colorado, tourism is booming. It is a myth that cannabis scares tourists away. In fact, it is a boom. So please, let's keep Measure C taxes flowing. Let's keep the budget solvent. Let's encourage tourism. And I also want to say that it's a myth that the registered cannabis farmers are polluting. We have all of the heads of departments, the sheriff, people are on the record saying that people that are in the program are good stewards for the environment. So I think there's a lot of fear-mongering going on, saying that we're contaminating the water system. That's not true. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other further comments by the public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Would you care to speak? What's that? Oh, we're going to close. No, not quite yet. Does the board have, before we close the hearing, does the board have any questions of CAO Lutz?
Well, Chair, I have a question of Julie McManus, if she has time to come back up.
Ms. McManus?
Seeing as she's the Chief Financial Officer for the city. You relayed the situation as to how the relationship works in the spheres. So your feeling is that whatever happens in Angels Camp does directly impact Murphy's, does impact Arnold to some degree? Is that where you're going with that?
Yes, I believe that it's like my council member said, this is supposed to be a partnership. I know that the TOT that we bring in is directly increased by the actions that that agency takes. I know that you guys couldn't do it any better. We couldn't do it any better. We couldn't do it any more efficiently than we're already doing it, or they're already doing it. So I see this as a pivotal economic driver. It does increase sales tax. If you don't think it increases property tax, you should probably look at Murphy's, which has benefited from the partnership with CVB tremendously. And my property taxes haven't gone up because I haven't done anything to change it, but the property value of my house has. So when I sell, and somebody else buys it, you guys are going to see the increase in property tax from CVB. I think you need to keep that economic engine going. They are doing a fantastic job. Nobody in the county I've ever heard of said that they're not doing their job. I think you need to leave them alone. I think it is an economic driver for us, and I agree with my council member. We shouldn't be competing. We should be talking about revving that engine up.
Okay. Mr. McManus, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What is the City of Angels transient occupancy tax rate?
10%.
10%?
Yes.
How long has it been at 10%? Can you recall?
I want to say early
More than
2000s.
10 years?
Early 2000s.
Early 2000s?
Probably.
14 years or better.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
early 2000s.
Sorry, 14 years or better.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Callan, I'm sorry. You had a comment to make, and you were very patient back there. And I didn't want to get in trouble.
This was in regards to the FEMA CDAA reimbursements for Butte Fire. So Tim and I had a discussion about what was the best way to handle these. And we, from a GASB standard, Governmental Accounting Standards Board standard, and generally acceptable accounting principles, we can only book receivables for, our policy has been, it's actually a 60-day accrual period. That's been as far back as any auditor controller who's ever been with Calaveras County has done 60 days. I can usually argue 90 with our CPA firm if I can demonstrate a legitimate notice of obligation. So we do have 2 claims that were submitted that we have not received funds for yet. And I think it was about 1.9 million, like 1.5 and like almost 400,000 between the 2 of them. But I have a piece of paper for each one of them where they say, we've approved this claim. So I can use that even though we're not going to get it, we probably aren't even going to get it in that 90-day period, but I can at least get it on the books. For the other money, the other $5 million that we've spent, I have nothing. We have the original application that we did through CDAA and public assistance. We do have the projects that have been approved by FEMA, but we have no notice of obligation in terms of payment of those additional claims that we've been made. So I didn't feel comfortable booking a receivable as of June 30th because it could be, we might not even see the money this fiscal year, or it might be 9 months from now or 10 months from now. I just don't know. And with all of the other disasters that are happening all over the country, that delays the turnaround for our claims process, and it really makes it difficult for us to get a hold of people because we are no longer the most important people on the planet right now. So what CAO Lutz and I decided, so that we don't violate GASB and GAP, and so we don't have an audit finding, because we would be it's basically we would be misleading the financial statements by putting revenue in the 16-17 financial statements that we're really not going to be getting in that period. We decided not to book those receivables, and he would go ahead and put that revenue in the 17-18 budget. The end result's the same. It's just instead of coming into the budget with, what was it, $7 million of cash carry, you're not. You're coming in with $2 million of cash carry, and you're budgeting the other 5. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you, Ms. Callan.
I would add, too, because I think the other part to the question was,
Well, if the money comes in, then we should be good. We don't have an issue on the revenue side with the TOT. I would just reiterate that money is booked and assumed to be coming in and used, so it wouldn't change our cash position per se. If anything, if it didn't come in, we'd be more of a problem because we'd be continuing to carry that cost as a longer term. So I think that was the other part of that question, at least what I had in my notes, and I don't see the gentleman who asked it now. He might have walked out. But I just wanted to make sure that that thoroughly answered his question.
Okay. Thank you, C.A. Lutz. Any further questions by the board of staff or any issues brought up by the public speaking session? I have a couple of questions. Ms. Bolton, could you approach the microphone for me, please?
Yes.
Ms. Bolton, how many members do you have on your board?
How many members on our board?
Yes.
We currently have, we're meant to have a 9-member board, but we are delayed in keeping our current board numbers up because we've been in conversation with the county and the city about
I'm
changing
sorry,
our
I didn't
bylaws.
understand the last part of your
So
statement.
normally we would have a 9-member board.
A 9-member board?
Yes.
And you have how many vacancies, or
We do. We have 2 vacancies.
3? So you have a 6-member board
We have 7-member board currently.
currently?
Yes.
2 vacancies, correct?
2 vacancies.
I had to do the math
I
there.
said
to
2.
figure
Didn't
that
I
one out.
say 2? I said 2.
Yeah. And of your members that are seated members, are there any City of Angels representatives on that board that hold office? City council, mayor?
No, but we are in negotiations right now with the county and the city, which I think you both know, to have a voting member on our board representing both the city and the county. We're actually talking about rewriting our bylaws to have 2 additional board positions that would be appointed. One would be appointed by the county and one would be to represent the county, an unelected official, and one would be appointed by the city who would also be unelected so that we don't trigger the Brown Act. But the supervisors can also be advisory members of the board.
And they would be voting members of
They
your board?
would not be.
They would not be voting?
No, you would appoint somebody to our board to
Okay, but they
represent
would
the
have
Board of
a
Supervisors.
position of a voting member?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that issue was discussed, and I want to get the latest revision. Okay. If you had an increase in funding,
Yes.
and I have to qualify this question, you do an outstanding job. I've just reviewed your website, your new one.
Thank
And
you.
believe me, folks, if you hadn't had the opportunity, go to that website. If you had additional funding, what would you do with it
So
that you haven't done great already?
Well, I know, as I mentioned when I spoke in my 3 minutes, I know that one piece that is very public to locals that has been a disappointment to the county supervisors is the Calaveras Visitor's Guide. So my proposal for those $50,000, if we were funded at our full 33% for this fiscal year, would be to completely overhaul that piece. We would keep everything that we currently have in there, but we would have a lot more information on those outlying areas. We'd be able to expand the number of pages. We would increase the print run so that we would print 100,000 instead of 80,000. We would increase our distribution of that piece. And we would want to create also a couple of pages specifically on economic development. So the City of Angels Camp has a really active economic development organization called Destination Angels Camp that we've been working with for 9 years. And they have all kinds of incentives for people setting up a business in Angels Camp. I would want to give them a full page from their funding, and I would want to give Calaveras a full page for your funding, specifically on encouraging people who are visiting as tourists to relocate here or to set up a new business here, because as we all know, most of us who are transplants from other places, we originally came here as tourists. So I want to make that a piece that everybody can be really proud of. I want it to be a community piece. I want to have significant input from the Board of Supervisors. That's just one item. I would also like, on one of the scope of work that I put together for the county was to implement a hotel booking engine on our site. Statistics show that people are much more likely to book their trip if they can book their hotel right there online at the first place they come to. We'd like to invest maybe $5,000 more into that so that we get quarterly reports so we can see how those bookings are going, how many bookings are coming from our website. I think some of that measurement is something that the Board of Supervisors is looking for to see what the effectiveness is of the work that we do with the CVB. So that would be another investment I would want to make.
Okay. And you can do this all with the $50,000?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What can you do with $100,000?
Well, I already put forward a scope of work.
I have a reason for asking that question.
Yes. So there's so much we can do. I mean, we attend these conferences. We find out what the best practices are for destination marketing organizations. We bring that knowledge back. We look at our budget. We see what we can implement. We actually, in this fiscal year, we decided to kind of completely move away from our traditional model, and we took out some of our print advertising, and instead we went with doing a professional partnership with TripAdvisor. All of this, I have to say, is on hold until we know what's happening with our funding. So I know that we've been keeping some funds to implement these items, but we need to know where the funding is before we get started on it. We're excited, always, about all of the marketing things that we try.
Well, I'm going to get you a little bit more excited.
Well, so, and by switching it up this year, if it doesn't work and we need to go back to our former model, then we'll do that. So, with more traditional print advertising. But one of the things in marketing that you're meant to do is spend 10 or 20% on your budget on something outlandish that could have huge positive impact.
Ms. Bolton, if the County of Calaveras decided to put an initiative on the ballot to increase their tot tax to 10%, that's been attempted twice, I understand, in this county in the last few years, and has failed.
Yes.
Would the Calaveras Visitors Bureau be supportive of that? Because in order to accomplish that, it's going to take everybody on the team.
That's very true. Even with the help of the CVB, I'm not confident that a TOT increase would actually be successful here in Calaveras County. We have a very dedicated taxpayers association that is absolutely not in favor of any additional taxes, whether they be on locals or on people coming in to visit. So we could certainly lend our support to it. We could be, but it's the county side which has always been tricky. The city has a little different personality, and so the CVB was able to assist in passing an increase in TOT over there, but this is a different animal over here. So I'm not sure that even with wholehearted support from the CVB, something like that would pass.
Thank you for your honesty. Further questions?
Ms. Bolton, when we spoke in June, you had $100,000 in your reserves. How much is currently in your reserves?
Sandy, do you have that information?
Off the top of my head, I'd have to look at that because we just got some TOT checks in. I would say approximately $80,000.
So these are things we haven't pulled the trigger on because it was the completion of the website that we needed to achieve before we could implement these other marketing projects.
Right. So you've got $80,000 in reserves. I want to point out that you're getting absolute dollars, more dollars than you got last year. So you're not being cut.
Well, the funding is being cut. So
the funding is more dollars from county TOT this year than last year.
Yes,
right?
And that's meant to be an incentive, and it's also what we are helping to generate. So this money doesn't just come from nowhere. This is generated by tourism.
I understand the origin of the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Supervisor Tofinelli, I've just been advised we only have about 5 minutes of tape left. So Would you like to take a break now, or want to continue after that?
Whatever you want to do, Mr. Chair.
Is it going to take more than 5 minutes? I don't want to.
I don't know for her answer whether it's going to be. I have
I'll be quick.
questions. So if you want to stop and change the tape, take a 5-minute break.
Let's do that. Let's take a 5-10-minute break, and please, can you return? Thank you. I just don't want to shut down the tape and then have you in the middle of a question, you know? You'll be hitting me with a brick. Thank you very much for being patient with us. I know we've taken a few breaks, but we have to keep our staff refreshed, and she's doing more coffee than dog watch on a police department. But bottom line, Supervisor Tofinelli, you had questions of Ms. Bolton.
I did. These are public monies, regardless of where they come from. They are public monies that come into this county. And you stood there, Lisa, and made a statement that you and your board didn't want elected officials on that board because it would trigger the Brown Act. Okay, you guys have a problem with the Brown Act? I don't, these are public funds.
Yeah, so let me explain that.
Why are you guys against any Brown Act type committee?
I'll explain. So it's not recommended for destination marketing organizations. We consulted with the top legal organization that works with destination marketing organizations. It's called Civitas. And I forwarded the information to Tim. And I'm not sure if you guys got the information as well. The reason is, there are several reasons. One is that marketing is kind of a free flow of ideas. It's very creative.
Elected officials aren't creative and people are.
I know that you have to agendize everything, and I know you can't go off your agenda, and I also know that you have to agendize any meeting between all of you. And destination marketing doesn't really work very well that way. We absolutely, our meetings are public. I mean, you can come, anybody can come to any of our meetings at any time. It's not about being closed. It's about allowing the free expression of marketing ideas. We tend to be, something will come up in a meeting that will affect something that was on the agenda but isn't currently on the agenda. It would slow down our work so much if we had to wait until the next meeting when we had this on the agenda. Marketing is a fast-moving industry, so we don't want to delay, for instance, a new marketing campaign because we didn't have the opportunity to talk about it this last board meeting. Now we're going to have to set up another special meeting. So we move, I think it would be very cumbersome. And that is the story that Civitas told us. They said, you can operate under the Brown Act, but it's cumbersome and we don't recommend it for destination marketing organizations. So that's the entire reason. And I do realize that the Board of Supervisors is very interested in having a voting member on our board. I do think that if you appointed somebody to represent you who came back and reported to you at these meetings, and that you also maybe even took turns coming as an advisory member, we are very, very motivated to keep you happy because you're our funding source. So it doesn't matter if you're not voting. We're going to take what you say very seriously. So you'd have your voting member who knows how you want to vote, and then you could also have your advisory member there as well. That's my answer.
Okay. And I believe Supervisor Mills or Supervisor Garmendi was correct. We're not actually cutting your funding. You are getting more money this year than you got the previous 3 or 4 or 5 years. It's actually gone up. Even if we reduce the percentage, the amount of dollars is going up.
It actually isn't going up if you take into account the amount of the $24,000 we sent back to the county supervisors. The reason we returned that money to you is because when the Butte fire occurred, our board of supervisors at that time said, you know, there are going to be contractors coming in. If we see an upsurge in our income, let's offer it back to the county supervisors to help protect our 33%. So that is what we did in good faith to show that we weren't just taking all of this money that was not being generated by tourism. And so actually what we received last year was from the county was 170-something thousand, but we sent $24,000 of it back. And the point is not about the dollar amount. The point is about the momentum. So we have a momentum going. We don't want to say, well, let's just cap it at this amount, and then we won't have any continued growth. That's the whole point. We want to be spending more, earning more money year over year through the TOT taxes coming into the general fund, spending more money on tourism marketing, generating a healthy, robust tourism industry, and keeping that momentum going, that upward trend continuing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills.
At fear of stretching this out, I spent some time talking with the City of Angels Camp, and during that discussion, there was kind of a moment that I said, one of the things I think is happening here is that you generally know what product you can deliver, and you're very good at doing that, but that the input back and forth from the county, from the city, what do you want? What do you want from me? Has really been very limited. So putting people on the board makes sense, but if you have Angel City there, and then for me to step in and get involved in the board, all of a sudden District 4 is loaded. We're overloaded in representation. That isn't really what you want. You need to see somebody from District 1 or District 2 or someplace else that can provide a different perspective than just the district that I'm in. So that's why the reason I've kind of stayed loose from it. But I think it's very important that, you know, if we're going to give money, I don't care who it's to as an organization, there should be some clear expectations of what we're wanting to get for it. And I don't think that we really sat down and set that strategy in motion. We've simply given the money and then listened to what you were able to provide, and that really there's a disconnect there. I think you see what I'm talking about.
I do.
And you're trying to address it with what you're doing.
I absolutely do see what you're talking about, and I think part of what we did was we provided a scope of work for the 33% funding that we were expecting to receive this year and hoping to receive this year. But I do think that we need to have more back and forth. And I sent each of you individual emails showing you the parts of the new website that specifically pertain to your districts and the content that we've built out. I hope I made this point really clear that this is just phase one. Phase two is that we get input back from you and from the community to make sure that we have not overlooked anything that you would like to see us promoting in your area to tourists coming into the county. And the same thing is the very same strategy is what I'd like to put into expanding the experience guide, and that is the idea that I had for what we would do if we received our full 33% funding this year.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Are there any other questions of Ms. Bolton by the board? Seeing none, once again, thank you. Supervisor Mills, do you have comments? You want to talk about all?
May I? Tad wants me to mention something because I had a discussion with the Calaveras County taxpayers while you were on break, and they actually have not made a position on raising the TOT. And my understanding from lodging industry is that as long as that, and I don't mean this to sound awful, but as long as they see that a significant portion of those dollars go back into marketing tourism, then they will be in favor of a TOT increase.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Mills, do you have comments on the budget?
We closing? We're going to the board discussion now?
If he's going to make comments to staff, the hearing's still open.
No, I'm not going to talk to staff. I'm not talking to staff.
The hearing should stay open if the intention is to ask question or to garner additional information. If it's just purely deliberation, then you would close the public hearing, enter deliberations, and take action.
Thank you, Council.
You want to do that? Deliberate?
If you want to go into deliberation, I think we can at this time. No other member of the board or staff has comments during the public hearing? Seeing none, we'll go close the hearing and go into board deliberation.
Okay. One of the things that I find very critical is to spend a few minutes looking at the CAFR report. If we don't look back at what the trending is when we're looking forward, and that's what I think our CEO is referring to, is to try to determine what is that progression or that patterning that's going on. There are projections, and sometimes those projections are based on anomalies, and sometimes they're based upon a standard progression of the economic area. I'm curious about float cost. If we're floating expenses, there is a cost that's involved in that. But overall, if I looked at the overall number of positions that were open in the county, I think there's 93, and 9 of those are on some type of a underfill.
Yeah, the report
Underfill?
does identify an underfilled position, and Judy can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it identifies an underfilled position as vacant, but if you see an underfill in there, it means that it is filled, it's just underfilled at
Right.
a lower level.
I did have to look up the term to understand it, so
Right,
that's fine.
and when we set up that report, so you could see which positions were truly vacant or not, it'll have a
Right.
vacant next to the position that was allocated, but then it'll show the position that we are underfilling it with.
So to that point is if we have 93 vacant positions that are in the budget now, if I was just throw a rough number out of 50 grand a piece, there's $5 million that, is plugged into the budget right now, which there's nobody filling those positions. What I'd like to see is maybe at mid-year, we come back and take another look at open positions and say, we haven't filled these for that first 6 months. That does account to some salary savings, and maybe it's okay. I'm saying it's for those open positions. If we get to the 6-month point, that we come back at that juncture and say, we have the salary savings of X, maybe it's $2.5 million, that we need to relook at some kind of budget adjustment so we don't keep carrying those forward department by department.
I think that would be a good, certainly a mid-year exercise. For recommended budget, we did start the practice with salary savings to try and reflect that you're not going to have all those positions filled overnight. My expectation would be then departments to do a true-up, so to speak, of what was your actual vacancies? Is it higher than you expected? So you have these additional savings.
But and also as part of that true-up is going to have to be some overtime calculations, some cost to HR, because they're continuing to go through a hiring process or searching process. So those costs need to be calculated into that true-up as well. I'd also want to know, do we need to change our strategy a little bit in how we're hiring? I know that you're thinking about going through and just kind of reviewing each position, the position control list for whether or not it has parity, and that's going to be a step process over the next 6 months to even a year as we work that through. Does that make sense?
Judy wants to speak to that.
Yes, I have been working with CAO Lutz on how we are going to deal with the disparities, and we have identified positions that are have high turnover and of course with the high turnover, a lot of times then we see how they are quite a ways out to our comparables. And then also other positions, in addressing what the auditor was bringing up, we have positions within the county that we're trying to make sure that those employees are in the correct classifications and they're doing the jobs that they're supposed to be doing. And yes, that will take time because we do have to do desk audits with all of those employees. We have started the process, but it is not done overnight.
And I fully understand that it's a time-consuming issue, and I think that the auditor's point, she repeated that statement in the budget process last year because I was sitting back there and listening to that, and we can't turn a deaf ear to it. If it's one of those things that's helping to exacerbate our turnover issue, then, that's one of those things that we can start to address. It might not be instant, but if we started to address it, at least we're there.
Yes, and we have started that process. And one of the things that is important, and the CAO and I have discussed, is that we do have to have a policy on how we are going to address these disparities, because it's not just one department, it's across the county.
Well, an example is in facilities, you have it located here as 7 of the 12 positions are vacant. All of a sudden you come to a point where how is that functional? And it does create issues for those departments where they are continually in shortfall.
Right, and we do have a lot of several of those positions. We do have offers out, but they do go through sheriff's background checks, which takes quite a bit of time.
We've tried to modify our process a little bit there too, like where we know we have extensive background checks on facilities. We've actually brought in some extra hire while that extra hire goes through the full background check. That way we can get them here doing work outside of the jail where they're not in sensitive areas until they pass that background check. Again, just trying to speed up that process a little bit.
Correct, and creating some at least partial functionality within the position rather than leaving it totally empty. I might remind everyone, I don't know what other supervisors doing this, but I don't take any medical with the county. I didn't take any medical at CCWD. Some can and some can't. And it's just a matter of, and I don't want to have it to be a place where a person doesn't run for this position simply because the salary's too low, the medical benefits are not enough, et cetera. We need to be sure that we incentivize. But in my case, I don't need it, so I don't take it. Let's on memberships for the Board of Supervisors. We need to add in the Eastern San Joaquin GSA. That's not in here. And so I don't know what that membership cost will be, but it will be something that we need to put in that budget.
We were just having a conversation, time flies, I think it was last week with CCWD on what that cost might be, and that was exactly the thought that I had is, okay, we need to budget that membership.
That's a good point, because the Eastern San Joaquin Basin is, when their last meeting, we're trying to determine what those costs for each entity was going to be. And Walter Ward, who is part of our basin authority, said that it needs to be based upon risk. In other words, if you're the one that's creating the most risk, you need to pay the biggest bill. And that went over like a lead balloon with Stockton and some of those other areas. But the point still is, we wouldn't be at the table if it wasn't there were certain areas that were overcharging and removing too much groundwater, and it's their reason that we're at the table in the first place.
Can I
Supervisor
add?
Mills, could I interrupt just for a moment?
Sure.
CAO Lutz, as a result of my presence in Sacramento, the issue of AB 1250 came up again. That's another one. And just for the public's information, that is a bill that's in process now to prevent counties and cities from using outside contractors. Now, I understand that bill has been back for revision, and it's coming up again. It's a very hot potato in Sacramento. I don't know which way it's going to go. It's being aggressively campaigned against by CSAC and things, but that is going to be a very, very important issue if that bill does pass.
I completely agree. That, truthfully, is a game changer in terms of a lot of operations here locally for Health and Human Services, particularly in behavioral health, where we're running the locum tenens, and we just can't get the people. And there's this lack of understanding that we have an option to just hire a clinician. It's that easy. Well, clinicians are hard in almost every rural area, and we're no exception. So it really then provides a bunch of onerous reporting, onerous studies and analysis to justify why we're contracting out, which basically makes it more expensive to contract out. And we run into that certainly with Health and Human Services, certainly with our integrated waste, and then when we start to drill down to lower levels, some of our other contracted vendors, that for the most part we've realized efficiencies by doing that, because government doesn't always do it right or to do it most efficient. And so it'll be, if that does pass, we're going to have a work group set up right away with the affected departments to really work through those impacts.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Supervisor Mills.
That's a very good point, because that speaks to those purchasing and contracting policies, and I know we're very deficient to some degree in having a stated policy within the county. So, it might be an opportunity for us to just drill into it and look at it and see what it does. The other part is in our special districts, I know that it had been mentioned in the past, even in grand jury reports, about the GAN limit and for special districts. Murphy's Lighting District, as Callan was one of them, and there is a calculation for that. Should we be going through some type of a little mental calculation on those districts to be sure that they are meeting the requirement?
Well, I was going to say, I think that the auditor does that already, and she gave me the, comment again of obviously Murphy's Lighting, and I think Copper Fire, are they?
Murphy's Lighting is the one. There is one fire district that they have to go back to the voters every 3 years or so to get that appropriations increase. Yes.
Yeah, and they just did it.
Yeah, so my office does the county's GAN limit calculations. That will be coming forward. I think I just slated it to go on the 24th of October because there's publishing requirements beforehand and whatnot. But I did remind CAO Lutz at recommended budget that we really need to do something with Murphy's Lighting. So there needs to be a public outreach to coordinate with those community members and figure out how to spend the money. They need to spend the money.
Are there any other districts right off the top of your head that might be in that same pickle?
I believe Arnold has Arnold Lighting.
Getting close?
No.
Something similar to Murphy's.
No. Everybody else is way under.
Yeah, Arnold is the only one
We
that
just spend money on that lighting.
I know.
Yes,
but
because you have money. The
Murphy's.
problem is when you're not spending the money, that's the problem.
That's the problem.
So Murphy's Lighting is the one district that's under the Board of Supervisors that has a GAN limit issue. In Copper Fire's issue, the problem is they need to expend more than they have the allowance for under the traditional GAN limit calculation. So that's why they have to go back for voter approval to increase their appropriations limit. In the case of Murphy's Lighting, they're expending way under their GAN limit. And so therefore, the argument is overtaxation. And they need to spend that money, otherwise they shouldn't have it.
Or they need to return it to...
Or they need to return it, and that's how, it would be a refund.
I'm sure that'll be a topic of discussion at their next meeting.
Yeah, so on the 24th, I'll be bringing forward the GAN limit calculation, but my office can't do it until the final budget is passed.
Thank you, Ms. Callan.
Thank you, Ms. Callan.
I have to bring forward from the preliminary budget about charges for services, specifically on CSA 4. There's $52,000. It's a direct assessment charge for services in the budget for this year. And yet, as we've had conversations back and forth, how much have we done there in terms of actual road maintenance or road work? It's minimal at best. So that and the $20,000 charge to Bar 20, CSA 2 is the same situation where they've done more work in Bar 20. I know they have because I've been talking with them. But CSA 4, that's just a real thorny situation. I'll reserve my comments on the fire fee for right now, the water enhancement fee.
And I was going to comment on CSA 4. That actually is an item that I discussed with Public Works last week when I had a meeting specifically on looking. I know there are some significant concerns on the old road patches that are now deteriorating in a way that we need to address. My comment was there's clearly the funding in there that we need to move forward and address those.
Yeah, I remember the reserve, I think I was looking at in the CAFRs last year was 297 or 279, something like that, thousand. That's in the budget. It's not like they don't have the money. It's just a matter, and that was one that was paid because it was a Superfund cleanup site because of the asbestos. It's not registered or listed anymore, but it's one of those. I appreciated in your opening page, C.O. Lutz, in your second paragraph where it says increases budgeted general fund contingency over the recommended budget, achieving 3.5% appropriations. As you know, the limit's 3%. And they're sticklers about that. So I'm glad that we're starting to pull away from that number and start to get some separation there, and developing a strategic business plan. You repeated that in your recommendations today, and I think those are critical pieces to our success. Is what, and when I was in that training with our two analysts, you two, I don't know, is that many counties do have strategic plans, and when departments or organizations bring things before that board, you have to say, how does this fit within the strategic plan, or it just doesn't even get brought up. So having a plan in place will make a difference as to whether or not we're aligned in a consistent manner going forward. And I'm so thankful for your explanation on A87 costs. They wouldn't even touch that at the meeting the other day. Because if we're going to set aside, and something we need to think about is, if we're going to fund something, do we want to look at it instead of a year-over-year funding source, of saying to some of these places, these community organizations, for instance, that just like we do with Calaveras, Mariposa Community Action Agency, say, this is money for you, but you need to look at it as a leverage, not to look at it as a continued funding source. If they're always dependent upon that funding source in some of these ways, they'll get the living on, and they won't look for anything else. I'm not speaking to the Visitors Bureau. I'm thinking in many other directions as well. But it's just something that we need to think about is that, the Visitors Bureau had to give $24,000 back during the Butte fire, just out of the blue, and you folks did that out of the goodness of your heart, really. You didn't have to, but the point still is that if we start thinking in that direction, we'll start looking at leverage opportunities. I'm going to leave it at that for now, because the other part that we need to discuss is the fire districts and the Visitors Bureau and the TOT and all that. So I think that's a whole different discussion that we can all do together. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Supervisor Clapp, any comments? Any further comments? Supervisor Tofinelli? Supervisor Garamendi? Okay. At this time, we need an action item, or?
Well, I was going to say there are kind of a couple real discrete items within there. The personnel piece on the list of personnel positions, if you would like to modify any of those going forward, as Supervisor Garamendi suggested. Also, the allocation on the fire districts, both TOT and Prop 172. And then dovetailing into that, obviously, discussion on or direction for Visitors Bureau, and revisiting the economic development, which is not in the new position list, but is a old item from recommended.
Okay. Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
If I might make a suggestion, just to make it easier, CAO Lutz has all these items, and maybe you just pose a question, go down the list, and we'll just start working through them.
Yes.
Boom, boom, boom.
Great.
And that way you keep the score.
I would agree.
That's sufficient.
Great way to do it.
And when you get board direction, stop.
Yeah. When
we throw the gavel at you.
Next item.
So why don't we do personnel first?
Yeah,
Sure, whatever's on your list.
So going through the personnel positions on the ad positions, we had the 5 noted ad positions. And if you need me to repeat them, it's on page 26 of your presentation.
There's no page numbers.
There's no page numbers on it. Yeah, go back.
Position reclassification,
Personal ads.
Personal ads, okay.
I don't know how I got a page number, I'm sorry.
I got it.
That's so weird.
Is it
We
early
found
in
it.
or late?
Okay, just trying to confuse us.
We'll take it.
All right. So first item, Public Information Officer / Chief of Staff for the board.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can deliberate on that.
Here's my-
Supervisor Tofinelli? Sorry. Supervisor Garamendi, you want to start?
I've already given my opinion.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
Here's my point, and it only comes from a historical perspective from a water district, is that how the public perceives you can be best regulated through a PIO. In other words, if there's a consistent message and it's not all over the board. So having somebody with that experience. Does that mean we need somebody full-time? I'm not certain. The reason I say that is because I noticed that they tapered it down after they got through their rough period of how they were perceived by the public. So, but is a PIO important? If they're serving the purpose that you intend them to serve. Sometimes PIOs can simply be an office spot and not truly able to do the work. CCWD was able to find Joel, and here was the editor from the Calaveras Enterprise, and I was familiar with the area, familiar with the people, familiar with the agency. That all works in your favor. Can we find somebody of that quality? That's what we should be looking for. If we can't, I'm not so certain it'd be a real good idea. We might want to revisit it at the mid-year if that is the direction the board wants to go. But I do see the value of a PIO. When I was in corporate, you didn't say anything. The PIO talked for you. So it's and I think with the sheriff's department or the police department, the same thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, you have especially in law enforcement, you have a PIO.
And they are specially
all
trained.
communications are usually through that PIO at all press conferences, press releases, and this is what Calaveras County Sheriff's Department does. I believe Sergeant had just been assigned to that position after a promotion of Sergeant Everhart.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Sergeant White. That's correct.
Okay. So thank you for the addition of the conversation, but I just feel that PIO is something that we could use if it's utilized correctly and the right person is there.
I'd like to comment on, we've started a recent process where we use the CAO's office for our PIO, if you will, right now, due out of necessity. I once also questioned, do we have enough duties for this position at this time? But it also serves several purposes, and that being the chief of staff. I would be in a position to look at it mid-year, see where we're going. I know we have a lot of big decisions ahead of us, a lot of big issues, so let's check it mid-year and revisit that. Do you agree, Supervisor Toffenelli?
I would have to agree. This is not a critical position for me. I understand that, it could be very useful. I don't think we have the 40 hours a week time frame for this position. And I would agree with Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Oliveira.
Okay. Supervisor Clapp, do you have any comments on that?
Well, I'm sure in the boat with you guys at this point, if I can count. It's a position I would like to see, right now, but I would settle for midterm. I mean,
I believe Supervisor Garamendi has already voiced his opinion on that. Excellent.
We can talk about it then.
CO Lutz. Next item.
Next item, facilities maintenance worker, 1, 2, 3.
I'd say go at that now. You got
Or
the right.
maybe it would be helpful for the remaining 3 or remaining 4. I can add 2.
I would say go with all 4.
Okay.
I would echo that. Go with all 4.
same here.
Agreed. 7:10.
Okay, so we're going to bring the administration one back midterm?
Yes.
Okay.
And then as long as we're here on personnel adds or deletes, do we want to talk economic developer?
Sure.
I would agree with Supervisor Garamendi on mid-year on that. Once again, we have some pretty big issues in front of us in the next 90 days.
This one's a little different in that if we're going to do this, we're going to have to delete the position, or I guess if the intent is to hold it, we can certainly visit holding it until mid-year, but we do have the allocated position at this point, and we've been recruiting.
I'd like to see it now, and the reason is because you do not dig yourselves out of a hole and then go find somebody to help you. This is an individual who has to have the expertise, like a Larry Cope, who can help facilitate, the direction and the method. This is like an ombudsman, if you want to put it in that way. They have to be an intermediary between the business community and the government, and help step through a lot of those landmines that we have in codes and laws. They've got to help create that vision. And so if we're going to move ourselves forward in economic development, I think we need to do that now, not wait.
I would agree. I would think we need to do that now. I think we should have done it before. We lost a lot of time, and the fact that Supervisor Mills brought up that Larry Cope is willing to help us go down this road, I think now is the time we move forward. So,
my position is I needed one 6 months ago. I mean, I have pads in my area that needs to be filled, and even the medical center, it would be, it would really help them if they had someone out there advocating for them to get those pads occupied. So, I mean, I needed it in January. I don't need it next January.
You got 3?
Yes, and we will keep going.
Well, I could count as well, so.
Well,
I'll lose that one,
I
but
could count, but I want to comment.
I'm going to make, just if I can, make a comment. You gotta love the irony that we're hiring someone to go fishing for a new industry while we're sending the $350 million industry out. So, hey, I fish all the time, so.
My concern is, once again, we have decisions to make in the very near future. And if we go through the selection process, find someone that we really, really appreciate, and then all of a sudden, we have to say, it was nice, but adios. I don't know if that's fair. And it's a roll of the dice, right? At this point, I just don't want to fill a position that we have to tell that individual, thank you, but no thanks.
Before you move on, one of the things that I think, and this is just to shift gears a little bit, and I know Auditor Callan brought it up, and that is about the PERS, unfunded liability. And knowing that that's going to hit us, that's going to be like 3 times higher than what it was over the next 5 years. It's going in that direction. And I think she had a very, very good point of trying to develop some type of a rate stabilization trust. I think that's an excellent idea, and I would like to be sure that the board is willing to go in that direction, start reviewing that as an option, so that we can gain some sense of parity in that, because that's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse if we don't start being proactive on it.
I do agree, and I think that falls in that category of knowing where we're headed and knowing that we have a little bit of time but not much. And when we looked at, we had discussed the rate stabilization, and I think that probably is a good option. I would suggest we probably need to look for more funds beyond the 1.5, because that isn't going to, it's not going to buy us enough. I think it'll help. Every little bit's going to help, but it won't buy us as much as I would like to see to really to buy it down. But that is a very prudent way to at least smooth out some of the challenges. And I certainly get enough calls from salespeople wanting to sell me that product.
I know CCWD about 2012 or 2013, they actually took out a loan for $2 million to pay their unfunded liability down to get that corrected. So not that we can go in that direction. That's not a solution for us, but we need to start looking at that as kind of the elephant in the room here too. So thank you for your time.
And then position reclasses, I would just ask, is there any one specific reclass that anyone has an issue with or would like to address?
Are we top heavy?
In which area?
Yeah, in the admin side? No, I'm not that admin. I'm thinking of, I saw some notes in here that you have supervising case managers have 7 people that they handle per manager. And as you can understand well, it's a rule of 10s.
mental health case management is a little different. A lot depends on the particular type of case management that they're providing. I don't know if HHS is...
No, they're not. Oh, he's
and I don't know, Marcos, if you can speak to, in terms of specifically on these mental health case managers, what types of services they're doing. Coming from a Health and Human Services agency, I know it can vary greatly depending on which program or department they're in, the client need level, and the level of staff they're supervising.
Yeah, my only purpose in the conversation is to understand span of control and to be sure that we are not overextending them and we're not underextending them, that we do have the right number of people under that particular manager for the type of workload that they're doing.
So absolutely. If you look at the structure of behavioral health, so mental health and substance abuse together, we have roughly 65 people, and right now there's only 3 people who are in the management class. So we have the Deputy Director of Health and Human Services, who also acts as the Director of Mental Health. We have the Deputy Director of Behavioral Health, and we have an analyst. Those are the only 3 in a management classification. So the attempt to reclassify people here is we are taking the supervisors and making them management in order to have that reporting structure, in order for them to be able to do evaluations, so all these 65 people don't fall under these 2 primarily managers in the building. So it is not, we're not adding money, we're not trying to give them raises, by no means no. If you look at it, most of them are going to the same rate, just with the management classification. The services and the level of services they provide are indeed at a higher level. We in mental health serve the severely mentally ill. This is not the moderate or the mild, it's the severely mentally ill who require a lot of attention. And yes, when you break it down, about 6 or 7 people, but most of our services are billable to Medi-Cal, so a lot of time is also providing the service and the management behind on making sure we're entering the notes correctly, so we do get reimbursed at a proper rate as well.
I'm just wanting to be sure that we have thoroughly looked at the span of control. If you're saying that you have 3 people on 65, that's
yes,
quite a split. So you're trying to backfill and provide some mid-level management in there to help with that.
Because we don't have that mid-level management at this current moment.
Correct. Thank you for explanation.
I have a question before you go away. I see here we have eligibility worker 3.
Yes.
Being moved to County Veterans Service Officer?
Correct.
Is that position currently doing that job?
That position is currently doing that job, and when we look at the funding source and the subvention funding they bring in, they need to be a Veteran Service Officer, or else we're at risk of having to return that revenue that we are receiving for that position.
Okay, thank you.
Any further? Next.
So in terms of the reclasses, then, just clarification from the board, no concerns, we can proceed with all of those as...
I'm good. I'm good. And just a quick comment. I had the opportunity to go over the restructuring plan in County Counsel's office with County Counsel Stedfield, and I think it's a very, very good plan, very effective plan. I'm looking for the future, the very near and distant future, and I think it's a good move at this time to staff up the way it's been presented.
Now on to the easy ones, right? So now the remaining items that I had from my list, County Fire District funding, Calaveras Visitors Bureau and TOT funding formula, and Chamber. So if we want to take fire districts first, or do you want to take Visitors Bureau first?
I want to take the Chamber first.
Or Chamber, okay.
Yeah. Because that's one that I agree with Al when he was up making a comment about conflict of interest. And I think that this is a situation where we will create a conflict between trying to represent businesses and also be representing the government, because they are the ones that are giving you the funds to do it. I think our economic development coordinator is going to be able to do much of what we might be asking of the Chamber to do. So I would like to withhold doing that kind of contribution at this point. Maybe at mid-year we want to look at it again if we want to shift direction, but I wouldn't be in favor of doing it at this time.
So,
with Supervisor Mills. Maybe we can look at this at mid-year. I have some concerns with it, that along the lines of giving public funds. I know they're 501c3 entity, but I just have some concerns I think I need to look at before. So I'd like to, I'm agreeing to bring it back maybe at mid-year and revisit it.
You got 3 or 2 or what here?
I heard 2.
You know, I'm not sure whether I've got a conflict or not. I was not part of this conversation of a request from them. I do serve on their board. We certainly give plenty of money to 501c3s in the community. So I don't think we've got a problem doing that, but
I might suggest, because you
I
are
might
on their
suggest I
board,
keep
you
my mouth
might
shut on
recuse
this one.
yourself.
Well, just disclose before you,
I disclose I am on the board. I disclose I'm on board. I was not part of the discussion for the request. Here's my disclosure.
Okay.
Here I am.
mid-year. Mid-year, you got 3. Sir? 4?
Mid-year.
Okay.
Abstain.
We'll know more in mid-year.
All right, so now, again, going back, I don't know which order you want to take the last 2 in fire districts or CVB.
You want to catch CVB now
Let's
before?
do CVB. These folks have been here all day, so is fire.
Well, you had 50,000 set aside for the Visitors Bureau. If we said mid-year we could take 25,000 of that and plug it back either into the fire department or into CVB. I mean, that's just an option because it's sitting there on the table. So it would be up to the other supervisors what your thoughts would be about how you'd want to make that work.
I'm going to, if I might say, I'm going to go with the CAO's recommendation as it stands regarding CVB.
I would follow Supervisor Garamendi's lead on that, but I want to make sure that everybody understands that the top tax in Calaveras County needs to really be investigated, and all efforts should be made to bring that up to par with our surrounding counties. And I know it's going to require a vote of the people, but I would solicit all the help of everybody in this county, all departments, to make that happen. It's going to be a tough road to go, but I think it can be accomplished if we do it wisely and if we do it smart and fairly. It's my piece.
I would like to see them continue to be funded at the 33.3% level and have a discussion and see what it is that our expectations are and how they're going to be able to meet those expectations, and then from there decide. Because we're now 3 months nearly into the budget year and we're talking about not fully funding. That's a whole different situation than talking about it in December or January. So I would like to just keep it status quo until such time as there's been a complete and full discussion with the board as to how that they want this to play out and what their direction would be.
Four-way split.
Four-way split? Who's got 3 votes?
I just want to say that this is a time situations that it's very difficult being in the position here to make a decision on which way to go. Public safety, though, in my opinion, is one of the main functions of any government, especially at the local level. And I know for years, being involved with the fire department, that they've been underfunded for many, many years. And it was brought up earlier by Jason about 3 drownings in the lakes. And it's not just showing up and being the first responder at that time. If the body doesn't surface, are you not there the whole time until it does? Do you not stay there until, if it takes 2 days, if it takes 3 days, you're on, and you get nothing back for that? as far as the TOT tax, and these are people that are coming into our county to use our facilities. Other times, your first responders in accidents of these people, visitors coming into our county. Many times when there's some problems at any of the inns or hotels or whatever, you guys are first responders there. And you are dedicated and you are in a limited funding. So I understand that portion of it. And I understand the CBB. I've always supported CBB because I believe in this county they are one of the major contributors to economics in this county. So it's kind of a torn situation. But at this point, seeing that the amount of dollars difference over the number of years, I would have to go with the CAO's recommendation, simply based on public safety and being able to get the people there and in safe when it's time for you to perform your jobs and have the proper equipment on your rigs when you show up. So that's where I'm at.
Are we on fire districts now? Are we on fire districts now?
Well, we were on the TOT, so
TOT.
I'm trying to say why I'm going down the road where I'm going.
Okay.
It's a very difficult situation here to look at, but I'm going to go with the CAO's recommendation, 25% allocation.
So that would be a 3-2 vote?
4-1.
4-1 vote.
Oh, 4-1?
Plus, I'd like to say that I intend to help you as much as I can to get the tax pass or the fee raised on that. And I know Jason and them will be helping too. So it's going to be a team effort of all of us working together because it needs to be raised. So, I understand where you're coming from. I appreciate the work you do. And I will do everything I can to help get that passed.
CEO Lutz.
And then the last item would be fire districts.
And in fire districts, I'd like to see that 25, or at least half of that 50,000. It was originally in the budget allocated for the chamber to go to the fire district, on top of what you've already agreed to here.
Okay.
If you want to take the full amount, or depending on if you want to revisit the issue, like you said, about mid-year with the chamber, then 25,000 could definitely be put towards them now.
The board can, I'd really be interested in input on if you'd like the full 50. Obviously, it was there. It's easy enough to change it in the line item. It doesn't change the budget. No, that was true discretionary funding. And the way that I kind of tried to set this up, I always prefer where we can have funding formulas for some of these, which is why that 10%, 172, 25% TOT, because then it's kind of that guarantee piece. My question would be, would you want the 50 as a kind of that one time because we had it there, allocate it there as maybe an additional amount to go into that, recognizing that it might not come back, in the same form next year, but instead, if we're looking at the 172 formula or something else.
Yeah, I would rather see a percentage formula in any of these calculations. It just makes everything work much smoother. But at the same time, it is one-time money that we have, and they should treat it as one-time money. If we have it accessible next year, then we can talk about it. But for right now, let's find it a home, and we'll put it there.
Supervisor Tofinelli.
I'm going to have to disagree with that. The reason I did not agree to give the $50,000 to the chamber and wait till mid-year was to maybe hold back those funds in reserve. To allocate it now after we decided not to give it to the chamber, I can't agree with that. The rest of what's on this presentation for fire district I would agree to, but not the allocating half of that $50,000 that we did not allocate to the chamber.
I agree with Supervisor Tofinelli. I'd love to give the firefighters, but we have to have a process.
I would I would go with Supervisor Tofinelli also, and look at the mid-year on this.
And those, I believe, were the last ones that I needed firm direction from the board on, unless there's another item that the board would like to see changed or modified to bring back for final budget.
Well, as part of the water tender enhancement fee, that was one that I gave you a copy, and I don't know, did you get a copy for everybody to?
I made some copies. I was going to hand some to
hand out, and this is the 92 resolution as well as the 1995 resolution, but I think every board member should have it as well as the public should have it so that they're aware of what those rules of the road were back then.
I'll scan this and email it to the board and also to the chiefs.
Anybody that's interested, because I think we really need to know where those funds, how they've been generated over the years, what level of funding was put in place. I was one of those that helped spec those water tenders back then, so got a little history with this. But they're coming of age, and if it's time to start thinking about replacements, we've got to be sure that we have a funding source in place to be able to do that. And it was part of this agreement when we wrote it back in '92. So I just want to be sure that we get another look at it from a board level as part of our discussion for the budget, so that we don't get caught short 3 years from now when we're hitting that 30-year point with a need for funding, when there should be money in a reserve account that will start taking care of those replacements.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Supervisor Lutz, need further direction? Any other items?
I know.
I keep doing that. CAO Lutz.
No, again, I think, yeah, that's got to be it. If there's no other items that the board has concerns with, I'll incorporate these changes, which will then be coming back as the final budget recommendation.
Thank you very much for your efforts, your staff efforts. That is one of the most comprehensive budgets I believe Calaveras County has seen. And that's saying a lot.
And I got to tell you, even from a corporate world, I'm very impressed with the level of detail and the thoughtfulness that was put into it and the conversation that went around it. And I appreciate the other board members for their input in trying to make this work.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
So at this time, we need to continue public comment from this morning.
That is correct. Ladies and gentlemen, you will have 3 minutes for public comment. This is a continuation of this morning's session when we, and keep in mind, if you commented in the morning, you cannot comment now.
Good night, staff.
Mr. McManus was in line. We're ready to go?
Oh, okay. Bill McManus, Plan Committee. I just wanted to say that it's been a long day for everybody, but I wanted to thank several of the supervisors. Over the last year or two, however long you've been around in different places, we've tried to communicate with you, give you as much information as possible. We appreciate you being attentive, accepting our information, sometimes responding back. We appreciate all that. We know you're listening. But we also want you to know that we're listening to you. And sometimes we're listening for what you say and sometimes for what you don't say. And for Supervisor Tofinelli, we've heard you say from time to time that banning dispensaries gives you a little bit of heartache because of the possible lawsuits. I can tell you that I've tried to do the research on that. I'm not saying it's for sure. I have yet to find any dispensary that's been closed down that's filed a lawsuit, successfully won against the city or county. So I think that might be an irrational thing right now. I'm not saying it never happens. I'm saying I haven't found it. So, and also getting pot out of the neighborhoods. We've heard some of the people that you represent have said that. That's fine. But we wonder about the legalities and the contaminated sites that it leaves behind. We don't know how workable that is, but we're listening to you. Your people are listening to you, and of course they let me know about it too. For Supervisor Mills, you've said that the state should be responsible for cleaning up toxic waste sites that they have foisted on this county by their actions. I agree with you partially. First of all, I don't think the state's going to have the money to clean up anything. And second of all, the state didn't do this without giving you the opportunity of saying no. Everything that's happened before, everything that's gone before, you know that you have the right to ban anything you want. You had the opportunity in January, in February, and ever since then. So if the state is putting us in a bad way, you aided and abetted in that effort. You could have done something about it. One of the hot issues that's coming up right now, of course, is the environment. We're hoping to get more information on the toxic sites that are being found and abated. We're worried about, again, the employee-contractor exposure to toxic contamination. And one thing that does trouble all of us is when we hear about the abatements and them taking it to the landfill, are they putting contaminated product into our landfill, which the state may decide we can't do, shut down our cell, and then we're 3 years away and $8 million away to open a new cell. In the meantime, we'll be trucking our garbage to San Joaquin County. Those are the kinds of things that you have to look forward to, be prepared for. And so, like I say, as you listen to us, we listen to you, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. McManus.
Is this yours, Bill? Okay, let's just up here. I've got. I've just submitted an email correspondence. I'm going to read from it right now.
Search it once again by handing that document.
It's a public record.
It's a public record.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to have to go quickly here, sorry. This is an email dated August 11, 2017. It comes from Bill, Deck Doctor at the SB Global, to info@bandcommercialcultivation.com. It says in it, "Friends, here is a copy of a letter I sent to Dennis Mills in his response regarding our request that the board adopt a plan to create a registry of environmental citations. Attached is a copy of our proposed registry requirements. Hope all of you thank Dennis." Bill: "Dennis, I apologize for not running this by you prior to submitting it to the board. We feel that it is a white-hot issue with many residents, and I want to get the process moving as quickly as possible. The hazards of pollution sources commonly found on pot grows, both applicant and non-applicant, present a clear and present danger that may be odorless, colorless, and otherwise undetectable. Even knowing that multiple citations may have been issued on problem properties does not provide residents with enough information for them to take precautionary measures, coupled with the potential of infiltration into local aquifers, the specter of silent and deadly pollutants affecting the broad areas of our rural county become a very major issue and problem for the board to contend with. I know you get the picture. I am asking for some board attention be given to the outline that I presented to the board. I will take the input from various department heads and possibly some funding to start the process. If a public meeting is needed, I can alert our vast network of residents, and I am certain the turnout will be surprising. Even if I have to prowl the corridors of government center and meet with department heads on an individual basis, I would like to know that we have the backing of the board. Many thanks in advance, Bill McManus." Response from Dennis Mills. This is a cut and paste response that was put in the body of the email. It goes: "This matter of environmental damage was created by liberals in Sacramento approving pot growing in our county and not thinking about the consequences. I was just in Sutter Creek this afternoon talking to several Amador supervisors and their sheriff. Now they know some of the problems, and we need to push the narrative that everyone needs to know where these sites are, the level of contamination, and how soon the state will be here to clean it up and make us whole again. My immediate goal is to have environmental health create a functional list of all APNs that will be that have been shown to contain hazardous materials or have been cited in environmental damage. The county needs to have a clearinghouse that can be easily referenced by anyone, including the public. The Ag Commissioner is then required to notify the state of any products that need remediation. The more the public learns about this damage, the more outraged they will be that it is being hidden from them, from their view, to the potential detriment of their health and the health of their families. Don't let this go. This is their Achilles heel right now." Dennis Mills. This email seems to have come from a source other than a public email. If this is a private email correspondence and the communications just alluded to by the previous speaker are going on private channels, this is a deeply problematic issue. We should have full disclosure and Public Records Act availability of documents when we request these documents. We hope that you pursue this matter.
Thank you, sir. Further public comment? Mr. Edson.
Go ahead, top that.
Pretty darn intelligent for a pot grower, eh? I couldn't do that. So, let me say that fear-mongers don't scare me. With fear-mongering and paranoia, I can see right through them, and it infuriates me that they seem to have so much influence over my life and thousands of others that think like I do. It enrages me because their ignorance may waste the very scarce resources available to make a huge improvement in our lives as we sit here and try to scrape a few dollars together for our fire department. And it disgusts me to see the board about to take place in Calaveras history as the board that fails to listen to all of the people and thereby will fail to create a path that will develop a healthy and safe future for our citizens. My father raised me to be a doer. If I see something wrong in the world, I make a choice to either do nothing or do something to fix it. The previous board, through open and public meetings and through collaboration, started the fix for an issue that for many years was coming to a head. To date, regulation has been working, and with adjustments, we can finally have a permanent solution. It will take hard work, some sacrifice, cooperation, collaboration, and an open and sensible dialogue. Isn't that what our government is supposed to do? Isn't that the direction this board should take? As a supervisor, I felt my job was to listen to the people, all of the people, not just the loud ones, but the ones that are also afraid to speak up. Then I would take all of the information and I received and try to find a solution that would create the best possible outcome, not just for now, but far into the future as well. That's the tough decisions supervisors must make. In the first 2 months, the current board could have legally put a moratorium in place. Did you know that? Could have legally done it. But you didn't, did you? You didn't stop it. Could have stopped all grows for up to 2 years legally. You chose to continue the approval of grows, and by doing so, you have invited and approved the cannabis industry to continue in Calaveras County. That became and is board direction. Many people continue to invest, and now you're liable for it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening again, Robert Schufeld. I usually come up here and save all my comments for Cannabis Days, and Budget Day is pretty important, so I was here and decided to stick around for this. And some of the things that I've gotten up here and talked about was how we're basically running down a one-way street towards ugliness, and we're pretty far down that street right now. I know that we're all feeling it, we all see it, we're all in this room, we all watch the videos after the fact. And the way that we've been managing this process is what's leading to it's leading to increased ugliness. We could be doing this better. We could be collaborating, but instead this is just some divisive wedge issue that's getting, there's fear mongering, there's everything just gets blown out of proportion, and it's really crazy. And it's like we have this, we're sitting here squabbling over $500,000 in this huge budget of ours. And what's left unsaid is that we're about to just kick $14 million out of that budget. It doesn't make, it makes zero sense. And in my household, our budget is much smaller, but if the proportions were similar and we were having decisions like this, it wouldn't be something that we'd even have to discuss. My wife would know. I would know. My 2-year-old son would know, because it's incredible to turn your back on that is weird, because it is not the registered industry that is your problem. If you regulate, you will not have all these problems. It's the foot dragging on the implementation of regulation, and it's this weird stuff that we're now starting to get read into this podium, like that we just, we could have avoided all of this ugliness with some decisive action that like takes into account the entire good of the entire county. And we're not really doing that. I don't see us moving in that direction, and it makes me sad. And I've been up here. I usually come in to tell you guys, you're making me sad because it's weird. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like I said, my 2-year-old would have this on lock. And it's not that confusing. If you talk to him, you talk to, like, anyone who isn't just hell-bent, ideologically biased on this, they see that there is good and there is bad, and there's something good that can come out of this. And the process that we're using to ban seems like it's just increasing the ugliness, and it just doesn't make any sense to me why we're doing this. And I really just got to use my 3 minutes to point that out, because I don't like seeing people fight. I talked to you about this, Dennis, about when we, the last huge divisive issue was fill the dam. Filling the dam, we're still healing from that. And all you seem to care about was you won. And that was amazing to me. That informed me about my supervisor immediately. And it just doesn't make any sense. And now here we are. We're about to do something that's more divided. Like, we're tearing the community apart. We need to fix it.
Thank you. Public comment? Further public comment? Ma'am, have you spoken before on the public comment today?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
That's why I'm here.
Okay. It's been a long day for me.
I can understand that. I was here too. Two times in the past year, a petition was put to the public to sign. The last 5,200 signatures were more than enough to put it on the ballot. The people did not get to vote on the issue because the pot lawyers used a technicality that disqualified it. Too bad the technicality wasn't found by the county council when he signed it, before thousands of hours were spent by many volunteers in the searing heat to gather the signatures. The petition excluded all commercial marijuana from Calaveras County, including dispensaries, which are a backdoor to commercial cultivation. Calaveras County has an opportunity to lead towards sanity or be a part of the insanity. The proliferation of this drug is not to meet medical needs, it is for recreational use, which leads to drug enslavement. In the meantime, the very difficult job you have before you would not be if the proliferation of marijuana had not been ignored by law enforcement and county officials in the past, and the emergency ordinance that served as a further magnet to drug proliferation. Human lives have been negatively impacted by this issue. If Sheriff Kuntz were here alive and had to do it over again, I have a feeling he would have been more proactive in stemming the growing of marijuana. No one is immune to its influence in our county. It's kind of like the leader of North Korea using nuclear power information that Clinton gave to North Korea for its country's electrical needs, only to have North Korea turn around and use it to make bombs, to threaten and blackmail us, and share the nuclear secrets with Iran, who wants us dead. How so? For starters, the marijuana growing has nuked our soils, which will have to be contended with for generations to come. It's like a wedding cake, each tier for each year. The ingredients are herbicides, pesticides, high-potency fertilizers, rodenticides, which kill all life and up and down our streams, our ponds, our aquifers, our rivers, and our lakes. Water is life, and there is no life without it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public speakers?
Board Chair, I would just like to make a brief comment just to clear the record, because I've heard statements on multiple occasions that were just recently brought up in public comment about my office and the ban initiative and whether we should or shouldn't have caught certain legalities. I just want to make it very clear that my office does not provide legal assistance to members of the public. We do not review voter initiatives for legalities. That is on the initiative proponents to seek their own legal advice and to get legal counsel independently. My office does not provide legal counsel to voter proponents. And so I just want to make it very clear. We have certain requirements. Don't know why there's so much feedback. It's North Korea. So I just want to make it very clear. My office has certain duties for duties under the Elections Code, but we do not provide legal counsel, and we do not advise, nor could we even if we identify things, nor could we give them legal advice on ways that they could improve their initiative. That is on the proponent to seek their own independent legal counsel.
Thank you, Counsel. No more public comments, then? No. No more public comments, then, Madam Clerk?
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Would you like to go first, Supervisor Clapp?
Yeah, I have nothing to report out. My Area 12, which would have to be reported out, was canceled this month, so I have nothing to report out. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Mills.
August 30th, we met with 2 Oakdale Irrigation District directors to discuss options on creating a basin authority within Lake Tulloch area and to hear their take on the opportunity. September 1st, spoke before the Mountain Counties Water Association directors on the impacts of pollution from marijuana operations in the foothill and its long-term effects not only on watersheds but the drinking water supplies for the state. I started that off with what role will you play in not repeating the Eel River. September 2nd, spoke to the Poker Flat Homeowners Association on the status of projects within their area and to take questions and hear concerns. CCWD and the Sheriff's Marine Safety Unit were also present. September 5th, had an alternate attend Angels Camp Business Association coffee talk conversation with others continued till almost noon. I attended the Oakdale Irrigation District Board meeting to discuss the concerns with Lake Tulloch operations. Also attended the Council of Governments meeting where initial discussion on who will handle transit was started. September 7th, attended the Cal Waste 90th anniversary dinner and discussed how the county can continue that partnership. Spent over 2 hours with our GIS team that same day reviewing their capabilities and understanding how they can integrate data collection with pollution on parcels for all agencies involved to work with and cleanup process. September 8th, attended CSAC training on the county budgeting along with 2 analysts, Bonnie and Krista from the administrative office, and the 3 of us spent a great deal of time with notes. I would say Tim has some well-rounded analysts to help him. I will be attending the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Authority meeting tomorrow in Stockton with Angels Camp Business Association mixer in the evening. And for those that are curious, I did find someone who was willing to donate a big frog for the front of our building area whenever we can go get it. Steve Kovacs, former fire chief, Murphy's Fire, will be pinned in Scotts Valley on Saturday. We'll be there. Congratulations to Bill Fullerton from West Point Fire on accepting the OES position of the county. I think it's a great fit. I've requested the PACE program be on the agenda. That goes back to late January. I hope that eventually we'll be able to see that again. And with SB1, when we have that discussion, I would also like to see self-help and how we can certify as self-help for that. The other part of the discussion before I go is 54954.3. which is what it says as we go into public comment, and I'm going to start to get a little feisty about this because it says that those are items that are within the purview of the Board of Supervisors. If you're making a discussion in front of this board and it is not something that the board can discuss, it is not an item they can agendize, then it should not allowed to be something that is allowed to be spoken before this board. And I don't know if other supervisors agree with the same thing, but if we're going to go into attack mode, then we will have to go a different direction. Office of Sheriff, I don't know if you heard about the suspect that was arrested on the boat thefts in Copperopolis, and they found all the boats. Not that they were all in good condition, but they found all the boats. So that's good news, even though it's not good news.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Supervisor Tofinelli?
Well, Supervisor Mills did cover the COG meeting that we had, and the city is supposed to be contacting Mary Kelly, I believe, is supposed to be contacting the CAO for set up a meeting for our committee to go over that transition of the transportation, public transit. I do want to report out, though, I did play, and it was mentioned earlier, the Chamber spoke at public comment earlier, that I did play in the Tri-Chamber Golf Tournament at Castle Oaks in Ione on Thursday. We had myself, Megan, Kristen Brink, and Coach. And it was no public funds were used for it. I paid for 3 of the slots, and Megan paid for herself. And I'm proud to say that we had an excellent team. Par was 71, and we shot 61. We were 10 under. We were not the lowest score, so we did not win the trophy, but we did very, very well. And Kristen was the first time she played golf, but because we had some excellent coaches, by the end of the day, that lady was hitting the ball very well. Is that correct, Megan? She was hitting very well, and she takes a mighty swing at it, I'll tell you. She's not shy at swinging that club at that ball, but she got excited, and I think she's going to continue. She told me that she's ready for the next tournament. And one other thing I got to tell you is it wasn't brought up, and Kristen wasn't here today, but at each hole, as you teed off, they had different booths and different contests and things to do. Megan was the hula hoop champ. Kristen, I'm sorry, not Megan. Kristen was the hula hoop champ. The longest somebody had done before we pulled up there was 54 seconds. And Kristen hula hooped for 5 minutes, and they shut her down. They said, "That's it, you won." And so we went back to the clubhouse at the end of the tournament, and it was the talk of the clubhouse. This lady from Calaveras County had hula hooped for 5 minutes. So thank you, Kristen. Good job.
Gary, how long did you go for?
I did not hula hoop. I was in the beer drinking contest.
There you go. I knew you were going to say something.
Mr. Chair, I am tired, so I'm going to pass.
All right. I'm going to make this short and sweet. On the 30th, on Wednesday, I was down at the Public Access TV studios and did a half-hour program regarding the county and District 3 and how it interacts with what's going on in today's world. On the 31st, I attended the Sokokoy Woods dinner, and the subject of conversation was the Blagan Road Bridge. Hopefully we've got some progress on that, and I'll be checking with Mr. Groves in the morning. Had a meeting with Tom Sullivan, one of my constituents, and Tom has offered to, seeing that I am not able to meet all of my appointments up in District 3 and down in San Andreas at the same time. Tom has volunteered to be assisting and meeting and bringing problems to me that we can both either handle together or I can get answers back to him. And Supervisor Tofinelli, you're aware that the board chair position is quite busy. A lot of things happen. And sometimes you just can't be in your own district when you need to be, but it's a great position. I'm really enjoying it. But now with the help of Mr. Sullivan, who sits on the Evans Pass Fire Board, we're able to get our word out a little bit and help some of our people. On the 2nd, I attended the, I take that back, I'm sorry, not on the 2nd. On the 9th, I attended the NRA benefit dinner to benefit charities and NRA, and found that that was an exciting event. It was packed. They had sold out. They had to put extra tables down. I did a real good job. And on Sunday, I had the honor of emceeing the fundraiser for Jace Jones, who's a little infant that was born with a very rare blood disease and is the grandson of one of my constituents in Arnold. This disease is 4 in 1 million people. It was sponsored through the CODA, which is the Children's Organ Transplant Association, which is a nationwide association. And once again, Calaveras County, Arnold, Murphys, Thornton came out in droves and opened their wallets and did a fantastic job. And in closing, I've been in this county a long time, maybe not as long as most people. And I've been wearing a badge and a gun. I've been a supervisor. But it astounds me how these counties, these communities pull together. And I'm not just talking about District 3. We see it in Valley Springs. We see it in West Point. We see it in Burson. We see it in Copperopolis. And that's what keeps me going at times. So, I'm enough. That's enough. Meeting adjourned.